Sovereignty and Counter-Sovereign, Why the Americans Should Deepen Their Enemy Analysis. By Arend Langley Heinlein. Chapter 2. Germanization of the West. A look back at the breakup of Yugoslavia. That kings should philosophize or philosophers should become kings is not to be expected, nor is it to be wished, because the possession of power inevitably corrupts the free judgment of reason. But that kings or royal peoples, ruling themselves according to the laws of equality, should not allow the class of philosophers to dwindle or fall silent, but to speak publicly, is indispensable to both for the illumination of their business, and because this class is by its nature incapable of redistribution and clubbing together, is suspect of the slander of propaganda. So Immanuel Kant in 1795. Good old days, when intellectuals were considered incapable of spreading mere propaganda and relied confidently on the power of enlightenment. In 1999, we no longer want to trust the class of public intellectuals so unreservedly. From Enzensberger to Grass to Habermas, they adopted the lie of concentration camps and genocide in Kosovo even more resolutely than in the Bosnian War and, instead of a resolute Sapir ode, made the consensus on the home front necessary for warfare possible in the first place. Nevertheless, the Königsberg philosopher was more right than he would have liked. In fact, German intellectuals have always been incapable of redistribution and clubbing. Jacobin attempts at subversion have always been an abomination to them, and the performance of national tasks a joyfully self-imposed duty. In times of war, national duty means providing warfare with the necessary legitimacy. Not everyone has this ability, but Jürgen Habermas solved this task in the truest sense of the word in the newspaper of April 29, 1999, and declared the violation of the law in the form of an intervention without a UN mandate to be a legally questionable act, but one that is nonetheless required by civil society. Beyond the spontaneous applause, however, the philosopher has also given the breach of the law a legitimization of its own kind and conferred on it the higher consecration of a lawful act in the true sense of the word. Namely, as a precedent on the path of a transformation of international law into a right of world citizens, which is to be understood as the suspension of the principle of state sovereignty in favor of minorities persecuted by nation-states. The nation-state thorn in the flesh of human rights policy, Habermas, is to be countered in future with an internationally binding codification of human rights, so that the law-breaking quick fix post festum will prove to be lawful after all. In contrast, Bremen professor Sibyl Tönnies has sharply attacked the German advocates of bombing Yugoslavia. She of all people, who had publicly advocated the reintroduction of labor service based on the Nazi model, is now being courted by radical left-wing magazines such as Konkret because of her seemingly uncompromising criticism of the German interveners. In fact, Tönnies leaned far out of the window at the beginning of the war. Together with 40 other lawyers, she filed criminal charges against the German government for preparing a war of aggression under Section 80 of the German Criminal Code and campaigned for the German government to be indicted by the International Criminal Court. It has rightly stated that the attack on Yugoslavia is a precedent. The NATO bombing is a regression not only against modern, but also against classical international law. As in the status naturalis, the peoples are once again facing each other like wolves. FAZ, June 7, 1999. Since then, it has been regarded by opponents of war from the CDU to the PDS as the last bastion of law in the midst of a world threatened by a relapse into barbarism. However, the two positions only seem to contradict each other. For it is not only Habermas who calls for the UN to be strengthened over the principle of nation-state sovereignty and for subjective rights to be recognized over formal state law. Tönnies, too, does not believe that suing for the status quo under international law is the last word in wisdom. In her opinion, the attack on Yugoslavia would have been a good thing if it had led to a future strengthening of the UN. This act can only justify itself in the eyes of history, said Tönnies, if it results in the accelerated establishment of a worldwide monopoly on the use of force. FAZ, June 7, 1999. Tönnies thus summarized the pacifist and left-wing criticism of the bombing of Yugoslavia in an almost ideal way. The attack on a sovereign state, including the destruction of roads, schools, hospitals, and the inevitable collateral damage, would actually have been politically correct even in the opinion of most opponents of intervention, if only the UN had given the mandate for it. Shortly after the Bundestag elections, conservative minds still considered such a view to be the spawn of a red-green delusion and presented the UN monopoly on the use of force, already quoted in the coalition papers firstly, as non-existent and secondly as a sanctioning of an international law of the jungle, FAZ, October 24, 1998. For the UN still does not override the principle of nation-state sovereignty, which Habermas criticizes. On the contrary, the Charter of the United Nations is based on the principle of a ban on intervention in the affairs of sovereign states, and all measures that can be adopted by the UN are intended to recognize and maintain the existence of the nation-state. Of course, there is already an obvious contradiction in this authorization to use force. In order to uphold the principle of sovereignty, it is sometimes necessary, see the Second Gulf War, to deny sovereignty in practice. Furthermore, the UN recognizes the legitimacy of intervention for reasons of peacekeeping. For German lawyers, this is simply a question of interpretation. For example, various lawyers in the FAZ have already interpreted Serbian domestic policy as an attack on the entire Balkans due to the Kosovar refugee flows under the heading of stability of the region. But even if the German vision of a UN monopoly on the use of force should never prevail, the version of international law codified in the UN Charter that is still valid today is no protection against the law of the jungle per se. The role ascribed to the UN as a neutral authority above the interests of nation-states is nothing more than a fiction, a nostalgic reminiscence of the times of the bloc confrontation, when the states belonging to the respective blocs, recognizing their relative weakness against the enemy, still had to refrain from the unrestrained pursuit of their nation-state interests. With the end of this clear division of the world into two parts, neutrality as a characteristic of the UN is finally a fiction. The bodies of the UN are moving back to their logical endpoint, to a forum in which the constituent nation-states act on their own initiative and in which the war of all against all only simmers on a low flame until this or that state considers the risks of escalation to be calculable. Habermas and Tönnies by no means overlooked this problem. As philosophers with a strong preference for jurisprudence, they both know only too well that in the absence of sovereignty, force decides and the assertion of rights remains a pious wish if there are no means of enforcing them. It is precisely this problem that needs to be solved, hence the joint recourse to Kant. As expected, this recourse can lead to nothing other than a perversion of Kant's dream of eternal peace. Kant had already formulated the dilemma facing our two thinkers in exemplary fashion. Even during his lifetime, bourgeois society was not what he believed it should have been. In complete contrast to the optimist Rousseau, for example, Kant was aware that the constitution of bourgeois society guaranteed neither eternal peace nor social harmony, but that a latent war of all against all prevailed, with a constant danger of escalation. From the outset, his firm rejection of happiness in the form of material fulfillment was not only directed against feudal society, which sweetened its subjects' complete personal domination with endless holidays and the feeding of the elderly and sick. Kant's mistrust also extended to any claim to individual happiness, as it only arises on the basis of unleashed commodity production. Not least the Jacobin terror had meant to him that an end had to be put to such folly once and for all, and so since then the rule of law offered itself to him as a surrogate for the claim to a liberated life. Kant was never above advocating an executive endowed with all powers. However, what could at least be contained by such an executive within the state caused the philosopher far greater problems in the interstate sphere. In his essay on perpetual peace, Kant racked his brains over the possibility of a decree in the case of conflicting national interests, but had to resign himself to the fact that such a solution could not be codified. The corresponding passage concludes with the realization that even a League of Nations such as the UN is unable to counter the belligerent ambitions of individual states with any legal substance. But since they absolutely do not want this, the voluntary renunciation of force, according to their idea of international law, consequently rejecting what is right in thesis, in hypothesi, then in place of the positive world republic, if all is not to be lost, only the negative surrogate of a war. Repelling existing and ever-expanding confederation can stem the tide of the law-shunning, hostile inclination, but with constant danger of its outbreak.
End of quote.
So basically, Kant had already said everything on the subject of cosmopolitan society. And that in two respects, apart from the possibility of the mere use of force, he could not show any way out of the internal and external political bourgeois dilemma, and he did not know how to legally fix his ideal of social harmony, to which he so persistently adhered, anywhere. Tönnies and Habermas are now addressing this dilemma at a time when the world civil society actually exists, albeit in a different form to that hoped for by Kant. It is true that the end of the East-West conflict has brought about the totalization of capital relations, usually referred to under the fashionable heading of globalization, which can no longer be stopped by state borders, together with the associated human inventory. The inhabitants of the globalized world are citizens in the precise sense of the rule of law. Exposed to the market without state protection, they are well aware that this is not to their advantage. The end of the real socialist economies has brought them no prosperity and, unlike in Kant's day, the occupants of the new European Annenhäuser can confidently assume that there is no longer any prospect of this. In this way, the citizen is transformed unexpectedly into a mercenary. Where there is no longer any hope of an improvement in living conditions, there is nothing left but to flee into robber barony. General Ajim Siku may be representative of all these marauding gangs. He first learned his martial trade in the Yugoslavian army. When the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia disintegrated, he literally followed in its footsteps. Initially, as a general in the Croatian army and close confidant of Tudjman, he organized the expulsion of the Serbs from Krajina. He then expanded his military experience in the Bosnian army. The last stop for the time being was Kosovo, as a particularly successful example of several hundred Kosovar officers who had already served in the Yugoslav, Slovenian, Croatian, and Bosnian armies before discovering their Kosovar identity. He was appointed Chief of Staff of the KLA there at the beginning of June. In the most glaring contrast imaginable to Kant's utopia, Ajim Siku represents the ideal type of a real existing world citizenship, déclassé citizens who set themselves the task of breaking down borders and the societies living behind them, thus practicing the vision of a Europe without borders against foreign state alimentación. From this follows, the end of the principle of the nation-state does not go hand in hand with globalization. For those economies that are still functioning, it is still true that capitalist exploitation requires both legal protection within the state and military protection outside the state. For the collapsing economies, however, it is true that the desire to share in the increasingly scarce sources of wealth leads to ever more idiotic and ever more brutal struggles over distribution. The nationalism here results not only from the simple idea that tearing down old and erecting new, ever more numerous border posts is a guarantee for prosperous economies, but even more from the realization, gained through the experience of the last decade, that this attempt brings with it international attention and fraternal help from friendly imperialist states. For the latter, this results in a double need for action. On the one hand, to ensure that the whole thing does not get out of control and, for example, that the Balkan powder keg does not lead to armed conflict between the states dominating the UN, and on the other, the chance to gain political influence over the nationalist leaders clamoring for intervention, even if it is impossible to say beforehand or afterwards what this is actually good for. So anyone who, like Habermas and Tönnies in 1999, emphatically invokes global civil society and thus promotes the mutation of citizens into mercenaries must be more than simply out of their depth. Nolens Volens, he is a national ideologue, even if, subjectively, he may not be interested in establishing a new German superpower and interventionist power, but rather in pacifying economically ruined territories. Nevertheless, national ideology manifests itself in undisguised form in these master thinkers. For example, it seems to be a German characteristic to press even the most atrocious things into legal forms. These atrocities include not least the principle of arbitrariness, i.e., the suspension of applicable law in favor of a core of values enshrined in the Basic Law, the so-called liberal democratic basic order, which can be used to justify everything up to the targeted liquidation of domestic political enemies. Habermas always declared his support for this set of values, even if he was not always comfortable with its concrete application. It is therefore pointless to contrast his statements on the subject of human rights with his constitutional stance. Breaking the letter of the law has long been included in the constitutional patriotism of a Habermas. In contrast to Tönnies and her agitated reference to breaking the law and arbitrariness, Habermas thus behaves in an extremely consequent manner. He advocates the internationalization of post-fascist Germany and recommends the German model of the rule of law to the whole world. The practical advantage of this undertaking is obvious. Only when they are codified can minority and other ethnic rights be brought into open opposition to state rights. As if to prove that in late capitalism there is no need for philosophers, only politicians, and that the former are no longer indispensable for illuminating business, Gunther Verheugen, SPD, had already expressed his indignation at the Russian abuse of the right of veto before the start of the Kosovo War and posed the deeply metaphysical question of the right to use rights. By establishing subjective rights as the legal substance of the UN, this problem would be solved in a German way. For then the gap between legitimacy and effectiveness lamented by Habermas would no longer exist and a war of aggression would no longer be a mere anticipation of a future legal state, exemplified by Yugoslavia, which, as Habermas put it, must be respected by military force. For all the practical benefits of such a juridification, however, it is reasons beyond imperialist interests that make an internationalization of the German model possible. It is the guarantee of success that lies in the German model, which is recommended for export. As a legal fixation of the Volksgemeinschaft in a contemporary form, the liberal democratic basic order has so far only been successful in Germany. It is inscribed with the Nazi formula that the common good always takes precedence over self-interest and that the individual must unconditionally submit to the requirements of the state community. The FDGO is the legal implementation of the realization that, especially in times of crisis, only the collective concern for folkish existence holds citizens together. In post-fascist Germany, this submission no longer requires coercion. Out of a deep insight into necessity, The German collective has recognized the correctness of the principle of the common good and has made the Kantian ideal of an unconstrained rule of law a reality through internalization. As a guarantor of stable domestic conditions, the German model has always been admired abroad. However, it is only now gaining its true appreciation, and not only at home, where everything is now committed to Germany as a business location. Italian and French trade unions recommend the German model of state recognition and moderation of legitimate, i.e., community building interests to their own governments. And even Daniel Goldhagen, after all his insights into the German Volksgemeinschaft, had nothing more pleasing to report about the Nazi successor state than that it has proven to be astonishingly stable since 1945. It was precisely for this insight that Goldhagen was awarded the Democracy Prize by a journal for the promotion of democratic socialism in Germany. The award speech was given, naturally, by Jürgen Habermas. Beyond the applause of the ideologues of the still reasonably stable economies, the German crisis solution model may also have a great future in other regions of the world. For the global losers of modernization, the promise of the American way of life enjoys considerably less credibility than its German version anyway. In contrast to the latter, the German model delivers what it promises. It does not conjure up airy-fairy illusions of effortlessly acquired wealth, but relies on nothing but iron will and folkish identity. The irrationality of German ideology is the most adequate expression of an economy that sets itself up as an end in itself and declares every human objection to be a crime against human nature. The Kosovar mercenaries may adorn themselves with US flags as well as German ones. Ideologically, Germany enjoys air supremacy. Playing this card and making the German model ready for export is the task still facing the FRG. It has already found the right ideologue in Habermas. His demand for the international recognition of human rights is nothing other than the sanctioning of every folkish slaughter as a prerequisite for the peace and quiet of civil society afterwards. Renata Kunist, today the Greens personnel reserve for top positions, gave an interview to the TAZ, December 8, 1997, 2 years ago about the Green understanding of the police. Many of our voters will agree with us that the police have a social function. The core of police work as helpers in emergency situations is not questioned even within the Green Party.
End quote.
The Greens do not question the police, but occasionally criticize police methods. The attitude towards the U.S. World Police is different. At a demonstration on the occasion of the U.S. bombing of Iraq in front of the U.S. Embassy in Berlin, to which the Greens called with leaflets with the inscription "Stop the Bombs," Kunist was again in front of the microphone, and the TAZ reported, one of the big ones negotiated the coalition agreement in Bonn. War is the wrong means, especially if it endangers the civilian population.
Kunast sums up. The USA muss not be the world's policeman. 18. Dezember 1998.
So what is the difference between a police force enforcing a monopoly on the use of force in a national and an international context? The personnel of a government in waiting must control the police as one of its instruments of power. The world policeman, on the other hand, is the national counterpart who must be controlled by the community of states. The Red Greens and the world policeman were united in the just war against Yugoslavia to avert a humanitarian catastrophe. But they did not agree with the US methods. Just as the German police are bound by law and according to the Red-Green view, only their abuses are to be criticized, the international supreme supervision should also be bound by the international code of a civil society. After all, the USA is suspected of being a world policeman that places imperialist pragmatism above its legal protection. But because the war in Yugoslavia violates the principles of international law, the international emergency aid is declared by the belligerent Red-Greens to be an anticipation of a cosmopolitan world civil society, which is thereby promoted in its emergence and institutionalization. One wishes to be a world policeman with a higher mission or a good policeman. The FAZ, on the other hand, made no attempt at transcendence when it wrote, for example, that this war, now that it had begun, had to be waged for its own sake, i.e. simply for the NATO victory that was deemed necessary. The FAZ did not have to look far for criticism of the anti-fascist warmongering or the way the war was being waged. According to the FAZ, February 6, 1999, the airstrikes accomplished what Milosevic and the irregulars of both camps could not have achieved so easily on their own. More than 1 million Kosovo Albanians are on the run.
End quote.
A status critique can create consensus and is necessary in every war in order to explain the failures and victims on the way to the promised victory. But this time there was criticism aplenty. The parliamentary Greens failed in this respect, so that the PDS remained the only faction critical of the war, and the FAZ found it downright spooky how much consensus and unity all parliamentary factions are in need of. However, in a criticism of the world policeman, the consensus was still overwhelming, including the non-parliamentary camp. In order to express criticism and approval at the same time, there was occasional talk of the two parallel wars, one waged by Serbs in Kosovo and a second waged by NATO under US leadership in Serbia. Figures on the left wing of the Greens, such as Angelika Beer, who were both opposed to and in favor of the war, were the real icons of the NATO war. Ms. Kunist was on the same line. The attempt at a just war has now turned into attacks that are no longer justified.
End quote.
She then called for an end to military logic and supported the Fisher Plan. This secured the participation of Germany and NATO as a whole. Germany's achievements also include the fact that it pulled out of the ban on military attacks in the 2+4 treaty by simply ignoring it. As legalistic as they like to pretend to be, red-green can also be different. The Bonn correspondent of the TAZ, Bettina Gauss, rightly remarked that resistance to limited sovereignty in Germany traditionally united socialists and pacifists in an unwanted alliance with those who feared the sellout of national interests. In this context, she once again quoted SPD chairman Kurt Schumacher with his 1949 exclamation against Adenauer, the Chancellor of the Allies, and continued, "Since the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, regional conflicts have been on the rise, which, as now in Kosovo, present themselves as ethnic wars in the desire to put an end to these. Human rights politicians suddenly find themselves side by side with those pursuing an interest-driven foreign policy."
End quote.
Gauss noted that this alliance has once again entered into an alliance. While at the beginning of the war it was emphasized in an anti-totalitarian manner and with pro-war intentions that the opponents of the war on the left and right were making common cause, the actual allies were those who were fighting for Germany. The roles of the self-proclaimed world policeman, the bad, and the fighter for a legitimate world police force, the good, were not tactical ideas, but stemmed from tangible differences. With the recognition of Croatia and Slovenia as independent states, Germany took the decisive step towards the internationalization of the Yugoslav Civil War. With a bang, Germany had shown where the decisive center of European policy lay and demonstrated its independence from NATO by establishing a Franco-German Euro corps. Germany was initially alone among the powerful countries in taking the step of recognition, but the necessity of Germany's integration, which was recognized by all others, led to recognition being followed by the EU and beyond. As a result, even before the expulsion of the Serbs from Krajina, the USA established better relations with Croatia, a key strategic country, than Germany had. With American help, Croatia was built up as a military counterpart to the rest of Yugoslavia, but was also, contrary to German wishes, given a break in international integration after the associated expulsion of the Serbs. Afterwards, the US aimed for Bosnian independence as the next logical step, which had to be enforced against Serbia and Croatia. The USA took the lead in Balkan policy, which found its expression in Dayton. With Dayton, Milosevic also became a partner of the USA, which created a state without a nation in Bosnia, thus also without satisfying German projections for a folkish right to self-determination. In Germany, this approach met with corresponding criticism. The establishment of an ethnically parceled Bosnia was achieved with the West acting against the Serbs, but with Milosevic as a partner of the guarantor power, the USA, which immunized the Serbs against an arrangement with the EU and Germany. When, during the Kosovo War, the German side brought the Bosnian Serbs permission to join the Yugoslav Serbian Republic into play as compensation for the envisaged separation of Kosovo from Yugoslavia, this was directed against the results of the US-dominated policy. Since the disintegration of Albania and the associated permeability of the border with Yugoslavia favored the rearmament of the KLA, the USA initially favored the sealing off by the Serbs in order to prevent the option of a greater Albanian state. However, an openly pro-Serbian policy would have severely jeopardized the US leadership's Balkan policy, especially as the media and intellectuals were united in stirring up anti-Yugoslav and pro-Albanian sentiment. Once again, US policy consisted of taking the lead in the movement in order to formally maintain the position of non-secession and non-partition of Kosovo. This stance was constantly criticized by Germany. Following the suspension of the bombing of Yugoslavia, CDU/CSU foreign policy spokesman Lamers called for the fiction of a multi-ethnic, unified Kosovo as part of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia to be abandoned. To ensure that the differences between Germany and the USA in Balkan policy did not lead to blockades and jeopardize further common interests, a framework of agreements was reached early on to limit competition. This included the eastward expansion of NATO, which was adopted by the USA at Germany's insistence. The FAZ noted that Clinton was committed to enlargement to satisfy America's most important ally, Germany, which was pushing hard and for obvious reasons for a shift in NATO's and the EU's eastern borders.
End quote.
At the same time, Germany committed itself to realizing its ambitions for an autonomous EU military as a second pillar of NATO, a position that was also adopted at the end of April at NATO's 50th anniversary summit in Washington with red-green jubilation. Allah, we have pushed through European positions. Germany has become the key country for peace in Central and Eastern Europe and is also seen as such by the countries there. This is due not least to the fact that Germany has maintained an offensive and heavily armed conscript army as a strategic counterweight to Russia, the existence of which makes the Eastern European countries feel less vulnerable to Russian blackmail. The establishment of diverse binational core structures with German participation has also accumulated considerable potential for influencing countries in both the Western and Eastern neighborhood. In connection with NATO's eastward expansion, the USA's willingness to intervene in the Balkans has also intensified. Preventing destabilization on NATO's own territory is a top priority. A civil war such as the one that was brewing, with entire support networks in which, for example, Germany would have supported the KLA and Russia the Serbs, would inevitably have led to such destabilization with unforeseeable consequences. So the USA became the KLA's air force and ordered Germany's backyard, which, however, does not want to see the USA's political influence in the Balkans expanded. The Western world, with its NATO alliance of values, has declared itself responsible for drawing the line in Southeast Europe, but it is disputed where this line should be drawn. It is not a question of conquering or permanently suppressing countries, but of putting a country in a position to represent the part of an order that is both conducive to exploitation and ensures integration into the international hierarchy. Ideally, a country's warfare capability and armament should always correspond to its respective position in the order. At the top of this hierarchy is of course the envied world policeman. As far as the European NATO countries are concerned, they are each trying to build a relationship with the USA that corresponds to their respective interests and capabilities. NATO's new strategic concept strives for a just and lasting peace order in Europe and reaffirms its determination to shape its security environment and enhance the peace and stability of the Euro-Atlantic area, taking into account the global context. Following the announcement of activities in the interest of greater stability, the Balkans are already mentioned in the introduction to the NATO concept. It includes a partnership between Europe and North America in support of the values and interests they share. As this partnership is based on legitimization through Western values, a war is also waged with moral arguments. In terms of foreign policy, Germany acts as an internationally integrated guardian of the value orientation of the self-determination of cultures and bases its political instruments of order on this, be they human rights, universal, folkish, regional, or anti-American, imperial. As an advocate of the weak, Germany is conspiring with the revolutionary principle of self-determination. After the recognition of Croatia and Slovenia, Germany had to adopt the state integrity of the rest of Yugoslavia as a goal in the rhetoric of its diplomatic efforts in order to avoid becoming isolated in the West. Fischer wrote about this in a letter to the parliamentary group in the Bundestag and the Green Party, TAZ 2.8. 95. If one thinks through the secessionist variant, for which the Bosnian War is being waged, to its final results, then the whole bloody madness of the present war becomes politically obvious. Serbia will win the war, because neither France nor Britain nor even Russia, nor the USA, will renounce the Serbian order factor after the dissolution of Yugoslavia in this region. For the Western powers and Russia, a strong Serbia remains the second best solution for resolving the conflicts in the Balkans, and Germany must finally take note of that.
End quote.
The secessionist variant, which was also the German variant, was initially unable to prevail against the options of the other great powers to the extent that Serbia lost its dominant position. The Serbian regulatory factor is only now being eliminated and replaced by the NATO states. In principle, the West has the material means to establish order according to its needs. However, the disposal of resources is also subject to competition. Quote, this begins with the uneasiness about the obviously unstoppable spread of the American way of life and goes beyond the increasing criticism of market capitalism to the growing tensions in the network of international organizations dominated by America, from NATO to the Monetary Fund, FAZ May 26, 95. The Kosovo War, like its predecessors, was about the question of who takes the lead in this order. The fact that in this case the state unity of Yugoslavia was to be formally maintained by means of a protectorate was immediately commented on angrily in Germany. For example by Matthias Rubb, who believes he has discovered a hidden racism against the archaic Kosovars, which denies them their rights to life, freedom and self-determination, FAZ 4.6. Milosevic's policy is not explained by the Serbian circumstances, but by his knowledge of the lack of unity within NATO, and he tried to bring this to bear in his tactical maneuvers. If Milosevic appeared to be successful with his attempts at division, aggression against Yugoslavia was immediately stepped up. After Milosevic had already agreed to NATO's ideas, he was encouraged, as the FAZ, September 6, 1999 reported, by one of the members of the alliance to demand that the UN resolution and the military technical agreement should come into force at the same time. By calling for a UN resolution as a precondition for a withdrawal agreement, Milosevic was in line with the German desire for the UN to play a decisive role in a peace settlement and thus subsequently legitimize the attack. The Pentagon then reported that the Serbian side had suffered probably the most devastating losses from a single attack since the beginning of the air war on March 24, FAZ 10.6. The target of these bombs was not only the Yugoslav army, but also a NATO member. The unanimity of the European countries between British spurring and Greek pulling of the reins was difficult to achieve and maintain, but was at least based on the unifying principle of an independent position vis-a-vis the USA. This became clear to Foreign Minister Fischer during his chairmanship of the EU summit in Berlin, when he realized that Europe will fly apart if we do not assume our leadership tasks. The engagement in the Rambouillet process and the Fischer Plan, which politically complemented the attrition of Yugoslavia through bombs by getting the Russians on board, already consisted of this. Both Germany and the USA have an interest in restricting Russia, although Germany only has an interest in Eastern Europe, while the USA has more far-reaching ideas. However, the joint approach as good boy Fischer and bad girl Albright became the hallmark of this war, which would probably not have been possible without this division of roles. The fight for civilization was particularly consensus-building for the unity of all NATO countries. Those who exaggerate the war into a fight for a cosmopolitan global civil society are particularly susceptible to integrating its atrocities in a meaningful way. From this perspective, the war against Yugoslavia can be credited with the fact that the West is trying to drag the Serbian nation into civilization by force, against truly barbaric conditions. Too bad for those who misunderstood NATO's civilizing mission as the destruction of Serbian infrastructures, as Andreas Zielke notes in the SZ, May 16, 1999, with his own certainty of salvation. Thus, humanitarian morality, which lets bombs speak for themselves as in Kosovo, naturally shows itself first and foremost from its bloody destructive side to those who do not participate in the Western tradition and its discourse of values.
End quote.
According to him, NATO is the executor of Marx's saying that the bourgeoisie drags even the most barbaric nations into civilization. Anyone who can write like this in the face of the decline and lack of prospects of the Eastern European countries and their economies since their invasion by civilization will not want to be reminded that the bearer of civilization, the bourgeoisie, must be eliminated in order to save civilization. What comes up there so casually with Marx is a German projection that Stallgewitter thinks is good, because after them the final departure into civilization was only made possible in Germany. However, the Zeitung in Deutschland, which most closely represents what Marx described as the bourgeoisie, rejects such considerations in view of Germany's impending leading role in paying for the war. This has never happened in any other war. Destruction with restoration promised in advance, Hans D. Barbier, FAZ 10.6, is outraged. For the Germans, and by no means only for green or other colored pacifist participation in the act of destruction, is only tolerable if they can talk themselves into it as the unsightly beginning of a humanitarian-motivated reconstruction and modernization effort. His comments end with the rejection of the crudest form of war Keynesianism, destroying bridges and building new ones. Schroeder did not want to know anything about material obligations either. This is about much more than Kosovo, namely the order of Europe, the FAZ quoted him as saying. A European perspective for the Balkan countries should become the common concern of the EU countries, not with accession to the EU, which would overburden these countries, but with a kind of stability pact, Schroeder formulated at the special EU summit in Brussels. Against this backdrop, it was not only Schäuble/Lamers who brought their ideas back into play. Die Zeit also suggested developing a new, quasi-second-class form of EU membership including free trade zones for those crisis states that have no chance of joining for many years. In Schroeder's government declaration, the war in Yugoslavia was celebrated as a European founding act. On March 25, the first hot day of the war, the FAZ called it shameful that Europe and the EU were incapable of independent crisis management in their own backyard. At the end of the German EU presidency, the FAZ summed up, if the EU Security and Defense Union were to become a reality in a year or two, then the community would indeed have created the conditions for a greater ability to act externally. Then the European Union would have sharpened its profile as a global political player, which would no longer have to look to America with depressing regularity in every minor or major conflict, and then complain just as regularly about American leadership methods.
End quote.
The doubts and reservations that accompany the declared will to become a major European power and the fact that a common EU foreign policy has often been announced and invoked cannot conceal the real content of this whole process. The current reaffirmations were preceded by an initiative of the two European countries France and Great Britain, which are equipped with comprehensive military strategic means. The current plans for equipping the Bundeswehr's crisis response forces extend until 2005 anyway, so the mobilization against the world policeman remains a long-term ideological accompaniment for financing the rearmament. After reunification, the program of German foreign policy included something as strange as the conquest of normality. Fischer vouched for its continuity as the new head of the foreign ministry. The alliance of new center socialists and anti-totalitarian pacifists wanted to do something for the national interest again and help to transform the suspicious view of Germany, interpreted as pariah status, into a respectful one. The struggle for the values of a European model of civilization, Fischer, requires a rhetoric for interventions that is based on principles and without interests, in the sense of normative imperialism, and as an equal partner. Germany's unilateral action on the issue of recognizing Croatia and the resulting immediate isolation of Bosnia from its most important Western partners, which forced a rapid course correction, made the risks of the German dilemma strikingly clear. Fischer formulated in the foreword to The German Dilemma, the Berlin Republic between power and renunciation of power. This insight is not surprising, if only because Fischer is hanging on to his dream job, which his predecessor Genscher had to vacate due to his unilateral action. On the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the Journal of the German Council on Foreign Relations Europa Archive/International Politics in October 1996, the then former foreign minister remarked that Germany should not use its powers to elevate itself above others. Germany has understood and is now fighting the special ways of others, be it that of Milosevic or that of the world policeman, and is demonstrating its own willingness to fit in. This ideological war, as the first without interests and for values, is an ideal backdrop for this. Now internationalism is experiencing its resurrection as a state-guaranteed world harmony of peoples. The fight for this inflames the hearts of the old revolutionaries and the enthusiastic youth. The old think their part when Fischer hurls the no Pasaran against Milosevic or is outraged by the apartheid regime. This is really a far cry from pragmatism. When it comes to anti-fascism and solidarity with the people, red-green cannot be outdone. There is little point in arguing with the new center about the interpretation of anti-fascism or insisting that Milosevic was not Hitler. No one even claims the latter anymore. Even the TAZ is becoming quite intimate with him again when he is supposed to accept the capitulation. Say yes, Slobo, was the headline. The justification of the war, limited to the presentation of atrocity photos, overshadowed the elements of competition and backyard politics that first fanned the flames of the Yugoslavian war, only to finally extinguish it with demonstrative gestures. The long-term results of this war are the stationing of the Bundeswehr and NATO in the Balkans and the permanent export of European values. Germany has gratefully rejected a special role, and demands the same from the USA and Russia. The USA, as a champion of decolonization and the right to self-determination in the name of freedom, has already taken many special paths, whether against the German Reich, in Vietnam, Cuba or in Francophone Africa such as Rwanda or Congo. Now that the European model of civilization, represented by France, has recently suffered a moral and military defeat in Africa, Germany does not want to be similarly disqualified in its backyard. Debates about war and peace have always been conducted on a highly moral basis, for example about German guilt in the Second World War. The debate about the colonial war in Vietnam was also highly moral. It was only decades later that those responsible in the USA recognized the terrible error. Fischer dictated to Der Spiegel. Germany's first national interest in this war was to participate with its own combat troops. After the Luftwaffe had its baptism of fire right at the head of the NATO squadrons, the ground troops had to wait a few more weeks before they were able to shoot through Lada and its armed Serbian occupants in front of running cameras. Now there was no longer the horror of the bullets that hit the bodyguards of the former Nazi Slayer, but satisfaction over the defeated Serbian fascists, who were taking action against a renewed occupation by German troops using non-regular means and without regard for themselves. On the occasion of the celebrations to mark the 50th anniversary of the landing of Allied troops in Normandy, German politicians were reminded that Germany was the enemy at the time and that this had not yet been forgotten. Chancellor Kohl was not invited. The then editor-in-chief of the Tagesspiegel, Walter Stutzlu, now state secretary in the Ministry of Defense, where he also worked before the CDU chancellorship, wrote at the time that the work of defeating Hitler was not yet complete. Ethnic cleansing is also being perpetrated on the day that the Normandy landings are commemorated in Seine. The decorated soldiers' graves on the Channel coast in the west are juxtaposed with fresh wooden crosses in Eastern Europe. Western Europe has made it, but Europe is bigger. A safe landing of human rights on all the coasts of Europe is not yet in sight. TSP, May 6, 1994. The commentary was entitled Waiting for the Invasion of Human Rights. Today, it is registered with deep satisfaction in Germany that both the British government and Clinton have publicly confirmed that admission to the circle of Allied powers has been completed. We are finally included when Clinton takes stock of NATO's achievements in Bonn. What we have done in Kosovo is something that people can be proud of for decades to come. FAZ 22.6. America fell into the trap on the night of October 13, and in January 1999, the trap snapped shut. Thomas Becker, the author of these lines, saw the USA waging a war against Yugoslavia, which they not only did not want, but which they could not win because they were fighting on the wrong side. Through a clever strategy, Germany had forced a war on the Americans against their will, which they had to wage and win at the cost of losing face, dwindling prestige, in order to preserve NATO credibility and their military hegemony in Europe. Goodbye America. Jungle World, April 14, 99. Jürgen Elsasser explains the Rambouillet trap, the title of the article in Concrete May 99, in its allegedly subtle ramifications. One source of his research is, of all people, Ludger Vollmer, the Green busybody state secretary in the Foreign Office. He and his boss Fischer had driven the USA into having to wage a long-lasting and devastating war. They only wanted a heavy short-term bombardment as punishment, while Fischer/Vollmer wanted a long-term military political solution. So they forced the US into the Rambouillet negotiations, which then had to fail because of the well-known military Annex B of the treaty, which in fact amounted to an occupation of the whole of Yugoslavia and not just Kosovo by NATO troops. This annex, Elsasser Cloudy suggests, could also have been a German work. But, regardless of the clarification of these details, one thing is certain: the war was led by the Americans, but prepared by the Germans. The USA tried for a certain period of time to prevent the German fuses. If they do not succeed, they will have to get involved themselves if they do not want to leave the field to Germany.
End quote.
Since the USA could only initiate direct military action against Germany and its puppets, e.g. Croatia's Tudjman, at the price of NATO collapse, they decide on a joint war to force the European upstart under the supreme command of the Pentagon. Quote, evil side effect: a break with Germany can only be prevented at the price of simultaneously forcing a break with Russia.
End of quote.
And again, I didn't notice anything or was watching the wrong movie. Because Concrete editor Grem Lisa is also playing the game. The opponents in this war, he writes, are its allies, because the hot war against Yugoslavia is at the same time the climax of the Cold War that the USA and Euro-Germany have been waging against each other for 10 years. Germany is trying to diplomatically play off the Americans, whom it has maneuvered into this war and who now can no longer run politically because of their superior military.
End of quote.
If peace were to be concluded according to the German Fischer Plan, this would also be the notarial certification that, after the Soviet Union, the USA has become the second loser of the global political turnaround. Concrete, June 99. Germany the winner, the USA the loser. How on earth could this happen under the leadership of Schroeder-Sharping-Fischer, and above all, why does nobody in the USA notice this? Are the politicians of the country with by far the strongest economy, the unrivaled military potential, the best and most experienced diplomats in the world, already so stupid that they let themselves be bamboozled by Ludger Vollmer? Where does this view of global political developments, which is absolutely centered on German omnipotence and tends towards absurdly exaggerated assessments, come from? Matthias Kunzel, who argues much more cautiously than those quoted above and does not forget to write that in Yugoslavia, in addition to the internal imperialist competition, NATO and the USA in particular are concerned with further pushing back the Russian position in Eastern and Southeastern Europe and increasing their own position of power in the entire region, nevertheless asks whether the USA, in line with NATO's internal hierarchy of importance since its foundation, keeping the Americans in Europe, the Russians out and the Germans down, wanted to keep the EU and its German supremacy down by taking the lead in the Kosovo War. In this way, one aspect of the war becomes the central aspect, sometimes against one's better judgment, sometimes for agitational reasons, because one has become obsessed with telling the rest of the left that it is national.
It is.
But does this invalidate any sensible analysis that is not based on German omnipotence, that describes the USA as what it is, a brutal imperialist power with its own interests? Thinking anti-German in this way makes you stupid. Criticism that no longer cares whether its description of reality has anything to do with reality becomes ridiculous, implausible, and absurd. A few counterexamples and questions to the above quotation. Why on earth did the Americans start this war in the first place? They could have let Germany and the other Europeans run into a knife, because they don't have the military potential for such a war. That would have been a disaster for German ambitions. In 1995, the USA created the conditions in Bosnia by massively arming the Bosnian and Croatian armies at short notice so that the former could wrest territory from the Serbs and the latter could drive more than 250,000 Serbs out of Krajina. The Europeans, let alone Germany, could never have achieved anything comparable. Rambouillet myth. There is not a single piece of evidence to support Elsasser's dubious suspicion that Annex B was launched by Germany. All voices involved state that the negotiations were determined by the USA. Moreover, the annex corresponds to the terms of the Dayton Agreement of 1995 formulated by the USA, with one major difference. In Bosnia, the occupation referred to the territory of the state of Bosnia recognized in 1992 and not to Yugoslavia. In Rambouillet, it was not only applied to the Yugoslav province of Kosovo, but to the entire territory of Yugoslavia.
In Huyes Artikel in konkret 6-99 Stammtischzerlegung, Georg Fülbert broadened our view of strategic developments in world politics.
And as annoying and wrong as his ignorance of the aggressive German-folkish, deliberate policy of dismantling Yugoslavia is, some of his efforts to assess the world situation after the collapse of the Soviet Union and its allies are helpful. For example, when he divides U.S. world policy into the three components of expansive security strategy, military flanking of foreign economic interests, arms Keynesianism. Then securing military dominance in Europe becomes one among other aspects, especially as the opposite occurs with every German participation in such actions. Germany becomes militarily stronger. Why can't we allow the idea of the USA creating new bases in the Balkans, especially as NATO partner Greece is not exactly the most reliable ally when it comes to securing the Mediterranean and the European foreland of the Caspian region? Just as it is in the German-Austrian/EU interest to control the unhindered navigation of the Danube. Even if the war has probably strengthened Germany's position in Europe, it is far from certain that the German diplomatic victory will have the hoped-for consequences. When Gerhard Schroeder, after the Cologne EU summit, confidently answered in the report from Bonn to the question of whether the new, stronger Europe should play a leading role in the organization of the states in the Balkans in the future, he replied yes, of course, and Germany right in the middle of it. That is our problem, we have to solve it. Incidentally, we will also have to finance it, the others won't do it, or won't be able to. And if that's the case, then we want to be in charge. As the saying goes, he who pays creates.
End of quote.
Then maybe he can choke on it. Perhaps it was a special war ploy of the USA to support the talk of the Marshall Plan for the Balkans, but to leave the Europeans and Germans alone with the financing. Or does anyone seriously believe that the value-adding effect of the Marshall Plan for Europe of 1948 will even begin to succeed in this region of the world? Some of the countries, I agree with Fulbert, will no longer even be a case for development aid. Fulbert is not even wrong when he minimizes the German role in the disintegration and destruction of Yugoslavia by declaring the German-folkish intervention to be a spleen of F.A.Z. and some second-class legation council, and then writes, they only pushed what was already falling and what they saw no reason to support.
End of quote.
He is right insofar as this puts the Elsasser/Becker German-inspired conspiracy story on a material footing. Where politics becomes pure intrigue, there is no more room for criticism of capitalism. Where it is not registered that the Yugoslavian process of disintegration, like that of the entire CMEA, is a consequence of the development of the world market, that the wars are wars of succession according to the pattern of breaking out the wealthy regions and trying to shut down the rest, where there is no reflection on the basis on which the German-folkish concept of domination can unfold its effect internally, one must ascribe to German politics an almost mystical power of decomposition. Just as Fulbert, on the other hand, refuses to take note of the German option of state dismemberment according to criteria of ethnic self-determination.
Fulbert's remark.
One pushed what fell best describes the ambivalent, but at the decisive moment, Bosnia/Dayton, the bombing of Yugoslavia in 1999, decisive action of the USA. This is why Matthias Kunzel is so wrong when he believes that in the Rambouillet negotiations the interest of the USA in preserving Yugoslav integrity can still be recognized. In other words, the good old Enlightenment of the American Constitution, the ideology of the melting pot of cultures, still had an effect. Now that Milosevic has been dropped and a bounty has been put on his head, that too is a thing of the past. Kosovo will not remain a Yugoslav state, perhaps not even an independent state, but a protectorate. That was laid out in Rambouillet, in the letters of the text and in the support given to the KLA since the end of last year. Anyone who deals with bourgeois categories of a bygone era of bourgeois society should take a look at the actions of the USA against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan up to the support of the Taliban and could be taught otherwise. Having agreed to peace according to the German G8 plan plus Rambouillet, Is the USA now the big loser in the imperialist competition? That seems to me to be a mockery. What should we judge this by if not by the current economic, military, and political state of the competition? As far as reliable forecasts can be made, there is nothing to support Gremli's doomsday view. The US economy is booming like never before. The current economic cycle is the second longest since 1945. Horrendous surpluses are being generated, some of which are flowing into gigantic armaments projects, a sector in which the USA is currently unrivaled. But what about the USA's strategic considerations? After the collapse of the Soviet power bloc, free access to foreign markets, free trade, was an explicit goal of the USA. In this, they were in agreement with the other Western imperialisms. Free access to the necessary resources for the needs of our industry was how General A.M. Gray formulated this perspective. The danger that regional conflicts could jeopardize this was seen early on. Gray demanded as early as the beginning of the 1990s that we must maintain a credible military intervention capability in our defense structure that is flexible enough to respond to all types of conflicts anywhere in the world.
End quote.
The necessity of mastering the New World Disorder was already crystallizing at that time. In 1992, the Pentagon had drawn up its No Rivals Plan, which assumed increasing competition in the development of new markets and resources. The plan stipulated that the USA had to prevent any hostile power from dominating a region whose resources, under consolidated control, would be sufficient to create a world power position. Such regions are Western Europe, East Asia, the territory of the former Soviet Union, and Southwest Asia. Blätter für deutsche und internationale Politik, 490 seconds. This clearly identified the competitors Germany/Europe, Japan, and the fear of a Russian relapse. Both alliances such as NATO, its Partnership for Peace (PFP), to which 44 states belong, and cooperation with Russia on NATO, as well as bilateral military agreements, such as the recent one with Japan, follow the concept of integrating competitors and rivals, who are at the same time kept at a proper military distance and in subordination. Only the USA currently has the power to act in this way. With the increasing economic and state disintegration processes both in the former Eastern Bloc and in other regions, with the emergence of unpredictable regional players such as Iran, China, which is already an important factor in American strategic considerations as a competitor, North Korea/South Korea, and India/Pakistan, the strategy has been expanded. Where deterrence fails, military action is taken, as in the war against Iraq after it occupied Kuwait. After massive bombing, Iraq was prevented from expanding its power further. Actions such as the bombing of alleged training camps of the terrorist bin Laden in Afghanistan and a pharmaceutical factory in Sudan in the summer of 1998, following the attack on the American embassy in Kenya, are not entirely new. Think of the bombing of Gaddafi's Tripoli, but are increasingly included in the deterrent potential. In December 1998, Iraq was once again bombed without a UN mandate in order to keep it small and to activate the threat potential. In the US discussion about the new NATO strategy, which tends from protecting NATO members' own territory to protecting potentially borderless interests, the global approach to securing one's own interests is meant. All NATO partners have interests that go beyond Europe, and these include the non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction or energy supply, writes Dr. Eckhard Lubkemeyer, Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, When Weniger mehr ist, FAZ, April 19, 1999. The containment of rogue states, the securing of energy supplies, as with oil in the 1991 Gulf War, the prevention of the proliferation of nuclear and chemical biological weapons, the control of refugee flows, and the fight against terrorism are the most important concerns. NATO's new strategic concept, Washington, April 23, 1999, sets out the objectives in points 20 to 24. These risks for the Allies include uncertainty and instability in and around the Euro-Atlantic area and the possible emergence of rapidly developing regional crises on the periphery of the alliance. Ethnic and religious rivalries, territorial disputes, inadequate or failed reform efforts, the violation of human rights, and the disintegration of states can lead to local and even regional instability. Such conflicts can also affect the security of the alliance or other states. The security of the alliance must also take into account the global context, it says in point 24. Elsasser's thesis that the USA is risking a break with Russia in order to stop Germany is absurd. The containment of Russia is NATO and especially US strategy. When, for example, President Carter's former security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski, originally an opponent of the NATO war, considers victory in the war against Yugoslavia to be indispensable because of the global leadership role of the United States and fears devastating consequences for our stability, when he calls for Russia to be kept out of negotiations, FAZ, April 14, 1999, then he has quite different developments in mind. Before the war, he wrote, On the one hand, Russia should be helped to recover. At the same time, an extended security system should be built on its borders, with which it could be kept in check if it regained its strength, or which it could not threaten if it did not recover. FAZ, December 3, 1999. Brzezinski is now an advisor to the U.S. oil multinational Amoco, which is active in the countries around the Caspian Sea. He speaks of this region as the Eurasian Balkans, which threatens to become a political witch's cauldron. His aim is to keep Russia out of the exploitation of a large part of the energy reserves. The exploitation of oil and gas resources by mainly American and British oil companies, Germany's engagement in infrastructural measures, ranges from cooperation with the Afghan Taliban, the special importance of Turkey for cooperation with the USA, various options for transporting the oil by water and in pipelines via Turkey, the Ukraine, and finally even a land route from Romania to Trieste, which would cross Yugoslavian territory. At the same time, the isolation of Iran is being practiced. Russia is being contained via the PFP, among other things. The NATO summit was attended by the representatives of Kazakhstan, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Moldova and Ukraine, all former Soviet republics, some of which are involved in fierce internal political disputes or armed conflicts with their neighbors. The USA and Turkey, together with Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, have held their first maneuvers on Kazakh soil in this political earthquake belt. According to Der Spiegel, March 5, 1999, troops in the USA are practicing the protection of Caspian oil resources. Here, too, the companies of the Western powers are competing with each other for big business, and they have a common interest in enforcing the political stability necessary for the exploitation of resources. NATO is geared towards this. In a study by the Bundeswehr University in August 1998, August Predetto writes that a possible deployment in Kosovo is seen as a precedent for possible future deployments in the immediate vicinity of Russia, for example in the Caucasus, using ethnic conflicts and interstate quarrels in the dispute over oil resources in the Caspian region.
End quote.
In addition to the competition for the leadership role, not allowing any partner or opponent to become too strong, there is clearly an increasing commonality to ward off the threat of the rich imperialist countries. The development of this strategy has been followed militarily. At the NATO summit in Rome in 1991, only shortly after the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact, mobile, rapidly and widely deployable conventional troops were decided upon, which today operate as crisis response forces. USA, Germany, France, Great Britain have set up such contingents. Germany has implemented the NATO development in parallel. Rua and Naumann's 1992 defense policy guidelines explicitly defined the maintenance of free world trade and unhindered access to markets and raw materials all over the world as a national interest. The Bundeswehr was transformed into a main defense and crisis response force for foreign missions. At the same time, the military and political prerequisites for this have been created step by step since the Gulf War in 1991, as the scientific director at the Bundeswehr Command and Staff College, Professor Roland Voigt, said in an interview with Stern magazine. The defense ministers have always gone to the limits of public reasonableness: humanitarian missions in Cambodia, mine clearance in the Gulf, AWACS surveillance flights over the Adriatic, in between Somalia, S4 missions. And never any direct involvement in combat. But the aim from the outset was to shift all boundaries bit by bit to such an extent that the military could once again be made a means of politics. Stern, March 31, 1999. This goal has been achieved. Former Kohl advisor and member of the Bertelsmann Foundation, Professor Werner Weidenfeld, sees the war against Yugoslavia as an opportunity for the long-standing demand for European capacity to act to take on a completely different tone. It is now becoming a fundamentally tangible category of European survivability. The Threat, FAZ, December 5, 1999. He analyses a risky neighborhood for Europe. We will have to deal with neighbors that are politically unstable, ethnically polarized and economically backward. Russia, the Ukraine, the danger of Islamization in Turkey, the Middle East and the Arab world. Europe will be directly affected by the success or failure of these neighborly relations, through trade links and raw material routes, through migration flows and ecological dangers, through armaments and proliferation.
End of quote.
With the establishment of the ESDI, European Security and Defense Initiative, the new NATO program supports the integration of the WU into the EU and makes NATO facilities available for independent European, WU-led operations. At the EU summit in Cologne on June 2, the European Union received its armed arm. The WU will be transferred to the EU by the end of 2000. With the current NATO Secretary-General as European head of the GES, Common Foreign and Security Policy, a man with a proven track record in war has been elected. Here, too, common ground and competition are evident. The USA is pushing ahead with rearmament. It expects a greater European contribution, and through its integration into NATO, it ensures control and a decisive say. The Europeans, on the other hand, are following the change in NATO's strategic concept out of their own interests and are cautiously, Germany and France in particular, strengthening their greater military autonomy. However, it is absurd that the leading role of the USA could be called into question in the foreseeable future. Europe is still overstretched. An own defense identity requires great military efforts, wrote the FAZ on April 16, 1999. So far, joint increased defense efforts are paper. A commitment has been made. The promise has been made that efforts towards a joint European armaments agency would be pushed forward, it was said. Up to now, the individual European states have been guarding their own armies and respective arms companies and competing with their fellow Europeans. French Defense Minister Richard's call for defense policy convergence criteria, FAZ, June 18, 1999, remains unanswered. In terms of military armaments and equipment, the Europeans are far removed from the supremacy of the USA. Their share of global armaments expenditure is 36.8%, Europe 26%, Russia 3.4%. They have the most modern weapons, in some cases the weapons monopoly, and their defense budget is to be increased by a massive $112 billion over the next 6 years. In Germany, the defense budget is 47 billion DM. But we have already defeated them, at least in tendency. Fulberth is right. This is regulars table talk that is difficult to take seriously, including Elsasser's joke that the USA was caught between a break with Russia and direct military action against Germany on the occasion of the Kosovo crisis. If you want to discredit the laborious path of anti-German politics, then this is the way to do it. Anyone who talks about imperialist competition must also try to name the interests, especially since in this war every interest other than that of humanitarian aid has been excessively talked away. On October 30th, the European Union assured Russian President Putin that it would recognize Russia's sovereignty and territorial integrity and at the same time called on him to conduct the conflict with the Chechen separatists politically rather than militarily. This assurance is identical in wording to United Nations Security Council Resolution 1244, which was given to Yugoslavia on June 10, 1999 in return for the withdrawal of its armed forces from Kosovo, a hollow phrase that is not worth a damn. For on the same October 30th, British newspapers report on Washington's willingness to support the secession of Kosovo from Yugoslavia. Are the Americans really prepared to break with their NATO partners by conceding for the first time that Kosovo can become independent of Serbia? Has the American government already made a change of direction? Does it support the secession of Kosovo, or is it only talking about a possibility? In any case, the latter alone would not lead to a break with its NATO partners, because as far as the status of Kosovo under international law is concerned and on final solutions to territorial issues, the Foreign Office in Berlin does not want to commit itself, at least for the near future. That will take time. No NATO member state has yet given the status of Kosovo too much thought. However, this is again due to the fact that as long as US troops are in Kosovo, Fisher's or Sharping's opinion on the possible future of the protectorate is not in demand. Precisely for this reason, because Europe is still only a world power in waiting, Putin was also able to reject the European Union's invitation to enter into a political dialogue with the Chechen Islamists, stating that it was impossible to conduct a political dialogue with people who have blood on their hands. So the arm of Germany and the European Union does not yet reach that far. Mind you, everything in Kosovo depends on the presence of American soldiers.
Bush Jr.
had already indicated his intention to withdraw them during the election campaign, which his foreign policy advisor justified by saying that the United States is the only power that knows how to deal with a power struggle in the Gulf, while extensive peacekeeping operations impair our readiness for such global tasks.
End quote.
America as guarantor of the status quo in the Middle East, Germany and the European Union confined to their borders. Some commentators were already predicting a split in NATO. However, the Americans' concrete plans are not so easy to guess. Even if one dismisses Bush's statements as voter baiting, it is clear that the Balkan mission is not half as popular with American voters as it is in Germany. US voters, it is said, don't quite understand why the Europeans can't mind their own business. The American superpower has to calculate the costs and benefits. And this is exactly what almost went wrong in June 1999, when Yugoslavia had still not surrendered after 3 months of air warfare and Clinton was faced with a decision of either risking a war against the Yugoslav army on the ground or jeopardizing NATO's credibility. This was the main reason why Kissinger had advised him against the adventure. In the meantime, until the fall of the socialists in Yugoslavia, the most favorable solution from the American point of view was not to shake the status quo. However, in the current transitional phase, the brief period of general lawlessness that has now spread from Albania via Kosovo to Serbia, the new American government may be tempted to get down to business. The municipal elections in Kosovo, which ended in a clear defeat for the KLA parties on October 29, just one day before the above-mentioned American musings on Kosovo's independence, appear to have been an additional incentive. However, there is confusion over the question of what exactly is meant in terms of content. As if it were about one and the same thing, there is talk of Kosovo's separation from Yugoslavia on one occasion and its separation from Serbia on another. However, Kosovo, which borders on Albania and Macedonia, could be separated from Serbia without separating from Yugoslavia. This is the variant that America had already brought into the discussion earlier and which is covered by United Nations Resolution 1244, which only explicitly recognizes the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Yugoslavia, but not that of Serbia. The result of this variant would be the redivision of Yugoslavia as a loose union of the three autonomous territories of Serbia, Kosovo and Montenegro, whose respective status under international law would be close to that of an independent state. The local elections in Kosovo were won by Ibrahim Rugova's party, which could agree to an arrangement for secession from Serbia, as this arrangement would also have the character of a transitional arrangement. The purpose of the plan to keep Kosovo in a Yugoslav federation is to deny it an essential feature of sovereignty, autonomy over its state borders. Both the American government and Rugova would otherwise have to fear that the KLA would put unification with the neighboring state of Albania on the agenda. The KLA has significant political and military power, particularly in northern Albania, i.e. cross-border power, which both Rugova and the Albanian government lack. It owes much of its power to American support against the KLA and against the opposition led by former President Berisha. A unification of Kosovo with Albania would strengthen the KLA and Berisha against the pro-American forces in Kosovo and Albania. Moreover, a final settlement in this form would also involve the strong Albanian minority in Macedonia, which is under the influence of the KLA, and would therefore also want to bring about the annexation of the areas it dominates, and thus jeopardize the existence of the state of Macedonia, whose independence is to be guaranteed by the U.S. soldiers stationed there since 1992. Incidentally, the first American military presence in the Balkans since the collapse of Yugoslavia. Because the Americans will have to withdraw from the Balkans at some point and leave the field to the European Union, even if it takes 10 years, there is much to suggest that the debate initiated by U.S. envoy Holbrooke after his meeting with the new Yugoslav President Koštunica on the fringes of the Balkan summit in Skopje at the end of October is the first step towards Kosovar independence, and not just a word of comfort addressed to Albanian voters to take the wind out of the KLA's sails. Before America clears the field, the issue of Greater Albania should be taken off the table, i.e. the status of Kosovo under international law must be clarified and its state border bindingly defined. The KLA will fight this with all means at its disposal, and the fact that the Americans may have won Koštunica over to their plan does not mean that they already have Serbia on their side. Koštunica is also only a temporary solution, at least if Zoran Đinđić, his most powerful rival within the Serbian opposition alliance, has his way. Đinđić was the one who toppled Milosevic, claims Dragan Vasiljević, the militia leader whom Đinđić ordered to take state television and the customs authority on October 5. Just like the storming of parliament, which the mayor of Kakak led with a small force of 2,000 armed men on Đinđić's orders, and the raids on the offices of the socialists, these actions were not coordinated with Koštunica. Đinđić was neither present at the Balkan summit in Skopje nor at the talks between Koštunica and Holbrooke, but on October 24 he was celebrated in the German capital as the true hero from Belgrade. Quote, "He came handsome and cool as ever and dressed in fine cloth, with 4 bodyguards and spoke about the anatomy of a revolution which, 2 weeks later, is already a legend." Zoran Đinđić, thinker, doer, architect and PR strategist of the Belgrade upheavals. He came on his own behalf to do in Berlin what he has been saying into all the microphones of the Western media since October 5, to demonstrate that he, Zoran Đinđić, is the true face of the Belgrade Revolution.
End quote.
Koštunica is regarded as the man of France and Đinđić as the German in Yugoslavia, not necessarily because he studied with Habermas in Germany and returned to Belgrade after 1989, but because Koštunica adheres to the ideal of the traditional nation-state, while Đinđić opposes the state with civil society. Đinđić said in Berlin about the differences between him and Koštunica, one relies more on speed and pressure, the other takes the meticulous path of legality.
End quote.
With his preference for illegality and civil society, Đinđić corresponds exactly to the requirements for recognition by Germany and the European Union, as formulated by Bodo Hornbach, former head of Schroeder's chancellery in Bonn and now Fischer's stadtholder in the Balkans, in his role as coordinator of the Stability Pact for Southeast Europe in March, our contribution. to solving the Serbian question lies in supporting the democratic opposition and civil society. The Stability Pact is the instrument developed during the war, in April 1999, under Fischer's direction, with which Germany wants to institutionalize its control over the Balkans and anchor it in the long term, without, however, having to win spontaneous tests of strength with the other major powers, as was the case during the Croatian and Bosnian Wars of Secession in the summer of 1991, when Germany single-handedly took sides with the Croatian separatists. An essential service that this instrument of rule is supposed to provide in the Balkans is the deepening and strengthening of civil society. According to a statement by the Federal Foreign Office in Berlin, the pact is designed to mobilize the social forces within the states concerned, exactly what has now been achieved in Serbia thanks to Gjermanic, the dismantling of the state through the calculated use of the mob. Such civil societies, the isolation of liberated consumers, the actions of the commodity citizen without a state superstructure, are easier fodder for German capital than the sovereign state, which would have to defend the national interests of a politically self-confident bourgeoisie. Gjermanic is therefore the ideal partner for Fischer's continental vision of Europe. Whoever wants to rule the entire continent must first eliminate the power of the individual nation-states. Euroland has long since become synonymous with a German economy in which the Balkans are assigned the role of a transit route. Of the 10 billion euros that the European Union intends to invest in reconstruction over the next 5 years, Yugoslavia is only to receive half because Belgrade is geostrategically located at the center of the trade route. The investments are concentrated on infrastructure measures that will direct the international flow of goods to the center of Europe. The powerless cardboard states of southeastern Europe without functioning economies and effective state apparatuses, to which Yugoslavia has now been added, are the ideal place for the German occupiers from politics, business, and the military to move in. While America seeks stability by consolidating the status quo before withdrawing militarily, Germany needs permanent upheaval in order to establish itself forever in southeastern Europe. It finds its henchmen everywhere: a puppet regime in Serbia, terrorists in Kosovo, the mafia in Albania, Islamists in the Caucasus, Central Asia, and the Persian Gulf. Even the German public, whose heartfelt sympathy with a global intifada is expressed particularly succinctly in the Chechnya Solidarity, in which Islamist terror is portrayed as the desperate struggle for liberation of an oppressed people, had some difficulty fitting the attack on a Moscow music theater at the end of October into its picture of the dawning spring of nations. Explaining to the hundreds of theatergoers fearing for their lives that their fate was not in the hands of the heavily armed hostage-takers before their eyes, but rather that the responsibility lay with the Russian government, which sent its troops to Chechnya, could still have worked. After all, identifying with the aggressor in a life-threatening situation is nothing unusual. Accordingly, the German media presented the living booby traps wrapped in black robes as young women who had been robbed of the prospect of a continued life in traditional Chechen society by Russian intransigence and who therefore, serving the community, saw no other way than to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the better future of their people. However, such a presentation was not entirely convincing. If the victim, throwing the whole canon of civic duties and norms to the wind, indiscriminately turns into an aggressor, even the well-adjusted citizen raises an objection. After all, he feels bound to his own state authority, which demands creative commitment to the common good, but does not permit any unauthorized escapades. As long as his conscience, his internalized authority, is the driving force behind his judgment, it is forbidden for him to unreservedly identify with masked murderers. Even a German observer of the events had to admit to himself that his own life situation had much more in common with that of the Moscow audience, and that he therefore had much more in common with them than with the warhorses from the Caucasian mountains in the far south of Russia. These figures may at best rekindle rebellious youthful fantasies, but they have no place in everyday German life. In his unconscious instincts, however, the citizen sympathizes with a supposedly original form of freedom lived in the Caucasus, which, in constant conflict with the principle of reality, pushes for the breakthrough of this infantile escapism. In order to help the open support of folkish terror achieve a breakthrough, however, some rationalization is required, which apparently originates from the sphere of the reality principle, but destroys it all the more effectively. Seemingly unquestionable emotions such as consternation, compassion, spontaneity, or outrage at injustice are harnessed for the escapist cause. If the perceptual apparatus is supplied with a sufficient quantity of touching images, with pictures of helpless Chechen children and weeping mothers kneeling in desolate landscapes in front of destroyed houses, then the viewer reacts with moral indignation and spontaneously empathizes with those affected. If, on the other hand, the images presented show cheerful soldiers sitting on a Russian tank, the viewer's indignation turns into open anger and turns aggressively against the supposedly overpowering tyrants. Who is good and who is evil seems to be obvious, and if you only remind yourself of these stereotypical role allocations often enough, they solidify into tangible resentment. If such image presentations are also accompanied by the committed commentaries of so-called specialists, then critical reflection finally fails and what is suggested by the images becomes the core of the truth. Germans in particular are probably familiar with this pattern, but other nations also used it to propagate the enemy as the incarnation of Beelzebub, who seeks to plunder and humiliate his own population in order to motivate his own troops on the battlefield to the last. If the group of people intended for the role of victim, such as the Chechen musical theater commando, does not come across as so innocent and guileless, selective perception is used to hide what does not fit into the scheme. In the case of the hostage-taking of the Chechen fighters, the political background of the hostage-takers was therefore omitted and the causal connection between terror and war in Chechnya was also presented in such a distorted way that the terror had to appear as a necessary consequence of the war. Once all the obstacles that could have prevented the Germans from using the energy of righteous indignation to blame the Russian government for the victims of the hostage-taking had finally been circumvented in this way, they threw themselves into the real issue, the barbaric oppression of this freedom-loving people. The source of the Germans' motivation is obvious. Didn't the Russians treat us in exactly the same way back then, in 1945 and later, and aren't we the real victims of this power because we were the former victims? Aren't the Chechens therefore related to us and don't they deserve our solidarity for this very reason? And anyway, aren't the Russians the real Nazis, since they were the ones who used a gaseous anesthetic to free the hostages in 2002 and thus gassed both hostages and hostage-takers? The motive of wanting to settle old scores with the Russians, at least in the imagination, by identifying with the Chechen tenor is obvious in the absence of more rational motives. The assumption that German media consumers form their opinion about the war in the Caucasus on the basis of interested considerations, for example about the Caspian oil available there, would be even more fantastic. In view of the anti-imperialist sentiment spread by the media themselves, it is also hard to believe that the media makers are so calculating, otherwise the accusation of neo-imperialism would not be long in coming. As much as German geostrategy is manically linked to a greater Asia policy that has included the Caucasus and Caspian oil for over 100 years, it is unlikely that the imperial daydream is much more than the seemingly rational objectification of an unclear need that knows nothing about positive goals, but all the more about its will to destroy for the sake of destruction. Even if one were to assume that the geostrategists in the Foreign Office were pursuing rational motives in the sense of hegemonic power and privileged access to resources, one would have to wonder why the Chancellor, who is supposed to represent German rationality qua office, does not come to comparable conclusions when he otherwise shows little inhibition about going the German way. Obviously, realpolitik rationality tells him that it is better for Germany at the moment not to engage with America and Russia at the same time, because the Germans have not had good experiences with the two-front war to which they are internally driven. There is even more evidence for the effectiveness of the motive of a thoroughly irrational revanchism. Not only do the Germans identify with the Chechen spirit of resistance, the Chechens for their part have apparently discovered the German spirit of resistance against Soviet imperialism quite independently. After the hostage-taking was suppressed, the Russian security authorities presented tape recordings of telephone conversations that the Moscow hostage-takers had had with accomplices outside the theater, including a conversation between the leader of the terrorist group, Mufsar Beriev, and the former president of Chechnya, Zalimkin Yandarbayev, who was in Qatar at the time. Beriev said in this conversation, "Now they will see what we are made of. Not even Hitler did anything like this to them." This statement did not show too much historical knowledge, but at least Beriev unmistakably expressed his satisfaction at being allowed to feel like the Führer for once, even more powerful. There are good reasons for not dismissing this statement by a Chechen Islamist as a trivial slip of the tongue, because history underpins such mutual identification between Germans and Islamists in the Caucasus. The fact that collective memory is quite capable of not only preserving old war alliances in memory, but also refreshing them on occasion, was recently observed in the surprisingly precise revival of past coalitions between Germany and its vassals in Yugoslavia. In the North Caucasus in particular, Nazi Germany had succeeded in mobilizing Islamism for the war against Russia. In May 1941, the Mufti of Jerusalem declared jihad on Britain and made his way to Berlin after the British had thwarted his attempt to establish a pro-Nazi government in Iraq through a coup d'état. When he met Hitler on November 21, 1941, he declared that the Arabs were Germany's natural friends and were prepared to cooperate wholeheartedly with the Reich by raising an Arab legion. Hitler promised that the Arabs would be liberated from the British yoke as soon as the German troops had succeeded in advancing into the South Caucasus to the Persian Gulf. The Mufti was to be given the task of mobilizing support for Germany among the Muslims in the Soviet Union, the Balkans and the Middle East.
End of Quote.
As is well known, this plan failed in Stalingrad. As early as September 25, 1941, British and Russian forces attacked German-friendly Persia, conquered Tehran soon afterwards and set up defenses there against possible German advances from Turkey or across the Caucasus, and made technical preparations for the large reinforcements that would have to be brought up in the event of such a development.
End of Quote.
Persia was now developed by the British and later by the Americans into a transshipment point for armaments, so that 5 million tons of war material, 70% of the entire supply of the legendary Lend-Lease aid program for the Soviet Union, could be delivered to the Red Army from there via the Caucasus by the end of the war. During and after the war, Stalin had 1.5 million people, mainly Muslims from the North Caucasus in addition to the Volga Germans, resettled to the east. The Autonomous Republic of Chechnya-Ingushetia was completely dissolved in the process and only restored after Stalin's death and the criticism of the resettlements in Nikita Khrushchev's secret speech at the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU in February 1956. Thus, Germans and Chechens share common historical experiences, which encompass both the fantasized triumph of victory and the trauma of defeat and expulsion. The opportunity to build on these shared experiences arose for Germans and Chechens at the same time. This was no coincidence, but the result of a change in the international balance of power, the collapse of the Allied alliance after the Second World War, which, as a British-American-Soviet alliance, was able to prevent the German Islamist Brotherhood of Arms from marching through. Both the Germans and the Islamists grew stronger in the struggle between the former allies. American foreign policy made a decisive contribution to strengthening its historical opponents, particularly through its Afghanistan policy. For the Chechens, the opportunity to revise the results of the Second World War arose when the Soviet Union withdrew from Afghanistan, which preceded its rapid disintegration. The lost war in Afghanistan not only resulted in a weakened Soviet Union, but also gave the Mujahideen an impetuous sense of superiority that was by no means confined to the borders of Afghanistan. Ever since Carter security advisors Bimira Brzezinski came up with the adventurous idea of setting a trap for the Soviet Union in Afghanistan in 1979, and helped Islamism to its second great victory after the Iranian Revolution by providing training, arms supplies and ideological support for the destruction of the country by clans and gangs. The old idea of liberation had been stirring again in the traditionally German-friendly Caucasus. While the glorious warriors of God massacred each other after the withdrawal of the Soviet armed forces and ultimately gave rise to the Taliban, an Islamist factor of order and ruling clique, others went out as legionnaires of Allah to spread jihad to the rest of the world, from which Osama bin Laden's terrorist network developed, among others. Their path led them to Bosnia, where they joined the Battle of the Nations instigated by Germany, to Algeria, Somalia, Kashmir, Indonesia, Philippines, etc., and also to the former Soviet part of Central Asia, where they helped to unleash a civil war and intended to bring to an end the war against Russia that had been interrupted half a century earlier. In Germany, which, when America decided to support reunification, was finally able to self-determine itself and become the dominant power in Europe, they had found an excellent role model again. America once again intervened on their side in Bosnia and Kosovo, but with the motive of denying the Germans a leading role and thus preventing a complete victory of the Croat Muslim alliance over the Serbian part of the republic, a further radicalization of the Bosnian Muslims, the autocracy of the KLA, or even the establishment of a theocracy in the Balkans. In the Caucasus, it initially looked as if the Soviet Union, itself in crisis, would accept Chechnya's secession without a fight. When the republic unilaterally declared its independence from Russia in 1991 and elected Jakhar Dudayev as president, practically nothing happened at first. Boris Yeltsin had martial law imposed on Chechnya in November, but Mikhail Gorbachev, formerly still president of the Soviet Union and commander-in-chief of the army, ordered the armed forces to remain strictly neutral. Shortly afterwards, the Supreme Soviet lifted martial law again. The new constitution of 1992 defined Chechnya as an independent, secular state with a president and parliament, allaying Moscow's fears. In June 1992, Russia withdrew all its military personnel from Chechnya and handed over to Dudayev the complete arsenal of weapons, a considerable amount of modern tanks, fighter bombers, missiles, helicopters, artillery, machine guns, etc. Obviously, at that time no one in Moscow had ever thought of having to wage war against Chechnya. However, it soon became apparent that the democratic process with which the Chechens apparently wanted to realize their self-determination in a peaceful manner was only the outer shell within which a fundamental transformation of Chechen society was taking place, which would ultimately play into the hands of Islamist leaders. While no one in Moscow seemed ready for war, the heavily armed and semi-independent Chechnya of Joker Dudayev developed into a kind of pirate republic, a transshipment point for illegal arms and narcotics trafficking to Russia and a safe hiding place for every common criminal. In 1993, Dudayev drove out the parliament by force of arms and left the country to the emerging warlords, who divided it up piece by piece among themselves. Russia's most important transport links to the Transcaucasus became practically unusable because they were controlled by heavily armed highwaymen, and a whole series of oil and gas pipelines running through Chechnya were paralyzed. Anyone who crossed the border into Chechnya as a Russian had to fear being kidnapped or killed, especially if they ran an office or a business. Dudayev had rejected all offers of negotiation, and when Moscow decided far too late to intervene in December 1994, Chechnya had long since been ruled by well-organized emulators of the 19th-century Islamic chieftain and hero of the anti-Russian struggle Shamil. The many victims that the war, which then raged for a year and a half, demanded of both sides cannot revise the judgment that the Russian belief that the formation of a Chechen state would bring a certain predictability to mutual relations proved to be wrong, and that the first Chechen campaign began too hesitantly to end the increasing surrender of Chechen resources to the Islamist warlords. The war at that time brought defeat to the Russian forces and another triumph to the holy warriors. Of course, the situation afterwards was worse than before, as it had already become clear during the war that the most brutal leaders would ultimately take over the regiment. This had become clear by June 1995 at the latest, when the Russian troops initially gained the upper hand after 6 months of heavy fighting. Yeltsin offered Dudayev a ceasefire, but he only replied, "The fight is not over, it just requires new forms." On the same day, June 14, 1995, a convoy of trucks set off from Chechnya, allegedly bound for Moscow. The hidden cargo consisted of coffins containing the remains of dead Russian soldiers, weapons and 150 handpicked warriors under the command of Shamil Basayev. After crossing the border into Russia, the convoy was stopped by a routine checkpoint and escorted to the police station in Budenovsk for inspection. Once there, Basayev's soldiers jumped out of hiding, killed several policemen and occupied the police station. After some of the attackers were also injured in the subsequent shootings, they abandoned the police station and stormed the town's hospital instead, where they took 1,500 people hostage. They demanded the withdrawal of the Russian armed forces from Chechnya, a scene similar to the attack on the Moscow Music Theater, for the planning of which Shamil Basayev also took responsibility. On the morning of June 17, 1995, and again in the early afternoon, Russian military units attempted to storm the hospital, with the sole result that more than 100 hostages were killed. To make fun of the dilettanteism of the Russian military in his own way, Basayev released 150 pregnant women in the time between the two attacks. The following day, the Russian government offered Basayev telephone negotiations, which were then broadcast live on television. The hostage-takers were promised a cessation of hostilities in Chechnya and peace talks. The negotiations on the free withdrawal of the hostage-takers dragged on for a few more days, but on June 20 Basayev and his troops returned to Chechnya undisturbed and celebrated their victory. A year later, Basayev also led the military units that recaptured Grozny in August 1996 and finally forced Russia to surrender. Shamil Basayev had become the undisputed leader of the Chechen cause, while Aslan Maskhadov, who formerly remained the commander-in-chief of the Chechen armed forces and replaced Dudayev, who had been shot dead by the Russian military, as president, henceforth played the Arafat of the Caucasus, the political leader whose liberation propaganda was intended to deceive the world public about the true nature of the war. When Maskhadov proclaimed Sharia law on February 3, 1999, Basayev became head of the Shura, Islamic Council. On February 8, Basayev dissolved his Party of Freedom with the explanation, "From now on there is only one party in Chechnya, the Party of Allah." As in Afghanistan, the new rulers showed no interest in rebuilding the country, producing food or comparable lapidary things of everyday life. They saw their sole mission as spreading Wahhabism, the puritanical version of Islamism they favored and which was represented by the Saudi royal family. Their political goal was to establish a theocracy encompassing the entire territory of the Caucasus. Their next goal was the conquest of neighboring Dagestan. In 1997, Islamist militias from Chechnya and Dagestan formed a fighting unit and declared in a joint communiqué, "Our common enemy, the Russian Empire, is trying by all means to preserve its position and influence in the Caucasus in order to prevent Sharia from taking deep roots in our region, so that a unified Islamic state cannot emerge." Between 1997 and 1999, they developed the propaganda of jihad through Wahhabi leaders who were sent to Dagestan, while centers for military and terrorist training were established in Chechnya and camps in Afghanistan were used for this purpose. In the Chechen camps run by Omar ibn al-Khattab, who was killed by the Russian military in April 2002, members of Hamas, Hezbollah and Al-Qaeda were also trained. The Jordanian citizen Khattab himself belonged to Al-Qaeda. In an interview conducted by the Associated Press news agency in Chechnya in February 2001, he said, "Chechnya is only a small country, but the conflict there is part of a larger, religious war. I am a soldier of Islam. I will fight the infidels no matter where they are, no matter where I am."
End quote.
The propaganda and military preparations culminated on August 7, 1999 in an attack on Dagestan led by Basayev and Katab, in which several villages near the border with Chechnya were occupied by around 1,500 militias of the so-called Chechen Dagestani peacekeeping force, but which failed within a few days, not least because of the massive, partly armed resistance of the local population, which obviously took the attackers by surprise. After this provocation and the subsequent series of terrorist attacks on residential buildings in Moscow, which killed 300 people in September 1999 and which were again the work of Basayev and Katab, the time was ripe for the second, still ongoing armed campaign against Chechen Islamism. For Russia, the conditions for dealing with the problem seem to have improved considerably since September 11, 2001, even if the vision of Sergei Markov, director of the Moscow Center for Political Studies, against the irrationality of nation-state rationality may seem unattainable. After the Moscow hostage-taking, Markov claimed to have observed the emergence of a coalition between the United States, Israel and Russia, which is coming together in an unyielding stance against terrorism. However, there is some evidence to support his optimism. The announcements made by Zbigniew Brzezinski, member of the American Committee for Peace in Chechnya, one day before the end of the Moscow hostage-taking to Aslan Moskadov, who is otherwise, especially in the German media, often presented as a symbol of the existence of goodwill in the so-called Chechen liberation struggle, were anything but self-evident.
Moskadov must lay down his arms.
He should unilaterally declare a ceasefire. Moskadov must take the first step, regardless of whatever the source of the suffering and resentment on the Chechen side may have been.
End quote.
The call for a unilateral ceasefire, the emphasis that Moskadov must take the first step, leaves little to be desired in terms of clarity. The fact that Brzezinski explicitly addresses Moskadov and thus links him directly to the terror is entirely consistent with the policy of the Russian government. By way of contrast, here is a commentary from the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, written for the whole of Germany. Quote, "Instead of taking action against the social and economic hardships in the Caucasus republics in order to remove the breeding ground for terrorism, violence was met with counter-violence." The hostage-taking in Moscow also showed signs of such a pattern of interpretation, when the hostage-takers were immediately linked to foreign terrorist centers. This is not a solution for peace. On the contrary, it is to be feared that Russia will take an even tougher stance towards the Chechens after the events of the past few days.
End of quote.
One can only hope that the Russian lack of warfare in Chechnya will end as soon as possible, but not with a Russian defeat. Following the destruction of the Taliban and the consequent Russian warfare since Vladimir Putin's presidency, the Islamists operating in the former Soviet republics of Central Asia and the Caucasus no longer have Afghanistan as a retreat and supply area, and the training facilities there, like those in Chechnya, have been largely destroyed. The Islamists in this region are therefore no longer in a position to form larger and more powerful military units. The actions of the USA and Russia complement each other to the extent that, for the foreseeable future, the Islamists will be deprived of any prospect of seizing another piece of land there in order to terrorize its inhabitants with Sharia law and export the Islamist fight against society to neighboring countries. In any case, they can forget about the Caucasian theocracy for the time being. Even this defeat of their geostrategic plan of destruction will not bring the Germans to their senses. In their daydreams, freedom-thirsty Caucasians will continue to ride for their very own human rights, and there will be enough like-minded people fighting for the cause of the people in the future, in the Caucasus and elsewhere. The rest will be left to brave peace workers on the ground who, in their role as European or Russian dissident journalists, are invited by the local Muslim fascists to play cops and robbers and always turn cause and effect upside down from the point of view of authentic immediacy. The Organization of Albanian Women, the Civil Rights Forum and the Association of Political Prisoners had called for a demonstration against the backdrop of the month-long skirmishes between the KLA, Macedonian section, and the Macedonian army around the village of Tanasevci on the border with Kosovo. "We don't expect any incidents, it will be a peaceful protest," Mukarim Rusi from the Albanian Women's Organization explained in advance. The demonstration was to take place in Tetovo, the second largest city in Macedonia, which is not far from the border with Kosovo and is regarded as the unofficial capital of the Albanian ethnic group. During the war 2 years ago, the city was a place of refuge for many refugees from Kosovo. In previous years, Tetovo had already been the center of folkish mobilization in the context of the disputes over the establishment of an Albanian language university. In the meantime, a group of KLA fighters had established themselves there, hiding their weapons in the surrounding mountains. On March 13, one day before the announced protest march, police officers in the city were fired upon from these mountains. When 5,000 demonstrators gathered the following day to demand an end to the Macedonian government's terror against Albanians, the shooting continued. The demonstrators, for their part, responded to every machine gun salvo with applauding shouts of KLA, KLA, while the organizers of the demonstration, such as Miliam Fegiu at the front of the Civil Rights Forum, defended the people's warriors with familiar posturing. These are our children, our sons and daughters. The state was no longer able to respond to this demonstrative solidarity between the legal and armed opposition with the usual policy of concessions. It was now clear that the integration of the legal parties of the Albanian ethnic group into the state institutions, which had been achieved in recent years, had only strengthened their desire for self-determination. The largest Albanian party, the Democratic Party of Albanians, was already represented in the governing coalition, but this did not stop it from conceding more than denying the KLA with flimsy distancing, while the second largest party, the Party for Democratic Progress, which was in opposition at the time, expressed its uncompromisingly folkish position with increasing brazenness. Just 2 days before the demonstration in Tetovo, on March 12, some leaders and members of parliament from both parties had founded a new party, the National Democratic Party, which now openly advocated separatist positions and tried to make a name for itself as the political arm of the KLA. This party maintains the closest links to the KLA groups operating in Kosovo and Albania and calls for the federalization of Macedonia on a folkish basis, the secession of the Albanian-populated western part of the country from the rest. Macedonia was now to have the same experience that Serbia had previously had with the Albanian ethnic group in Kosovo. As is well known, the majority of Kosovo Albanians had freely renounced their civil rights in 1992 and, instead of taking part in the parliamentary and presidential elections in Serbia, established separate state-like structures. Although these activities were not only unconstitutional but also highly subversive of the state, Belgrade tolerated them for years and even accepted Ibrahim Rugova, who publicly led these activities as underground president, as a preferred negotiating partner. The Serbian government apparently believed that it could thus prevent the political wing represented by Rugova from uniting with the military wing of the separatists represented at the time by Adem Demesai. However, Rugova's shadow cabinet, which was infiltrated by the KLA, only used this freedom to organize its own clientele and accumulate financial resources for weapons purchases. The result was an accelerated radicalization of the entire political scene in Kosovo and finally the war initiated by the KLA in the spring of 1998. This development forced the Serbian and Yugoslav state to change strategy, to deploy the Yugoslav army in a consequent manner and to wage a war that no longer had the luxury of distinguishing between supposedly or really different factions of the opposing side. This strategy, which was based solely on military superiority, finally led to success in September 1998, when the army smashed the last KLA positions in Kosovo and pushed them, together with the large families behind them, into northern Albania. In the same way, the KLA's second attack, this time from northern Albania, would have failed in spring 1999 if the KLA had not won over some NATO states as allies and NATO as an air force. Macedonia seemed to want to follow this example, albeit under completely different conditions. The Macedonian army could not muster comparable military resources. It had barely 8,000 soldiers and only 2 helicopters and 4 tanks as heavy equipment. In this respect, the Macedonian KLA with its estimated 2,000 soldiers was initially a dangerous opponent. For the KLA, on the other hand, Kosovo was of crucial importance as a hinterland, as a supply and recruitment area. On the opposite side of the border, however, additional KFOR soldiers had already positioned themselves to block this route for the KLA. After Macedonia had blamed America and Germany for the expansion of terrorist activities on its territory, because the KFOR commandos of both countries responsible for the border region had stood idly by and watched the infiltration of armed groups from Kosovo, NATO tightened border controls. The American KFOR command took over securing the border from Kosovo, while British soldiers accompanied the Macedonian border guards. On March 8, an incident occurred which indicated that KFOR was taking this job seriously. U.S. soldiers shot at an armed KLA group that had tried to cross the border into Macedonia. However, despite the deployment of American Apache helicopters, which also monitored the area at night using infrared equipment, border control appeared to be patchy. Military analysts held the German KFOR contingent in Prizren partly responsible for this, as the Bundeswehr command base there is responsible for the Kosovo sector through which the easiest supply route to Tetovo runs. On March 20, Captain Gunther Bender, who was actually stationed in Prizren but was in Tetovo that day, claimed that he knew nothing about the infiltration of the KLA from Kosovo. Quote, "We can neither confirm nor deny this."
End quote.
It was only on March 27, when the first phase of the military conflict in Macedonia was already nearing its end, that Germany sent an additional 130 soldiers, an artillery unit, to Prizren, which, according to the Ministry of Defense, were later to be deployed to the border. Why, of all things, artillery was needed there was not explained. The inactivity of the German K4 contingent became clear once again shortly afterwards, when a member of the Macedonian KLA was arrested in Prizren not by the Bundeswehr soldiers running around the city, but by the UN police. Important news for the Macedonian government had already come from Brussels. Almost 2 years after the end of the war against Yugoslavia, NATO allowed the Yugoslav army to re-enter the demilitarized buffer zone agreed at the time on the border between Kosovo and Serbia. This was on March 11, 3 days before the demonstration in Tetovo. During the demonstration, the first Yugoslav soldiers were already on the march to the south of Serbia, towards the border with Kosovo and Macedonia, where another KLA group, the Prešovo, Medvedja, Bulanovac Liberation Army, UZPMB, was entrenched. The military advantage of the KLA, its cross-border activity with the possibility of evading its opponent's grasp for a short time in order to then penetrate its sphere of influence again with fresh weapons and soldiers, had in the meantime developed into a political disadvantage. The KLA now had to deal with an internationally active opponent. With its public appearance during the demonstration on March 14 and the subsequent shift in the focus of its attacks to Tetovo, the KLA suffered a further political and military defeat. NATO assured Macedonia of its full backing. After a few days, the Macedonian army ended the offensive it had begun on March 24 against the KLA's hideouts in the Tetovo area, with the declaration that it had beaten back the terrorists who had infiltrated from Kosovo. But barely a month later, the KLA carried out its most serious action to date. The attack on a Macedonian police patrol on April 28 cost the lives of 8 policemen. This was the starting shot for the subsequent fighting in northern Macedonia, in the border area with Serbia and Kosovo. There, on the other side of the border, in the Serbian Prizvio Valley, the Yugoslav army kept the UZPMB at bay with the agreement of NATO. On May 8, the American Special Envoy for the Balkans, James Pardew, who had already negotiated the ceasefire on the ground, demanded the disarmament of the Albanian extremists as the next step. In mid-May, the military offensive against the liberated areas proclaimed by the KLA on the Macedonian side was still ongoing. During his visit to Washington on May 1, the U.S. State Department once again promised Macedonian President Boris Trajkovski its unconditional support. The following weekend, NATO Secretary General Robertson and the so-called EU Foreign Minister Solana traveled to Skopje, with Robertson describing the KLA as a gang of murdering thugs. The foreign policy isolation and military threat into which the KLA had bombed itself also weakened the parties of the Albanian ethnic group. The Democratic Party of Albanians got so carried away with the role of victim that it compared the riots against Albanian stores and cafes, the mob's revenge for the murder of the police, in a statement to the German Kristallnacht of 1938. But the repetition of Auschwitz denial that earned Kosovo UCK the world's pity in 1999 would not pay off this time. On May 8, the Macedonian governments offered to form an emergency coalition including the main opposition parties failed due to the Party of Democratic Progress, which had made an end to the military offensive against the KLA, a precondition for its participation. The KLA itself announced that any attempt to form a government without its participation would be met with a new bloodbath. The offer of a coalition government had been negotiated with Robertson and Solana as an alternative to the imposition of martial law, a measure that Prime Minister Ljubko Georgievski had sought. The government had thus gained time for the army to successfully continue the military offensive. The parties sympathizing with the KLA were unable to capitalize on the war, nor was their political influence even enough to stop the army advancing against the KLA. On this May 8, the most important holiday of modern times, as the Russian Prime Minister called it, it almost seemed as if the Macedonian military offensive against the KLA fascists was already a consequence of Vladimir Putin's call, who at the same time in Moscow invoked the fight against fascism, which emanated from the quest for world domination. An article in the FAZ newspaper on May 8 confirmed this assumption. Balkan correspondent Matthias Reh explained to the German audience why a momentary defeat of the KLA was not the answer to the Macedonian question. Future bloodshed could only be prevented if the demands of the Albanian ethnic group were met. The Macedonian government's model based on the principle of citizenship, in which all inhabitants have the same rights and obligations regardless of origin and ethnicity, is unrealistic. In the young democracies of the Balkans, it is inevitable that for a transitional period the democratic idea of fair participation in power in the state is linked to membership of one's own ethnic group.
End quote.
The German public is now so familiar with this kind of ethnology that the FAZ can no longer claim to be the sole standard-setting propaganda organ of German ethnopolitics. Already at the beginning of the Macedonia crisis in March, for example, Peter Schollatur made similar comments. One could not blame the Kosovo Albanians for shaking off the absurd UN protectorate and demanding their independence. Nor can the Albanians of Macedonia be denied the right to at least claim the role of the second, equal nation in the Vardar Republic. The fragile status quo of today will not be maintained for much longer in this traditional powder keg of the Balkans.
End quote.
Finally, the Taz, already committed by tradition to breaking taboos, once again outdid everyone else and gave consequent support to the KLA's Greater Albanian War. Quote, the status quo, which for the Albanians means nothing other than not being a people that is allowed to form a sovereign state in freedom. This status quo could lead in the long term to the KFOR, as the guardian of the status quo, being recognized as the enemy of the Albanians. And since every violent border change is to be met robustly, the situation in Kosovo must almost inevitably deteriorate further, because the international community has decided to expect the Albanians in Kosovo and in the border regions of Macedonia to abandon all hopes of national sovereignty.
End quote.
The Folkish principle, the basic idea of German Balkan policy since Goebbels and Genscher, is also to be enforced in Macedonia by any means necessary. While the May offensive against the internal enemy was still going on, the Macedonian government came under political pressure from outside. Its temporary ally, the European Union, called for negotiations on the demands of the Albanian parties for more special rights, such as the recognition of Albanian as an official language, but also the upgrading of the country's status to that of a nation on an equal footing with the Macedonians. After the conclusion of the military offensive against the KLA, the Macedonian government will have no choice but to give in to political pressure from the EU and return to a policy of concessions. Encouraged by the success of its Folkish uprising, a new outbreak of Albanian national consciousness can then be expected. During the EU summit in Stockholm at the end of March, Gerhard Schroeder had already called on the Macedonian government to deal more sensibly with the Albanian minority. On May 5, Joschka Fischer called Prime Minister Jarorivski and President Trajkovski in Skopje to make clear to them the need for interethnic dialogue. The Folkish principle of German Balkan policy makes the KLA a natural instrument of German foreign policy, just as it was in the preparatory phase of the Kosovo crisis. But an instrument should be controlled by those who use it. That is why another memorable event that took place in March is instructive for understanding Germany's Macedonia policy. On March 16, during skirmishes between the KLA and the army in Tetovo, a Bundeswehr soldier was accidentally slightly injured by an Albanian ricochet. With officially 1,200 soldiers performing logistical tasks for the KFOR, the Bundeswehr has by far the largest NATO force in Macedonia. The American force is only half the size and the French force only a third of the German one. Remember, Leopard tanks and almost 10,000 Bundeswehr soldiers had advanced into Kosovo from Tetovo on June 12, 1999, surrounded by jammed Albanian children, after the war against Yugoslavia. The commanders of the Tetovo unit reacted with extraordinary indignation to the accident and ordered 2 Leopard tanks from their comrades in Prizren. These were the first NATO combat troops in Macedonia. The KFOR's area of operations was still officially limited to Kosovo. Sharping justified this unauthorized expansion of the area of operations, for which there was neither a UN mandate nor a NATO decision, with satisfied self-assurance as follows: "We won't let anyone dance on our noses, not even the Albanians."
End quote.
While the logistics units were deployed to Kosovo, a 24-hour alert was ordered for armored units stationed in Germany, which had long been on standby as a reserve force in case the Balkan mission was extended. To reinforce the combat units, 170 soldiers from an armored artillery battalion were deployed to Macedonia. Sharping had an additional paratrooper anti-tank company assembled and ordered it to be ready to march immediately. The fact that the KLA had no tanks at all, which could only have been fended off with such a company, only makes it clear that Germany was pursuing completely different intentions. On May 9, the Federal Cabinet approved a joint proposal by the Ministry of Defense and the Foreign Office, according to which the area of operations of the German KFOR contingent was to be extended from Kosovo to the adjacent security zone in Yugoslavia, i.e. to those areas in Montenegro and Serbia that have been under the control of the Yugoslav army again since March in agreement with NATO. Of course, this advance of the war front was not preceded by a mandate from any international institution. German foreign policy can always allow itself such high-handedness because the Folkish principle, which it has prescribed as a principle of order in the Balkans, already exists there as a national need and only becomes more entrenched with every war and with every ethnic right granted. Pro-American authors, i.e. those who are on the right side in the war on terror, often emphasize the successes of the NATO interventions in Bosnia or Kosovo in order to dispel the concerns of their critics, today's opponents of the war, with whom they knew they were in agreement at the time.
One example.
Henrik M. Broder summed up his reservations about the European policy of appeasement towards Islamism in the Welt am Sonntag newspaper as follows: "Europe, your family name is appeasement. Matthias Döpfner took up this formulation a few days later in Die Welt and remarked that he could no longer get this sentence out of his head, because it is so terribly right. European appeasement had cost the lives of millions of Jews and non-Jews, he said, because Britain and France had realized too late that they could not negotiate with Hitler. Disguised in the nebulous word equidistance, European appeasement today relativizes the Palestinian suicide attacks in Israel and allows Europe to overlook the 300,000 victims murdered and tortured by Saddam Hussein in peace-moving self-righteousness. Finally, it is appeasement in its most grotesque form, to react to the escalating violence of Islamist fundamentalists in the Netherlands with the proposal to introduce a Muslim holiday in Germany. One can only escape this assessment by deliberately playing dumb and would like to provide further examples to prove its correctness, such as the Spanish voters' prostration before terrorism after the attacks in Madrid on March 11, 2004, or the hide-and-seek game of European diplomacy and the United Nations about the Iranian nuclear bomb, which is currently being presented to the world public. The war against Islamic fascism is necessary, and the realization of this necessity is being prevented in Europe by anti-American resentment. The only caveat to Broder and Döpfner is that their assessment does not do equal justice to all the countries of the European Union, that Europe is divided on this issue, and that it is currently the dominance of Germany and France that makes the entire Union appear to be united in anti-Americanism. Even if it is now old hat, the distinction between Old Europe and New Europe introduced by Donald Rumsfeld does far more justice to reality. Broder, Döpfner, Die Welt, and apparently the overwhelming majority of those who support the anti-fascist campaign against Islamism to the best of their ability are addicted to appeasement towards Germany. As a result, most of the pro-American authors also come to crude judgments about other theaters of war in which Islamism plays a significant role, which these authors do not recognize, but instead choose to deny, suppress, or ignore. And finally, they also side with the Islamists, as the examples of Chechnya and Yugoslavia show. This also applies to Matthias Döpfner. In his search for further evidence of European appeasement towards Islamism and for suitable historical comparisons, he finally claims that it was the same appeasement that paralyzed Europe when genocide raged in Kosovo and debated until the Americans did our job there. This strange comparison between the Iraq and Kosovo wars is based on insinuations and false assumptions. After all, there was never any appeasement towards Yugoslavia or Serbia, at least not in Germany. One could come up with the idea of characterizing the policy of France and England between 1991 and 1994 as such, since both countries had initially tried to avoid a war between the Balkan peoples and, when this failed, finally placed themselves between the fronts with a joint blue helmet protection force and thus failed once again. However, this appeasement would have been won towards all participants in the war, not only towards Yugoslavia/Serbia, but also towards its opponents and especially towards Germany, which supported the war from the outset. It was precisely against Germany's resistance, which uncompromisingly supported the popular uprisings in Croatia, Bosnia, and Kosovo and defended them against its partners in the European Union, NATO, and the United Nations, that any attempt at appeasement was bound to be unsuccessful. To speak of a European appeasement with regard to the war in Yugoslavia is therefore misleading, quite in contrast to today's German-British-French appeasement towards Iran's nuclear policy, for example, part of a diplomacy that fully deserves this name. The conclusions drawn by Matthias Döpfner can therefore only be reached by those who a priori adopt the traditional German image of friend or foe, i.e. see Yugoslavia/Serbia as the aggressor and its opponents, the separatist insurgents in Croatia, Bosnia, and Kosovo, per se as its victims. However, this interpretation of the conflict in the former Yugoslavia is a direct reversal of the actual course of the war and its prehistory, which is precisely why it is a feat of German war propaganda, especially in the preliminary and early phases of the war, in the dissemination of which Die Welt, for example, was not a leading contributor. This can rather be said of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, but nevertheless played its part. Slobodan Milosevic equals Saddam Hussein, Croats. Bosnians, Kosovo Albanians equals America. This is the formula that results from such historical falsification. This parallelization is often used by pro-American authors and politicians to convict those of logical contradiction and inconsistency who, in view of the Balkan Wars of the 1990s, had temporarily put aside their pacifist inclinations in order to plunge into war against the Serbian dictator and the Yugoslav prison of nations, ideally embodied by the Green Party, for example. However, the Greens are not at all irritated by this, as they identify Milosevic with the aggressors Bush and Sharon and attribute the right to liberation from occupation in violation of international law to the Iraqi resistance and the Palestinians. It is therefore easy for the Greens to return the accusation of inconsistency to Die Welt, for example, since it supported the liberation struggle of the Balkan peoples and previously that of the East Germans, but not that of the oppressed peoples in the Near and Middle East. The fact that the Germans fought the war against Yugoslavia and the Serbs with just as much enthusiasm as they now reject the war against Islamic fascism is only seemingly a contradiction. If one compares the respective warring parties more closely, back then the folkish uprising against socialist Yugoslavia under the supposed rule of the Serbs, who were declared a minority in the seceded republics and provinces before being expelled. Today the anti-Semitic terror against the USA and Israel, one can easily recognize the consistency and stringency of German foreign policy. Germany is always on the side of the downtrodden and struggling peoples, and this was already the case in the days when the CDU still provided the federal chancellor and the FDP the foreign minister. In Germany, there is always a consensus on the matter. It was not the Germans who changed sides after September 11th, but the USA. Matthias Dopfner could, however, have found a clue as to the actual situation in the same edition of the newspaper in which his commentary on European appeasement towards Islamism appeared. After first being reported on by ZDF Hoot Journal on November 18, 2004, 2 days later Die Welt also devoted itself to the case, which has since become known as the New Kosovo Affair. Not only did the Federal Intelligence Service, BND, the German Foreign Intelligence Service, play a role in this affair, but also its informant in Kosovo, the Islamist Saimdin Hisari, alias Hoxha, a somewhat strange nickname for an Islamist, by the way. This is because Enver Hoxha, as the leader of Albania, was the hero of those Stalinist organizations in Kosovo that managed to mobilize a few unemployed people and students for small popular uprisings in the early 1980s. In the 1990s, these organizations then formed key factions of the KLA, the so-called Kosovo Liberation Army, which brought the police and military apparatus in Kosovo under its control after the NATO intervention it provoked in 1999. In contrast to Enver Hoxha, however, who died of heart failure in 1985, Saimdin Hisari alias Hoxha is still an important KLA leader today, for whom there seems to be no difference between the Albanian and Islamist liberation struggle. And the Germans are also rather reluctant to differentiate, even when he was carrying out attacks against Yugoslav and Serbian police and military units, Serbian citizens or Albanian collaborators in his function as KLA commander, while NATO, above all the USA and Germany, provided the air force for him and his ground troops. He was considered an ally by the Germans and remained so even when he openly revealed himself to be an Islamist. At the end of February 2004, the Genik Center, German National Intelligence Cell, run by the BND in Kosovo, intercepted a telephone conversation with Hisari about preparations for a pogrom against the Serbian minority, which actually took place 3 weeks later, on March 17 and 18, 2004. During these 2 days, 19 people were killed, 1,000 injured and 4,000 displaced, and 27 Serbian Orthodox churches and monasteries were burnt down. A Serbian citizen was also killed in Prizren, the geographical center of the violent excesses, where the headquarters of the K4 units and the Genik Center are located. The BND informant Saimdin Hisari was one of the ringleaders of the March pogroms in Kosovo. If the wiretapped phone call is too thin a piece of evidence for this accusation, the BND has a number of other incriminating documents at the ready, as reported by Die Welt and the Berliner Morgenpost on November 20. Documents that not only prove Hisari's complicity beyond doubt, as the two newspapers, which claim to be in possession of the relevant documents, write in unison, but also other ringleaders in addition to him, e.g. of the attack on the Kosovo police station. They also name other ringleaders, for example of the attack on the Archangel Michael Monastery in Prizren, and reveal that the BND had been informed of the Islamist plans long before the actual pogrom. The BND therefore knew who the attackers were and what they were planning and should have taken the intercepted telephone conversation seriously and used it as an opportunity to take countermeasures, according to the accusation. However, both the Genik Center and the Bundeswehr leadership in Prizren, who had been informed by the BND, firmly rejected this accusation and still claim today that the pogroms were spontaneous protests by the Albanian population, who merely wanted to express their displeasure, similar to the East Germans who vote the NPD into parliament. Of course, it is not contradictory for a people to express their discontent spontaneously, in exactly the same way as it was planned by their leaders over a long period of time. Rather, this is how the ideal typical pogrom takes place. Something similar, i.e. just such a congruence between the will of the instigators and the willingness of the followers to act, was experienced in Pristina on November 22, 2004, when 10,000 Albanians demonstrated against the arrest of 3 KLA veterans who were accused of, among other things, the murder of 35 Serbs and collaborators during the fighting in February/March and May/June 1998, which is why they were charged as war criminals. The aim of the KLA's terrorist actions at the time was to provoke the Serbian police and the Yugoslav army into counterattacks and thereby motivate the so-called international community to save the alleged Albanian victims from the alleged Serbian terror. These actions followed the same perfidious reinterpretation of terror into anti-terror actions and vice versa as is used today, for example, in German or Palestinian propaganda, in which Palestinian terror is presented as an act of desperation and an Israeli counterattack as a provocation, origin and justification of future terror. It is not equidistance, as Deepen said, but the reversal of the real situation that characterizes such ideology. Moreover, the striking characteristic similarities between the propaganda of the Albanian and Islamist liberation struggle are an indication of their ideological affinity. Sharif Krasniqi, leader of a veteran organization of the KLA, also wanted to demonstrate this kind of spiritual solidarity and militant comradeship with his speech at the protest rally in Pristina, when he screeched the threat into the microphone: "If this criminal trial against the 3 war criminals continues, we will find other ways to prevent the honor and blood of our martyrs from being trampled on." The impression that the Albanian liberation fighters are companions of the Islamists lies in the form of this liberation struggle itself and is not a construct of its critics. It is not a product of delusion that Albanian fascism in Kosovo and Macedonia, Catholicism in Croatia and Islamism in Bosnia form a front with Palestinian, Lebanese, Syrian, Arab, Persian, African, European, Caucasian, Central Asian and Asian Islamism. Osama bin Laden himself speaks compulsively and incessantly of this unholy alliance, which he repeatedly invokes in his letters, videos and terror messages, such as in his letter to America from 2002, "You attacked us in Somalia. You supported the Russian atrocities against us in Chechnya, the Indian oppression against us in Kashmir and the Jewish aggression against us in Lebanon. We also advise you to stop supporting Israel and to stop supporting the Indians in Kashmir, the Russians against the Chechens and also to stop supporting the Manila government against the Muslims in the southern Philippines." And the list of theaters of war goes on. Algeria, Afghanistan and Iraq are also listed, but all these countries, bin Laden leaves no doubt, are only examples, focal points, because actually, as he clearly states, he wants a world war. Kosovo or Bosnia are not included in his list, however, because in Bosnia and Kosovo, the USA has not yet waged an open war against Islamism. However, if you look at the wars in these countries from the perspective of the opponents of Islamism, they must be included in the fight against Islamic terror. For what are flashpoints for one, Osama bin Laden, are foci for others that need to be extinguished. The Federation of American Scientists therefore characterizes the Al-Qaeda terrorist network as follows: Al-Qaeda is multinational, with members from numerous countries and with a worldwide presence. Key leaders in the organization are also key leaders in other terrorist organizations, including those designated by the State Department as foreign terrorist organizations, such as the Egyptian Al-Ghamarat al-Islamiyya and the Egyptian Jihad. Al-Qaeda seeks a global radicalization of existing Islamic groups and the creation of radical Islamic groups where none yet exist. Al-Qaeda supports Muslim fighters in Afghanistan, Bosnia, Chechnya, Tajikistan, Somalia, Yemen and Kosovo. Al-Qaeda also trains members of terrorist organizations from countries as diverse as the Philippines, Algeria and Eritrea. Al-Qaeda's goal is the unification of all Muslims and the creation of a government that follows the law of the Caliph. Al-Qaeda's goal is therefore to overthrow almost all Muslim governments that are considered corrupt in order to eliminate Western influence in those countries and eventually abolish state borders.
End quote.
Bosnia and Kosovo, as I said, have not yet been a theater of the war on terror that the US has been waging since September 11, 2001. However, they only became a potential opponent in this war through the policy of the former American president, Democrat Bill Clinton, who in April 1994 promised the Muslim army in Bosnia, which was facing total defeat, that he would rush to its aid, equip and train it and ultimately help it to victory over the Bosnian Serbs by means of military intervention. 5 years later, the Clinton administration repeated the same mistake in Kosovo. Clinton's predecessor, the conservative George Bush Sr., on the other hand, had imposed an arms embargo on Bosnia, in the face of bitter criticism from Germany, which he had courted as a partner in leadership in 1990. However, Clinton lifted the embargo and at the same time gave Iran the green light to supply weapons to the holy warriors in Bosnia. From then on, the weapons reached the battlefield via the Croatian Adriatic ports, and with them an army of mujahedin. The American ambassadors in Croatia and Germany, Galbraith and Redman, were forced to admit during questioning before Congress on May 30, 1996, that they had known about the secret diplomacy that had made this Iranian arms pipeline to Bosnia possible in the first place, and had even arranged it themselves. The two ambassadors also confirmed that the Clinton administration, when it decided to intervene in the fighting in Bosnia, had deliberately opted for a life-saving operation for the Islamist regime in Sarajevo. Question: My understanding is that this decision was made in April 1994 in the context that everyone in our government believed, you believed, that the Bosnian government was in desperate circumstances, that it would not survive very long unless something was done immediately. Is that right? Answer from Galbraith: that's exactly right. Answer from Redman: yes, sir. Yes, sir. Referring to the results of the first NATO intervention in Bosnia in 1995, the Republican Policy Committee, RPC, attempted in August 1998 to prevent the second intervention in Kosovo, which had been planned by the American government since that time. In an analysis published on August 12, 1998, the RPC quoted Colonel Harry G. Summers, who wrote in the Washington Times on the same day, "One of the most disturbing aspects of the current crisis is that it may have been triggered by our own inept foreign policy in Bosnia and Kosovo. There we find ourselves advocating, against all reason, for Muslim factions that receive support from the very same Islamic fundamentalist terrorist groups that are our mortal enemies elsewhere."
End quote.
The RPC had already outlined the extent to which the Clinton administration had promoted Islamism through its intervention in Bosnia in January 1997. This promotion was not just about the Iran pipeline, through which the supply of weapons and mujahedin for the Muslim army flowed, but about the very survival of Elijah Izetbegović's Islamist regime, the conditions of its existence and the spread of Islamism in Bosnia. The RPC analysis shows that the policies of Bill Clinton's administration not only decided the course of the war, but also laid the foundations for a permanent presence of Islamist terrorist cells, parties, agitators, charities, etc. In short, the RPC said. The Clinton administration's policy of facilitating the supply of arms to Bosnian Muslims made it the de facto partner of an international network of governments and organizations pursuing its own ends in Bosnia. The promotion of Islamic revolution in Europe. This network includes not only Iran, but also Brunei, Malaysia, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, a key ally of Iran, and Turkey, along with front organizations ostensibly engaged in humanitarian and cultural activities.
End quote.
If the wiretapped phone call is too thin a piece of evidence for this accusation, the BND has a number of other incriminating documents at the ready, as reported by Die Welt and the Berliner Morgenpost on November 20. Documents that not only prove Hissari's complicity beyond doubt, as the two newspapers, which claim to be in possession of the relevant documents, write in unison, but also other ringleaders in addition to him, e.g. of the attack on the Kosovo police station. They also name other ringleaders, for example of the attack on the Archangel Michael Monastery in Prizren, and reveal that the BND had been informed of the Islamist plans long before the actual pogrom. The BND therefore knew who the attackers were and what they were planning, and should have taken the intercepted telephone conversations seriously and used it as an opportunity to take countermeasures, according to the accusation. However, both the Genik Center and the Bundeswehr leadership in Prizren, who had been informed by the BND, firmly rejected this accusation and still claim today that the pogroms were spontaneous protests by the Albanian population, who merely wanted to express their displeasure, similar to the East Germans who vote the NPD into parliament. Of course, it is not contradictory for a people to express their discontent spontaneously, in exactly the same way as it was planned by their leaders over a long period of time. Rather, this is how the ideal typical pogrom takes place. Something similar, i.e. just such a congruence between the will of the instigators and the willingness of the followers to act, was experienced in Pristina on November 22, 2004, when 10,000 Albanians demonstrated against the arrest of 3 KLA veterans who were accused of, among other things, the murder of 35 Serbs and collaborators during the fighting in February/March and May/June 1998, which is why they were charged as war criminals. The aim of the KLA's terrorist actions at the time was to provoke the Serbian police and the Yugoslav army into counterattacks and thereby motivate the so-called international community to save the alleged Albanian victims from the alleged Serbian terror. These actions followed the same perfidious reinterpretation of terror into anti-terror actions and vice versa as is used today, for example, in German or Palestinian propaganda, in which Palestinian terror is presented as an act of desperation and an Israeli counterattack as a provocation, origin and justification of future terror. It is not equidistance, as Döpfner said, but the reversal of the real situation that characterizes such ideology. Moreover, the striking characteristic similarities between the propaganda of the Albanian and Islamist liberation struggle are an indication of their ideological affinity. Sharif Krasniqi, leader of a veteran organization of the KLA, also wanted to demonstrate this kind of spiritual solidarity and militant comradeship with his speech at the protest rally in Pristina, when he screeched the threat into the microphone: "If this criminal trial against the 3 war criminals continues, we will find other ways to prevent the honor and blood of our martyrs from being trampled on." The impression that the Albanian liberation fighters are companions of the Islamists lies in the form of this liberation struggle itself and is not a construct of its critics. It is not a product of delusion that Albanian fascism in Kosovo and Macedonia, Catholicism in Croatia and Islamism in Bosnia form a front with Palestinian, Lebanese, Syrian, Arab, Persian, African, European, Caucasian, Central Asian, and Asian Islamism. Osama bin Laden himself speaks compulsively and incessantly of this unholy alliance, which he repeatedly invokes in his letters, videos, and terror messages, such as in his letter to America from 2002, "You attacked us in Somalia. You supported the Russian atrocities against us in Chechnya, the Indian oppression against us in Kashmir, and the Jewish aggression against us in Lebanon. We also advise you to stop supporting Israel and to stop supporting the Indians in Kashmir, the Russians against the Chechens, and also to stop supporting the Manila government against the Muslims in the southern Philippines." And the list of theaters of war goes on. Algeria, Afghanistan, and Iraq are also listed, but all these countries, bin Laden leaves no doubt, are only examples, focal points, because actually, as he clearly states, he wants a world war. Kosovo or Bosnia are not included in his list, however, because in Bosnia and Kosovo, the USA has not yet waged an open war against Islamism. However, if you look at the wars in these countries from the perspective of the opponents of Islamism, they must be included in the fight against Islamic terror. For what are flashpoints for one, Osama bin Laden, are foci for others that need to be extinguished. The Federation of American Scientists therefore characterizes the Al-Qaeda terrorist network as follows. Al-Qaeda is multinational, with members from numerous countries and with a worldwide presence. Key leaders in the organization are also key leaders in other terrorist organizations, including those designated by the State Department as foreign terrorist organizations, such as the Egyptian Al-Ghamarat al-Islamiyya and the Egyptian Jihad. Al-Qaeda seeks a global radicalization of existing Islamic groups and the creation of radical Islamic groups where none yet exist. Al-Qaeda supports Muslim fighters in Afghanistan, Bosnia, Chechnya, Tajikistan, Somalia, Yemen, and Kosovo. Al-Qaeda also trains members of terrorist organizations from countries as diverse as the Philippines, Algeria, and Eritrea. Al-Qaeda's goal is the unification of all Muslims and the creation of a government that follows the law of the Caliph. Al-Qaeda's goal is therefore to overthrow almost all Muslim governments that are considered corrupt in order to eliminate Western influence in those countries and eventually abolish state borders.
End quote.
Bosnia and Kosovo, as I said, have not yet been a theater of the war on terror that the US has been waging since September 11, 2001. However, they only became a potential opponent in this war through the policy of the former American president, Democrat Bill Clinton, who in April 1994 promised the Muslim army in Bosnia, which was facing total defeat, that he would rush to its aid, equip and train it, and ultimately help it to victory over the Bosnian Serbs by means of military intervention. 5 years later, the Clinton administration repeated the same mistake in Kosovo. Clinton's predecessor, the conservative George Bush Sr., on the other hand, had imposed an arms embargo on Bosnia, in the face of bitter criticism from Germany, which he had courted as a partner in leadership in 1990. However, Clinton lifted the embargo and at the same time gave Iran the green light to supply weapons to the holy warriors in Bosnia. From then on, the weapons reached the battlefield via the Croatian Adriatic ports, and with them an army of mujahedin. The American ambassadors in Croatia and Germany, Galbraith and Redman, were forced to admit during questioning before Congress on May 30, 1996, that they had known about the secret diplomacy that had made this Iranian arms pipeline to Bosnia possible in the first place, and had even arranged it themselves. The two ambassadors also confirmed that the Clinton administration, when it decided to intervene in the fighting in Bosnia, had deliberately opted for a life-saving operation for the Islamist regime in Sarajevo. Question: my understanding is that this decision was made in April 1994 in the context that everyone in our government believed, you believed, that the Bosnian government was in desperate circumstances, that it would not survive very long unless something was done immediately. Is that right? Answer from Galbraith: that's exactly right. Answer from Redman: yes, sir. Yes, sir. Referring to the results of the first NATO intervention in Bosnia in 1995, the Republican Policy Committee, RPC, attempted in August 1998 to prevent the second intervention in Kosovo, which had been planned by the American government since that time. In an analysis published on August 12, 1998, the RPC quoted Colonel
Harry G.
Summers, who wrote in the Washington Times on the same day, "One of the most disturbing aspects of the current crisis is that it may have been triggered by our own inept foreign policy in Bosnia and Kosovo. There we find ourselves advocating, against all reason, for Muslim factions that receive support from the very same Islamic fundamentalist terrorist groups that are our mortal enemies elsewhere."
End quote.
The RPC had already outlined the extent to which the Clinton administration had promoted Islamism through its intervention in Bosnia in January 1997. This promotion was not just about the Iran pipeline, through which the supply of weapons and mujahedin for the Muslim army flowed, but about the very survival of Elijah Izetbegović's Islamist regime, the conditions of its existence and the spread of Islamism in Bosnia. The RPC analysis shows that the policies of Bill Clinton's administration not only decided the course of the war, but also laid the foundations for a permanent presence of Islamist terrorist cells, parties, agitators, charities, etc. In short, the RPC said. The Clinton administration's policy of facilitating the supply of arms to Bosnian Muslims made it the de facto partner of an international network of governments and organizations pursuing its own ends in Bosnia. The promotion of Islamic revolution in Europe. This network includes not only Iran, but also Brunei, Malaysia, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, a key ally of Iran, and Turkey, along with front organizations ostensibly engaged in humanitarian and cultural activities. As an example of such frontline, or the RPC cited the Third World Relief Agency, which played a key role in arms transfers to Bosnia while coordinating links to the leaders of international terrorist networks, such as Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman, the mastermind of the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, to Ayman al-Zawahiri, as an example of such frontline or charitable organizations, who coordinated the Islamist terror operations in Bosnia-Herzegovina from a special headquarters in Sofia, Bulgaria, as well as Osama bin Laden, who was mainly in Afghanistan at the time, where the Mujahideen were taught the craft of war and terror in al-Qaeda camps before being sent to Bosnia. Later, the Mujahideen set up their own training camps in Bosnia, mostly controlled by the so-called Iranian Revolutionary Guards. James Jotras, who had worked for the RPC from 1985 to 2000 and had been involved in the production of the aforementioned analyses, appeared as a witness in the trial against Slobodan Milosevic in The Hague on September 9, 2004. Where he pointed out that the American Commission investigating the attacks of September 11, 2001 had found that the foundations for the al-Qaeda terrorist network were laid in Bosnia in the 1990s. The Mujahedin were fully integrated into the Bosnian army and at the same time provided independent brigades for special, i.e. terrorist operations. At least 15 such Muslim liberation brigades were formed during and after the war. One of these special units was called the Hanzer Division, modeled on the Muslim SS divisions created by the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Muhammad Amin al-Husseini, during the Second World War with the help of the German occupying forces in Bosnia and Kosovo. A few observers noticed as early as the end of 1993 that only some members of the Bosnian Hanzer Division spoke Serbo-Croatian. They were Albanian mercenaries from Kosovo, the future theater of war. Thus, in Bosnia, what belonged together grew together. In 1998, the Albanian liberation struggle in Kosovo was confronted with a similarly threatening situation as the Bosnian one 4 years earlier. The defeat of the KLA was imminent. In the summer of 1998, however, NATO was not yet discussing an attack against Yugoslavia/Serbia demanded by Germany, the bombing of Belgrade or similar, in order to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe, as it was called at the time. In May of this year, internal NATO discussions were based on the proposal to secure Kosovo's borders, in particular the southern border with Albania, in order to cut off the KLA's supply of weapons, its lifeline. Without this supply from Albania, the KLA would no longer have been able to continue fighting, and the first phase of the Kosovo War, which initially ended with a complete defeat of the KLA in September 1998, could have been over weeks or months earlier. But an intervention on the side of Yugoslavia/Serbia against the KLA was again, as in 1994, out of the question for Clinton. Nor would it have been possible with his most important partner in Europe, Germany, when General Wesley Clark, Commander-in-Chief of the NATO forces in Europe, confirmed in public that concrete considerations were being made within NATO to seal off the border between Albania and Kosovo, which would require at least 20,000 soldiers. The German president reacted by saying that he was not prepared to accept the idea. 000 soldiers were needed. The then German Minister of Defense, Volker Ruhe, not only reacted angrily to the fact that the American had gone public with internal information from the NATO committees, but also objected vigorously. The real problem in Kosovo is the dictatorship, the police state, and the lack of autonomy for the Kosovo Albanians. The real problem is not the border between Albania and Kosovo. Wherever an independence fighter asserts his willingness to resolve the conflict without violence, the threat that he can do otherwise is already at hand. A year ago, Bujar Bukoshi, then in Bonn, currently acting Prime Minister of the self-proclaimed Republic of Kosovo in Geneva, assured anyone who did not want to know that his people would prefer a war with the Yugoslav army to continuing to live as citizens of the Serbian Republic. It would be easy to get the weapons, and his people would become more impatient day by day and were now ready to fight and die for the independence of their country. The self-assurance with which this declaration of war was made, which at first glance seems astonishing, was explained to the Financial Times last January by a senior NATO official. In spring 1997, the weapons stolen from the barracks during the Pyramid Uprising in southern Albania were smuggled northwards across the border into Kosovo via mafia channels, so when the Prime Minister called for a people's war in Sunnybon, the weapons of war were already being distributed among the people in
Kosovo.
At the same time, the clan bosses who controlled the smuggling of weapons organized a campaign against Ibrahim Rugova, the president of the Kosovo Albanians, who until then had been unrivaled but had become suspect due to occasional negotiations with the Serbian government. The politician Adem Demesai was presented as his opponent. The Kosovo Albanian Liberation Army, which was linked to the extended family gangs, took part in the campaign with terrorist attacks against the Serbian police, citizens, and collaborators. First in Munich and then in New York, non-governmental think tanks that act as political advisors to their respective governments and act in close consultation with them, the Bertelsmann Science Foundation and the Carnegie Corporation, initiated a dialogue between Kosovo Albanians and Serbs in the spring of 1997. With these semi-official talks, the independence fighters were also able to achieve their first successes on the diplomatic stage. The Serbian government, which turned down an invitation to the meetings because it did not consider the independence of Kosovo to be a topic for discussion, but rather an attempt to destabilize the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, now also found itself on the defensive internationally. The Kosovo Albanians also found themselves in the favorable position of having the choice between the two most powerful competitors in the Balkans. The USA, the leading military power in the world, and Germany, the most influential people's power in Europe, had turned the spotlight, Klaus Kinkel, on the small Serbian province. But perhaps the independence fighters had gambled too high. Last December, the UCK, the Kosovo Albanian Liberation Army, claimed responsibility for attacks in neighboring Macedonia for the first time, deliberately or out of stupidity, provoking the US soldiers stationed there on behalf of the UN since 1992. The central motive of US diplomacy in Kosovo is to prevent an uncontrollable spread of the Kosovo conflict to the neighboring states of Macedonia, Albania, Bulgaria, Greece, and Turkey, with a certain consequence of the failure of the Yugoslavian post-war order and the possible consequence that the southern flank of NATO would break up and NATO itself would be plunged into a crisis. National Defense University. On the other hand, the option of destabilizing the entire region through massive terror is the UCK's decisive bargaining chip. Biased in the language of war, Bukoshi and Demesai assessed the negotiations mediated by the USA between the Kosovo Albanians and the Serbian government after the initially unsuccessful dismantling of the UCK by the Serbian police in the spring as a capitulation. Viton Soroy, editor-in-chief of the most widely read newspaper in Kosovo, Koha Ditor, who had himself taken part in the May talks, dismissed them as a photo opportunity. Another member of the delegation from Kosovo, the province's former CP leader Mahmud Bakali, demonstrated his negotiating skills with a statement, "1998 will show whether we can achieve independence peacefully or whether developments will take the other path." The president of Albania, a friend of independence with subsequent subjugation by a greater Albanian imperial government, described the start of the dialogue as a national disgrace. The UCK responded to the threat of a compromise solution with a regular small-scale war, the now daily murder of Serbian policemen and attacks on the Serbian minority in Kosovo. Independence was no longer a topic of discussion in these now official talks. This was guaranteed by American patronage, as the U.S. State Department had already stated unequivocally beforehand and through its decisive influence in the Balkan Contact Group, had disseminated the scope for negotiation as follows. We do not support independence or the maintenance of the status quo as the final outcome of negotiations between the Belgrade authorities and the Kosovo Albanian leadership on the status of Kosovo. Without prejudice to this outcome, we will base the principles for a solution to the Kosovo problem on the territorial integrity of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia and the OSCE norms, Helsinki Principles, and the UN Charter.
End quote.
Despondent, Koha Ditor turned directly to the German foreign minister. Why doesn't a region that is 90% inhabited by Albanians also have a right to self-determination under international law? Kinkel's answer unexpectedly reveals the foreign policy displeasure of an aspiring world power whose power is not sufficient to rule the outside world on its own authority. Of course, there is a right to self-determination. But the demand for Kosovo's independence or border changes has no international support. In an interview with Deutschlandfunk Radio, Kinkel was confronted with the same question. This time he answered a little more briskly, adding a time limit to his reluctance to implement the right to secession, which he supports but which is not supported by the Allies. Of course, there is a certain right to self-determination. But tending towards change within existing borders now would require a willingness on the part of those involved. And that does not exist. In this respect, it makes no sense to cling to an expectation that has no chance of being realized at the moment.
End quote.
At the end of May, the defense ministers of the USA, Macedonia, Albania, Bulgaria, Greece, Turkey, Italy, Romania, and Slovenia agreed to form a multinational task force for deployment in the Balkans. The Albanian president immediately called for the force to be deployed against Serbia. However, this is not the intention of the US government, which has repeatedly informed the Kosovo Albanians that it is prepared to support them in negotiating a compromise solution, but that it is by no means considering intervening on their side in a war of secession against Yugoslavia. In this context, however, U.S. mediator Richard Holbrooke pointed out that a lot of weapons were still being brought into Kosovo via Albania, but that the Albanian government and donors abroad were unfortunately trying to cover up this fact. The Albanian government apparently has no control over the border to Kosovo, which those responsible in Tirana openly admit. The highest-ranking U.S. military official in Europe, General Wesley Clark, who is in command of the NATO forces stationed in Europe, confirmed the increasing reports of a possible deployment of soldiers along the border between Albania and Kosovo in an unofficial conversation with journalists in Washington before the meeting of NATO foreign ministers in Luxembourg scheduled to clarify this issue. This possibility was still being explored within NATO because, despite the worrying extent of arms smuggling into Kosovo, there were enormous logistical problems with implementation, problems not only of a geographical nature, but above all due to the inadequate control of the border region by the Albanian state. Preliminary investigations within NATO had shown that at least 20,000 soldiers would be needed to secure the border. Asked about this at a joint press conference of the US and German defense ministers in Washington, William Cohen did not want to rule out a military operation to stop the smuggling of weapons. Volker Ruhe disagreed. The real problem in Kosovo is the dictatorship, the police state, and the lack of autonomy for the Kosovo Albanians. The real problem is not the border between Albania and Kosovo.
End quote.
There was a similar dispute over the Macedonian border. At the same time as the American statements about a possible military operation to secure the Albanian border, the Russian Ministry of Defense proposed extending the UN mandate for Macedonia, which expires in August, significantly increasing the size of the military presence, including a complete Russian brigade, and entrusting it with border surveillance. The border between Macedonia and Kosovo is the other important route for arms smuggling, and the border region, like northern Albania, is a retreat area for the UCK. According to the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, which argues along similar lines to Ruhe, implementation of the Russian proposals, which were similar to American considerations for monitoring the Albanian border, would mean that the UN units would flank Serbia's policy towards Kosovo, while in the German view they would have to serve to protect Macedonia from Serbia. On May 27, one day before the NATO meeting in Luxembourg, Ruhe declared to the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee of the Bundestag that he rejected a deployment of the Bundeswehr in Albania or Macedonia to control the borders with Kosovo. Such symbolic missions were dangerous and would not lead to the desired results. The Bundeswehr would not take part in any operations that would have the effect of supporting the Serbian system of oppression against the Kosovo Albanians.
End quote.
Contrary to the information disseminated in the German media that NATO was planning an intervention, Die Welt, in Kosovo, the German ministers in Luxembourg were unable to get their way. The declaration of the NATO foreign ministers published on May 28 contained the position of the US government, in part verbatim. The Serbian government and the political leadership of the Kosovo Albanians were called upon to engage in a dialogue without preconditions. NATO would only support a solution to the conflict that preserves the territorial integrity of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. NATO's military measures were aimed at supporting Albania and the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia in securing their borders. The U.S. newspaper Herald Tribune had already reported the day before on concrete plans by the U.S. military to establish a headquarters in Macedonia in the immediate vicinity of the border with Kosovo. In addition, a provisional 7,000-strong multinational force is to be deployed to Albania to help those responsible there to control the border. U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine K. Albright justified the necessity of these measures not only with the possibility of the fighting in Kosovo spreading to neighboring states. The border security should above all prevent outside forces from further escalating the conflict. Holbrooke had indirectly justified the action of the Serbian police against the UCK along the border with Albania at the end of April by claiming that the aim was to prevent the supply of weapons and terrorists. Whether the U.S. government also approved of the counteroffensive launched by the Serbian police in mid-May can only be assumed. Because even at the beginning of June, after the Serbian police had already forced tens of thousands of Kosovo Albanians to flee their villages to Albania and Montenegro with heavy weapons in a further offensive, a meeting of NATO ambassadors merely confirmed the decisions taken in Luxembourg. While Kinkel called for a swift decision by NATO, the U.S. State Department threatened to reinstate the economic sanctions suspended in May, prematurely, according to most German newspapers. American newspapers quoted unnamed NATO officials as saying that the Serbian June offensive also had a clearly defined objective. The Serbs are using the army to clean up the border region. They need a zone 8 to 10 kilometers wide where there are no more people. Everyone there is a potential enemy. The inhabitants there have to leave their villages because otherwise they could support arms smuggling.
End quote.
On June 5, the Washington Post described the atmosphere in the refugee camp set up by the UN in northern Albania: horses and donkeys packed with weapons, trucks carrying men in combat uniforms, and sporadic gunfire make Tripoja a veritable military base. Teenagers receive training in shooting, and no effort is made to stop the military preparations.
End quote.
This Friday also saw the first firefight between Serbian police and the UCK across the border with Macedonia. Koha Ditor published the UCK's call for the general mobilization of Kosovo Albanians. The political director of the German Foreign Office, Wolfgang Ischinger, who was in Kosovo and Albania on behalf of the minister, concluded his trip with the news that the situation in Kosovo had now fundamentally changed. This fulfilled the prophecy he made in January, when he told Deutsche Welle that Belgrade must give up the illusion of declaring Kosovo an internal affair of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, because the situation was potentially explosive. Rua used the following weekend to repeat his demands for a NATO mission in Kosovo against Mr. Milosevic's business and criticized the hesitant alliance partners. In an interview with the FAZ newspaper, he criticized the behavior of his colleagues. It is hypocritical to publicly demand military action in Kosovo and to prevent the necessary planning from being carried out behind closed doors in NATO bodies.
End quote.
The background to the Germans' reluctance may be illuminated by an analysis penned by the editor-in-chief of the military journal NATO's 16 Nations, published by the Herald Tribune on June 9. A NATO intervention in Kosovo would not, as in Bosnia, end the killing, but would merely appear to support the Albanian independence movement. The Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, consisting of Serbia and Montenegro, is a legitimate state with internationally recognized borders. Kosovo is a province of Serbia, whatever its so-called ethnic composition. Violating the principle of recognizing existing state borders, which has shaped the European post-war order, would be extremely dangerous. A NATO attack in Kosovo would be met by regular Yugoslav troops, a disciplined and well-organized force defending its homeland against external aggression, an open-ended battle. It is a fact that there is no will within NATO to intervene in Kosovo, and creating the impression that there are plans to do so is extremely dangerous, because it creates expectations that cannot be fulfilled and leads the Kosovo Liberation Army into actions that will only lead to further bloodshed.
End quote.
Neither the Americans nor the Germans, neither the Kosovo Albanians nor the Serbs are interested in anything other than the domination of land and people. Neither the violent defense of nor the violent attack on the status quo is justified. The measure of injustice in both cases would be the violation of the civil law ideal of proportionality of means. But the Kosovo Albanians, who are claiming their rights as a minority, have only been killed since they started killing themselves. In recent years, around 250 Serbs have fallen victim to the UCK. The Serbian police have made up for this in 3 months. Of course, neither side is justified by the injustice of the other. But the complaint about violence and counter-violence Kinkel is a lie by the German Foreign Ministry, because it seems to leave open the question of who is to be assigned to which side of the equation. The condemnation of abstract violence serves to defend concrete violence, a method of justification that the German state is just as happy to use as the German public. This is where the German intervention differs from the American one. While in Washington and New York, Rugova was also accused of not clearly distancing himself from terrorism. The terrorists were specifically brought to Bonn and Munich. In April, the Bertelsmann Science Foundation invited the well-known leader of the Kosovo Albanians, Demasai, and contrasted his willingness to cooperate with Serbian human rights violations, presenting this latest propaganda event it had staged as an important step towards preventing a new war in the Balkans. Just a year ago, when the UCK had just procured the weapons from Albania, the foundation had struck a completely different tone. In a volume on nationality problems and minority conflicts published by it as part of the Strategies for Europe project series, the Kosovo Albanians are granted a right of resistance, in the exercise of which the right to self-determination can also be enforced by force. In contradiction to the American compromise proposal to grant Kosovo the status of an autonomous republic within the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, the Foundation takes the view that there are cases in which the fundamental priority of autonomy over secession becomes invalid to the extent that the intensity of the foreign rule practiced makes the realization of the goal of self-determination within the framework of autonomy appear hopeless. In any case, according to the prophecy at the time, Kosovo would soon explode with the help of the West's inability to act, which has already been demonstrated clearly enough. The author of these sentences, George Brunner, is director of the Institute for Eastern European Law at the University of Cologne and, together with Stefan Trobst, director of the Center for Minority Affairs, ECMI, financed by the German government, has been in charge of the Kosovo Dialogue Roundtables regularly organized by the Bertelsmann Science Foundation for the past year. Trobst was a member of an OSCE observer mission in Macedonia on behalf of the Bonn Foreign Office in the early 1990s, where he built up a dense network of informal acquaintances. Trobst. The Foundation's Kosovo Working Group is headed by Martin Lutz, Commissioner for Regional Affairs at the Federal Foreign Office. Werner Weidenfeld is a member of the Bertelsmann Stiftung Executive Board and coordinator of the Strategies for Europe project. He has also been the German government's coordinator for German-American cooperation since 1987. At the end of May, a report in the Washington Post about Albanian refugees collecting money in the USA for UCK arms purchases provoked strong protests from the American public. The U.S. government was called upon to stop these terrorist activities. A similar report, based on sources from the Federal Intelligence Service, was published by Welt am Sonntag at the beginning of April. The UCK is specifically directing its members and sympathizers to seek asylum in Germany, the most numerous Albanian diaspora in Europe. The alleged refugees were said to be tasked with financing arms purchases and recruiting independence fighters within the local mafia networks, which also included Prime Minister Bukoshi, the head of the UCK, according to information from the American Secret Services. The German public was not interested in this. It would hardly occur to the uncompromising Friends of Nations to criticize the supply of weapons to oppressed peoples. Even the UN arms embargo against Croatia and Bosnia at the time was considered by the Germans to be the height of injustice. Neither ministers nor citizens in Germany will be enthusiastic about the military protection of the Albanian and Macedonian borders against arms smuggling into Kosovo. As is well known, Clark's proposal, which would have been to the detriment of the liberation struggle, was not pursued further. And even the RPC, which had initially presented this plan as an alternative to Clinton's Yugoslavia policy, rejected it in the end because such a policy would have strengthened Milosevic. The RPC itself was so steeped in anti-Serb propaganda that some of its attacks on the government culminated in the accusation that Clinton's policy indirectly strengthened Milosevic's back, and this idea seemed to instill even greater fear in the critics of Clinton's Yugoslavia policy than the possible Islamization of southeastern Europe. The question of Kosovo's formal status under international law, i.e. the question of whether Kosovo remains a province of Serbia with some form of autonomy or becomes, as the saying goes, an autonomous and independent state, is an immediate question of who rules the country and its people. This statement is initially banal and requires further definition. Kosovo as an autonomous or independent state means the rule of the KLA and Islamism. The immediate consequence would be the unification of Kosovo with Albania and the secession and incorporation of the so-called Albanian areas of Macedonia. NATO's intervention in March 1999 promoted such a development and at the same time brought it to a halt halfway through. Kosovo is in a state of waiting, in which both the legend of the formerly allegedly non-violent Albanian independence movement and Ibrahim Rugova, who was re-elected to the presidency in October, can still maintain their public image. In the meantime, however, the protectorate of the UN and NATO has handed over the main positions of power to the KLA. These are occupied by war criminals such as the three aforementioned KLA veterans, against whom no formal charges have yet been brought. One of these veterans, Ramus Haradinaj, was recently summoned for questioning by the International Tribunal on War Crimes in the former Yugoslavia. His election as prime minister is seen there as a maneuver by his supporters, who not only do not want to allow his arrest, but are rather determined, as was heard from the demonstration speaker in Pristina quoted above, to prevent the honor and blood of our martyrs from being trampled on. The FAZ agrees, however, in this case, that Ramus Haradinaj would be arrested. Violent protests by the Albanian majority in Kosovo are feared. For the Kosovo Albanians have not forgotten the Kosovo Liberation Army, KLA, which was formed in the 1990s, whose fighters succeeded in drawing the world's attention to the Milosevic regime's repressive policies in their homeland through attacks and assaults on representatives of the Serbian state.
End quote.
Ramus Haradinaj is said to have been one of the main perpetrators of the terror that the KLA carried out against so-called collaborators and Albanian civilians in 1998, whether to force them to join in, to blame the Serbian police for the murder or to plunge Kosovo into a bloodbath in preparation for the expected intervention of the so-called international community. The 36 dead discovered in 1998 in the vicinity of his headquarters in Glogjan are attributed to Haradinaj, among others. His brother Daut has already been convicted of murdering rival gangs and families at the end of the war in 1999. Among other things, he was responsible for smuggling mujahedin into Macedonia, where the UCK rehearsed the uprising in spring 2001. He is also said to have been involved in Al-Qaeda attacks. However, there are other better documented links between the KLA and Al-Qaeda. Hazem Tassi, for whom there were also demonstrations in Pristina, and Ramus Haradinaj were present at a meeting with Osama bin Laden in Albania in 1995 as guests of the then Albanian President Sali Berisha, a zealous advocate of the Albanian cause. The subject of this conversation was the establishment of Al-Qaeda bases in northern Albania and Kosovo. On the occasion of this meeting, the then head of the Albanian secret police, Bashkim Gazadita, was elected to a group of Al-Qaeda leaders whose task was to coordinate activities in the Balkans. According to Interpol, Al-Qaeda members, such as Muhammad al-Zawahiri, the brother of Ayman al-Zawahiri, commanded elite units of the KLA. In the Hotel Lion in Jaroslav, another center of the pogroms of March 2004 in Kosovo, children were allegedly recruited for suicide operations in the absence of their parents for Islamic Relief, one of the Islamist apron or welfare organizations. On December 2, 2004, the European Union took over the UN mandate in Bosnia. Of the 60,000 soldiers, most of them Americans, who invaded Bosnia under the NATO banner at the beginning of 1996, a European force of 7,000 men called EUFOR remains. The Mujahedin will remain in the country under their regiment. In the meantime, they have married in to avoid the suspicion of mercenarism, which is followed by the suspicion of terrorism. However, there is not much trust in EUFOR. A NATO command of just under 200 men, again mainly Americans, remained in Sarajevo. Its most important tasks are listed as fighting terror and training the multinational Bosnian army, i.e. a mixed Croatian, Muslim and Serbian army, which is to be the counterweight not only to the Islamist violence lurking in Bosnia, and no less in Kosovo. With the successful conquest of Krajina by the Croatian army in August 1995, the balance of power in the former Yugoslavia has changed decisively. Following its military successes, the Croatian regime is now demanding the right to be recognized as at least an equal power in the former Yugoslavia alongside the weakened Serbia. After 4 years of war, German foreign policy can thus boast another success, the establishment of a so-called strategic balance vis-a-vis Serbia, which is always seen in the executive floors of FAZ and Welt as well as in Bonn as the rise of Germany in the imperialist hierarchy vis-a-vis England and France. On the other hand, the advocates of intervention have to realize that the NATO intervention that has been conjured up for 4 years does not deliver what the Taz and others promised, namely the establishment of a Bosnian state within the borders of the former Yugoslav Republic. The staging of Bosnia as a global model of a multicultural civil society has played an important role in the mobilization against the Serbian side over the last 3 years. It was not least the assertion that the Bosnian state, in stark contrast to the other Yugoslav successor states, is not legitimized by a nationalist ideology, but on the contrary is the guarantor of multinational coexistence, which earned the Izetbegovic government the support of almost all European intellectuals. Among them were also the majority of those who had previously criticized the German recognition policy towards Slovenia and Croatia, such as Simon Wiesenthal or the English Marxist historian Eric Hobsbawm. For Taz editor Eric Rathfelder, Bosnia represents something like an island of the blessed in the sea of Yugoslavia's nationalist lunatics. While Serbian nationalism is seen as the cause of the wars in Yugoslavia, and the Croats have been regarded as at least semi-fascists since the open outbreak of the Muslim-Croatian conflict at the turn of 1992-93, Bosnia-Herzegovina appears to be a republic that is largely resistant to the nationalist trend. Here, at the interface of Islam, Muslims, Catholicism, Croats and Orthodox Christianity, Serbs, something had emerged that in our time is only inadequately described by the term multicultural society. The allegedly non-nationalist orientation of the inhabitants of Bosnia is justified by the high number of nationally mixed marriages and a specific Bosnian culture that has persisted from the early Middle Ages to the present day, despite all fundamental changes, such as Islamization since the 15th century and industrialization after 1945. Quote, "It is not only the fact of this mixture, which is not perceived as such by most people, that gives rise to the Bosnian spirit of tolerance. It can also be found in history. So it has a tradition. And the fact that this tradition has been severely tested by the war and the crimes does not mean that it has disappeared. The evidence of this culture is too present, even in war, and can be experienced in neighborly help and the common fight against the barbaric aggressor."
End of quote.
In Rathfelder's portrayal, Bosnia takes on more the characteristics of a Volksgemeinschaft than those of a real society with its political and class conflicts. Now even the Taz editor knows that the rise of nationalism since the 19th century has not bypassed Bosnia. But this nationalism is not a product of the social conflicts within Bosnia-Herzegovina, but threatens the republic from outside, from Croatia and Serbia. The fact that Karadzic, because he was born in Montenegro, could not be infected by the specific spirit of Bosnian tolerance is a recurring theme. From the talks between Tudjman and Milosevic in July and November 1991, which were about defining Serbian and Croatian goals and dividing up Bosnia, it is concluded that the Muslim side, because it advocates a unified Bosnia, is pursuing a non-nationalist policy. Quote, thus the statements of Muslim politicians fall pleasantly out of this framework.
End quote.
Where the social and economic changes of recent decades are included in the assessment of the conflict, they serve almost exclusively to ascribe certain social characteristics to the individual ethnic groups. The Muslims are seen as the embodiment of an advanced urban civilization. On German television, the inhabitants of Sarajevo are portrayed as if they needed their weekly visit to the theater or concert at least as much to survive as the food rations from the UN. The Serbs, but also some of the Croats, on the other hand, are seen as backward country dwellers in terms of civilization who are particularly susceptible to nationalism. Quote, for many inhabitants of Sarajevo, Zenica and Tuzla, it is a war of traditionally militant and narrow-minded Serbian mountain farmers against the way of life and the wealth of their towns.
End of quote.
The propaganda image of the specifically Bosnian spirit of tolerance is essentially based on people like Smail Balic and Muhammad Filipovic. Balic is a specialist in Oriental languages at the Austrian National Library in Vienna and editor of the magazine Islam and the West. Filipovic was formerly a professor at the University of Sarajevo. In 1967, he was expelled from the League of Communists of Yugoslavia, BKJ, on charges of nationalism. Today, Filipovic is a member of the semi-oppositional Liberal Bosniak organization and Bosnia's ambassador to Switzerland. In the course of the debate on the recognition of Muslims as a nation in Yugoslavia in the 1960s, Filipovic and others demanded that the nationality proportionality between Muslims, Croats and Serbs should be abolished in Bosnia. Instead, Bosnia, like the other republics, should be a republic with one nationality, the so-called Bosniaks. This Bosniak option could not be implemented at the time because the communists feared, not without good reason, that this would have dangerously inflamed the national conflicts in the republic, as very few Croats and Serbs were prepared to accept such a change of nation. In the course of the system change since 1988, this demand became topical again. Quote, for the Bosnian Muslims, regaining their status as a genuine nation is unavoidable. The further formation of national consciousness can only be a matter of moving towards Bosniakness.
End of quote.
The claim made by the supporters of the Bosnian option that the commitment to the independence of Bosnia-Herzegovina means resistance to the nation-state principle is pure window dressing. The dissolution of Yugoslavia did not take place under the slogan of national self-determination for nothing. It would be difficult for a Bosnian government to escape such a dynamic even if it were not led by a convinced supporter of the Islamization of society like Izetbegovic. During the Second World War, Bosnia was the most important theater of the struggle against the German occupiers and the civil and national war that took place at the same time. In this conflict, the majority of Muslims were by no means to be found among Tito's partisans, as their supporters today try to make the public believe. Only in a few regions, such as the area around Bihać, which was 90% Muslim, was support for the partisans strong. The majority of the secular Muslim leadership cooperated with the Croatian Ustaša regime. It is true that they only participated to a small extent in the limited scope for power that the Germans gave the Ustaša. However, many Muslims took an active part in the war of extermination against the Serbs. In 1943, the SS took advantage of the rivalries between Muslims and Croats. The SS leadership around Himmler, who distrusted the Catholicism of the Ustaša, therefore wanted to establish a base that was more ideologically committed to the Nazis by creating the Muslim SS division in 1943. After the war, Tito himself said that only 2.5% of the members of the People's Liberation Army were Muslims. Later, however, Yugoslav portrayals conveyed a completely different picture under the sign of the general nationality proportion. The same applies to the supposedly traditionally secular orientation that is attributed to the Bosnians today. Klaus Legowi, for example, rejects the suspicion that there could be Islamic fundamentalists among the Bosnian politicians with the argument that they are more developed Europeans whose defense in the face of a common, European history and culture is an act of European self-assertion. In fact, however, the Bosnian and Albanian Muslims, together with the Kurds, were among the most socially and religiously conservative groups within the Ottoman Empire in the 19th century. The Bosnians were staunch opponents of the Young Turk Revolution of 1908 because it wanted to abolish special religious rights in favor of a strong state. Secularization is actually a product of Yugoslav communism, which banned the veiling of women in 1946, decades later than in Turkey. In view of the hostile attitude that most Muslims adopted towards the communists during the war and in the first post-war years, the vague ideas that prevailed in Communist Party circles about the future role of Muslims had no chance. The formation of a Muslim nation was out of the question, and not only because of the events of the war. Until the mid-1960s, the aim of the leadership group around Tito had always been to settle the national conflicts by forming a new nation for Yugoslavia as a whole. Unlike in the case of Macedonia, where the BiH itself actively promoted the formation of a new nation due to its foreign policy frontline position with Bulgaria, this process was not to be disrupted by the formation of a new Muslim nation. There was also no relevant group within the Muslim population at the time that would have been interested in forming such a nation. The Yugoslav Muslim Organization, JMO, of the interwar period never saw Muslims as an independent nation alongside Croats and Serbs. The most important idea of the nationalists, that rulers and ruled should be united by a common ideology, nationalism, simply did not correspond to the interests of the religious and feudal leaders of the JMO. The JMO was primarily concerned with securing feudal rights from the Ottoman period. However, most of the peasants who were dependent on the Muslim feudal lords were not Muslims. There were no ideological points of contact between the two. However, there was no middle class striving for political and economic influence. The broad mass of Muslim farmers, who in the meantime were hardly better off economically than the Serbian and Croatian farmers, were unable to articulate themselves politically. The recognition of the Bosnian Muslims as a separate nation, which took place in several stages in the 1960s, is a specific product of Titoism, in which several strands of development converged. On the one hand, due to the accelerated efforts towards industrialization and the ambitious educational program of the communists, a Muslim intelligentsia and middle class had formed in the mid-1960s, which now competed with Serbs and Croats. At the same time, in Yugoslavia, the national question had re-emerged in the form of the federalization debate in the wake of an economic crisis. From then on, the struggle for political and economic influence revolved around national proportional representation. The demand for a separate nation, now being voiced by Muslim politicians and intellectuals, must be seen in this context. At the same time, however, it was also a ruling technique used by the headquarters in Belgrade. The power of the Croatian party organization, which was coming under increasing pressure from nationalist currents, and the influence of the Serbian party, in which the supporters of economic liberalization set the tone, were to be restricted by upgrading Bosnia-Herzegovina. At the same time, Yugoslavia's role in the movement of non-aligned states was at stake. Tito wanted to demonstrate to the Third World states that the Yugoslav state did not discriminate against its Islamic citizens. While it was possible to limit the escalation of conflicts between the republics by the beginning of the 1980s, the struggle for nationality proportional representation led to a deterioration of relations between the nationalities in the republic. The decentralization of Yugoslavia, as laid down in the 1974 constitution, had its counterpart in a centralization within the individual republics. In Bosnia, this led to a struggle over the question of whether the proportional representation of nationalities should be maintained in the republic, in which public offices in the party and state apparatus were divided between Croats, Muslims and Serbs in a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. Among opposition Muslims, but also in the party apparatus, the voices calling for a departure from the multinational administration of the republic grew louder and louder. Instead, Bosnia, where Muslims had been the largest population group for the first time since the early 1970s, was to be transformed into a republic with Muslims as the people of the state. With the emerging crisis of legitimacy of real socialism, Islam gained more and more influence as an alternative ideology. An increase in the number of pilgrimages to Mecca, a constantly growing number of theology students, which soon exceeded the capacity of the Islamic faculty in Sarajevo, and women and girls who veiled themselves again were indicators of this development. Similar processes also occurred among Catholics and Orthodox Christians. However, the Muslim nationalists were encouraged by the global renaissance of Islam. In addition, the Orthodox lacked comparable support from abroad, as most Orthodox states were located in the area of real socialism. In the 1980s, the nationalist/religious competition manifested itself above all in a race for the construction of religious buildings, which took on an intensified form, especially in nationally mixed areas. Every year, 20 new mosques were built in Bosnia, mostly financed by donors from the Arab states. In many areas of Bosnia and Kosovo, party functionaries were only able to push through certain projects and regulations with the help of local imams. The growing loss of the party's political and ideological hegemony was not a Bosnian, but a general Yugoslavian phenomenon. In the case of the Muslims, however, this development was particularly dangerous because the turning away from the state and the party went hand in hand with an unrestricted turn to another authority. In addition to this gradual Islamization, another development was also significant. While an increasing ideological softening took place in Slovenia, Serbia, and Croatia, the Bosnian-Herzegovinian Party and Republic leadership became the actual support of the real socialist center. In the eyes of the economic liberals and nationalists in Slovenia and Serbia, Bosnia was regarded as the dark vilayet, or the Romania of Yugoslavia. Both the real Socialist Party leadership and the opposition Muslim movement adhered to the traditional orientation towards the Third World and the controversy over Yugoslavia's foreign policy course that erupted in 1986. For the advocates of a market economy system transformation, who organized their supporters under the slogan of returning to Europe, Bosnia was therefore the ideal enemy. In Bosnia, criticism of Titoist-style real socialism could be combined with the traditional anti-Muslim nationalism in Croatia, Slovenia, and Serbia. The end of the real socialist system in Yugoslavia was therefore initiated in Bosnia. The so-called anti-bureaucratic revolution, initiated by Milosevic, led to the uncovering of the Agrokomerc scandal. The marketing company for agricultural products set up by Fikret Abdic in Velika Kladuša, Bosnia, had been in the red for several years. Covered up by Bosnian party officials and the Yugoslavian Prime Minister Branko Mikulic, who comes from Bosnia, Abdic had covered up the losses for years with the help of uncovered bills of exchange. Hamdija Pozderac, who was supposed to become president in 1988, had to relinquish this office. The result of the Agrokomerc scandal was an upsurge in Serbian and Muslim nationalism. For the Bosnian Muslims, Abdic was a national hero. In 1990, nationalist polarization in Bosnia had reached its first peak. The economy was already on the verge of collapse at this time. Unemployment had already climbed to over 22% in 1987, and inflation was 50% higher than the already high national average. There were no more foreign loans, and Yugoslavia was heavily indebted to the IMF. The Communists therefore effectively ceded power to the national parties even before the elections in December 1990 for fear of a repeat of the Romanian development. Like the other parties, the Muslims had already adopted Milosevic's technique of nationalist mass meetings by this time. Thus, on August 25, 1990, there was a mass demonstration of 200,000 Muslims in the city of Foča, a memorial march for the Muslim dead of the Second World War. This was followed by clashes between Serbs and Muslims in Foča in September, when Serbs demanded the removal of a Muslim bus operator. On September 15, 1990, a large demonstration of over 300,000 Muslims took place in Velika Kladuša at the invitation of Agrokomerc. A statement by Abdic shows how far the nationalist dynamic had progressed. Abdic said that, as an entrepreneur, he would actually be best placed in the pro-Yugoslav and radical market economy alliance of reform forces of the last Yugoslav Prime Minister Ante Marković. But only Izetbegović's Muslim Party of Democratic Action SDA could give his company a political mass base, which is why he became a member of it. In no other republic have the nationalist parties received as many votes as here. By mid-1991, this Yugoslav republic had practically ceased to exist. Instead, there were already 3 governments, 3 dominions, and 3 peoples on its territory. The state bodies were merely backdrops behind which the leaders of the national parties discussed their problems in creating their miniature states. Thus, on December 21, 1990, Serbian, Croatian, and Muslim nationalists were able to agree in less than 24 hours to elect Izetbegović as president without any major problems. The fact that Izetbegović only appeared twice on Croatian or Serbian territory during the election campaign, once at a meeting of the Muslim SDA in Banja Luka and once in the Croatian Listica, where he called on the Croats to believe only him and Tudjman. The increased identification of many Muslims with their nation is certainly also a consequence of the war. However, this also applies to many Serbs and Croats. However, this does not apply to the political leadership around Izetbegović. Contrary to the propaganda image of the German media, he never stood up for a secular state. After the war, Izetbegović was sentenced by a Yugoslav court for membership of a pro-Nazi Muslim organization. In 1970, he published an Islamic declaration, for which he was sentenced to 11 years in prison in 1983. In it, he railed against feminism as an expression of a depraved class of the female sex, the Jews, the Kemalist reforms in Turkey, and propagated an Islamic state. Quote, "The first and certainly most important conclusion is the incompatibility of Islam with non-Islamic systems. There is neither peace nor coexistence between the Islamic faith and non-Islamic social and political structures."
End of quote.
He writes to the followers of civil society, "There is no secular principle in Islam, and the state must be an expression of the religion and underpin its moral concept."
End quote.
The benevolent editor of a German edition of the Declaration, Peter Gerlinghoff, writes, "The Islamic Declaration differs from these currents, meaning the former neo-Marxist Praxis group, in that it no longer locates the rebirth of the Bosnian Muslim ethnic group in the Yugoslav or European context, but places it in the framework of a renewal movement of the Islamic world." The author sympathizes in particular with Pakistan, the only state that even then described itself as Islamic. And further, at the same time, however, the author has named a fundamental dissent to social pluralism with his categorical rejection of the secular principle. This aspect is exacerbated by the remark that Islam cannot be practiced as a private religion, but requires the existence of a Muslim milieu, basically even a Muslim society, i.e., acceptance by the majority. In order to achieve this, the Islamic Declaration states, we must first be preachers in order to become soldiers. Even such militant statements do not dissuade Gerlinghoff from his sympathy for the Muslim side. In this respect, the motto of the Declaration, Islamization of the Muslims, writes the German editor, could be understood as the renewal of an old claim to power, which took on threatening traits through the explicit legitimization of violent forms of moral cleansing of the people. In 1970, Izetbegovic made no secret of the fact that he was prepared to sacrifice parts of his own nation for his Islamic project. A people that is asleep can only be woken up by blows. Those who wish our community well must not spare it toil, danger, and defeat.
End of quote.
Izetbegovic maintains good relations with Turkey. However, his closest friends there are not the Kemalist ruling parties, but Necmettin Erbakan and the Islamists. Power in the areas controlled by the Bosnian troops is shared by several family clans from the SDA. In contrast, the Bosniak-oriented opposition has no influence. According to the TAZ newspaper, the majority of the population are supporters of this option. However, they only have two representatives in the parliament in Sarajevo, Adil Zulfikarpazic and Muhammad Filipovic. However, both politicians do not live in Bosnia, but in Switzerland, and have also fallen out over the issue of cooperation with the government. At the beginning of this year, Filipovic, as Bosnian ambassador to Switzerland, did exactly what the TAZ considers to be the greatest fall from grace in Western diplomacy. In February, he conducted direct negotiations with Milosevic on behalf of the Bosnian government. The Bosnian spirit of tolerance can only be perceived by those who are themselves afflicted by fierce anti-Serbian racism. The Serbian population, especially the rural population, is a primitive population that can also be easily abused, reveals Smail Balic, a supporter of a sovereign unitary state in Bosnia, to the TAZ newspaper. The interviewer Thomas Schmid does not want to contradict the racist stereotypes. For example, it's unthinkable that someone would spit on the floor in a Muslim house, as they would in the house of a Serbian farmer. Instead, he prefers to listen to the specifically Bosniak version of nationalism. Quote, "Of course there were collaborators with the Turks among the Muslims, but overall the Bosnians managed to maintain a limited independence in the shadow of Ottoman power. The Serbs, on the other hand, often appeared as servants of the Turks."
End of quote.
The supporters of Bosniakism are the most persistent advocates of an undivided Bosnia. They refer to Mehmed Beg Kapitanovic, among others. He was the first to advocate the theory of a separate Bosnian nation. As a large landowner from Herzegovina, his aim after the Austrian occupation was to convert the feudal rights from the Ottoman period into modern capitalist property. The continuity thesis adopted by Serbian and Croatian nationalism, according to which the Bosnian Muslims were direct descendants of a medieval Bosnian state, had a clear function. Bosnian land ownership was not to appear as a product of Ottoman society, but had its origins in the pre-Islamic Middle Ages. As far as the relationship with Croats and Serbs was concerned, he was unambiguous. As far as the Croats and Serbs are concerned, they are branches of the South Slavic chivalrous people, as are we, but we come first.
End quote.
However, these theories had no influence on the broad masses of the Muslim population, because they continued to orient themselves more towards the imams than towards a medieval Bosnia that was more fictitious than real. Emerging as a nationalist fringe current in the upswing of Muslim nationalism since the 1960s, Bosnianism bears all the traits of a nationalist ideology, the theory of a national rebirth, the racist demarcation from other nations, above all the Serbs, but also in part from the Croats. The Balic share the claim to have been freedom fighters against the Ottoman Empire with the Croatian and Serbian nationalists, among others. The Muslims are declared to be the indigenous population of Bosnia, and all others are just accidental immigrant minorities. Only one thing is missing, the most important one: a state that also hammers this ideology into its subjects. The politicians of the Muslim ruling party SDA continue to follow a different national ideology, namely Islamic ideology. However, they have been a resounding success with European intellectuals, who confuse the nationalist fantasies of some Bosnian intellectuals with reality. Izetbegovic has no objections to this either. After all, it gives his Islamic project a modern figurehead. The Declaration of Independence proclaimed in February 2008 states that the newly proclaimed state is a democratic, secular and multi-ethnic republic. The new flag, in keeping with this statement, shows 6 small white stars on a blue background, which come together harmoniously in a lively arc above Kosovo's golden portrait. They are intended to represent the 6 largest ethnic groups that make up the population of the new republic. However, when the citizens of the new state took to the streets to celebrate the event, hardly any of them were carrying this successful symbol of multi-ethnic unity. Instead, the streets were dominated by the red flag with a double-headed black eagle, the flag of the neighboring state of Albania, which expressed the true feelings of the masses in the capital as well as in the countryside. On this day, the Albanian ethnic group, to which 90% of Kosovo's 2 million inhabitants belong, celebrated among themselves and above all their triumph, the separation from the Republic of Serbia. They had not forgotten to whom they owed this victory, because even if their economic and political independence is permanently dependent on the economic and political support of the international community, the creation of the Republic would not have been possible without the intervention of NATO, i.e. the USA, on whose military backing the new state continues to rely. Consequently, the American flag fluttered frequently from the windows and cars of the celebrators, and posters depicting Bill Clinton, in whose honor a 6-story high portrait had been erected in the middle of Pristina years ago, an honor that only Enver Hoxha had received before the war, were also very popular. For their part, however, the USA would have had good reason to ask themselves what, apart from the sympathy of the Kosovo Albanians, they gained from the 1999 war, because there are only 2, if any, winners of this war: Germany, which carried out its first unauthorized foreign policy action since the Second World War by breaking up Yugoslavia, and the KLA, from whose ranks the new masters of Kosovo come. The clear losers of the war, however, are Serbia and Russia. Pushing Russia out of southeastern Europe may well be in the interests of the USA, but does this also apply to the advance of Germany, and therefore the EU, into the power vacuum created by the breakup of Yugoslavia? If the rules of the Cold War still applied, in which America and Europe stood together against the totalitarian East, the answer to this question would certainly be yes. However, the former fronts have dissolved and the old alliances no longer apply in the war on terror. Although Russia is now acting as Iran's protecting power, the successor state to the USSR no longer embodies the universal counter-principle, but is itself at war against Islamic terrorism here, but is once again at loggerheads with NATO there. And Europe, once allied with the USA, is wavering between East and West, Orient and Occident, especially Berlin, where the wall once stood. What advantage the American interventions in Bosnia and Kosovo brought them is undetermined against this background. The gratitude of the Bosnians and Albanians is certainly not a good criterion by which to judge the success of such geopolitics. Nor are the military victory and the successful secession of Kosovo from Serbia the appropriate yardstick for such an assessment. In order to be able to assess the success of the 1999 intervention, it is much more important to answer the question of whether the rearranged Balkans with its new states will enrich the West in the future, i.e., whether the new states that have been proclaimed there will be able to continue to develop in the future, i.e., whether the states proclaimed there actually function as states according to the American model of society, the bourgeois republic, or whether they only pretend to be such on paper, while in reality they are people's democracies according to the ideas of German ideology. The USA is remarkably passive on this issue, although the American president defines the new status of Kosovo as a kind of supervised independence. The American government was one of the first to recognize the independence of this paradoxical entity, and George W. Bush justified this inconsistency of American foreign policy solely with a lame statement that the Yugoslav state had simply collapsed. The same passivity had already led to Bill Clinton only deciding to act in 1999, when the war had already begun, so that in Washington it was only possible to administer what had previously been organized in Berlin, the reorganization of the Balkans not according to the Republican, but according to the people's democratic principle. A brief look back at the history of the creation of the Republic of Kosovo, the most recent product of such transatlantic cooperation, may illustrate this. The Republic of Serbia, as it existed before the secession of Kosovo, was home to around 10 million people, including a minority of 2 million Kosovo Albanians. In the province of Kosovo, today's Republic of Kosovo, however, the Albanians make up the majority population, as apart from them only around 150,000 Serbs still live there. The other smaller minorities, Bosnians, Gorani, Roma, Turks, Ashkali, Egyptians, together make up just under 5% of the population today. Of the previously 130,000 Roma, 100,000 were expelled in 1998 and 1999, a tiny community of barely 50 Jews still exists in Pristina. Those who present themselves in the Declaration of Independence as the democratically elected leaders of Kosovo are none other than the leaders of the former KLA, which once organized the popular uprising of the Kosovo Albanians. This Declaration of Independence was read out in February by Hashim Thaçi, the current Prime Minister of Kosovo and leader of the so-called Democratic Party, PDK, the largest party in parliament, who was the political leader of the KLA during the 1999 war. Already in the early 1990s, he appeared in exile in Switzerland as one of the activists of the People's Movement of Kosovo, LPK, a Stalinist movement of Albanian secessionists inspired by Enver Hoxha and founded after the 1981 student riots, which is considered one of the precursor organizations of the KLA. The KLA recruited its fighters from such left-wing folkish organizations as well as from a wide variety of rival fascist associations that administered the spiritual legacy of collaboration with National Socialism, and from Islamist groups that had already discovered fertile ground for the flourishing of their doctrine of salvation in Bosnia. But how did it come about that these people were put in a position to proclaim a republic? In 1996, the KLA carried out its first terrorist attacks, without being known by that name at the time, which were mainly directed against Serbian security force installations in Kosovo. As a result, the current president of Kosovo, Hashim Thaçi, and some of his accomplices were sentenced in absentia to 10 years in prison by the district court in Pristina in 1997 for their involvement in these attacks, which did not diminish the frequency with which the KLA carried out the attacks. On the contrary, this increased. And in spring 1998, the KLA finally turned to guerrilla warfare. However, the counterattacks by the Serbian and Yugoslav armed forces in the fall of 1998 initially led to a defeat for the KLA, forcing it to retreat to northern Albania. Even during this first phase of the popular uprising, numerous war crimes were committed on both sides of the front, with the KLA's conduct of the war in particular allowing conclusions to be drawn about the underlying social and ideological structures. A particularly prominent example of this is provided by the war against the civilian population in the Dukagjin operation zone in the west of Kosovo, an area that stretches along the borders with Montenegro and Albania. The commander of this area, Ramush Haradinaj, was in command of 8 brigades and other subordinate units, including the Special Commando Black Eagles, which became famous for its systematic policy of forcibly expelling Roma and intimidating alleged collaborators. Ramush Haradinaj's career after the 1999 war was similar to that of Hashim Thaçi. First, Ramush Haradinaj became the commander of one of the regional police units into which the United Nations integrated the former KLA troops. A year later, he founded a party, the Alliance for the Future of Kosovo, AK, and became Prime Minister of Kosovo in December 2004. 6 months later, the International Tribunal for the Prosecution of War Crimes in the former Yugoslavia indicted him and 2 of his subordinates for having ordered the troops under their command to systematically beat, rape, torture and murder for political and racist motives and for having personally participated in these acts of violence. In April 2008, however, Ramush Haradinaj was acquitted by the judges of the War Crimes Tribunal due to a lack of evidence. The prosecutors stated on record that they had not succeeded in getting a large number of the summoned witnesses to repeat their statements to the court, as they had been subjected to massive threats. In addition, 9 witnesses had already been murdered during the trial, which lasted several years. When Ramush Haradinaj returned to his homeland after his acquittal, he was greeted euphorically by his supporters with the Albanian flag. His subsequent tour of the entire province turned into a political triumphal procession, and his acquittal was interpreted by the Kosovo Albanians as a retrospective justification of their popular uprising. But back to 1999, equipped with new and better weapons, the KLA again began attacking Serbian institutions at the beginning of the year. Although the Serbian and Yugoslav armed forces put down this uprising again, the extreme violence used by both sides against the civilian population became the subject of the international media and a UN conference, and in March of this year NATO, led by the USA, finally intervened in the conflict. As a result of this intervention, the violence between the hostile parties escalated again and hundreds of thousands of Kosovo Albanians fled to neighboring countries, especially Albania and
Macedonia.
The war lasted almost 3 months, partly because the USA did not deploy ground troops in order to avoid a direct confrontation with the Yugoslav army. It ended in June with a ceasefire, the withdrawal of all Serbian and Yugoslav forces from Kosovo and the invasion of NATO. The reasons why the KLA turned against the Yugoslav state in the first place seem unclear at first glance. Before their uprising, there was no state-sponsored violence or any other kind of cultural, racial or comparable oppression against the Albanian ethnic group in Kosovo. On the contrary, until 1989, Kosovo enjoyed the most extensive autonomy of all the Yugoslav republics. However, this autonomy was partially revoked under the presidency of Slobodan Milosevic in the early 1990s, whereupon the Kosovo Albanians proclaimed an independent state for the first time, complete with parliament, government, parallel school, tax and health systems, courts, media, etc., all Albanian dominated. However, this state was nothing more than a shadow state that did not have the power to seriously challenge the sovereignty of the Serb-dominated Republic of Yugoslavia. The president of this entity was Ibrahim Rugova, a popular intellectual who propagated a non-violent struggle for independence, so that there was no reason for the Republic of Serbia and the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia to use state force against him. Rugova's shadow state could not, of course, constitute real independence, if this was understood to mean secession. However, the passivity shown by the Serbian Republic and the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia towards this shadow state revealed the weakness of these republics. For a state that capitulates in the face of such an attack on its sovereignty is not a state, or has been one for the longest time. Ibrahim Rugova's independence movement would probably have liked the creeping path to secession, because then he would have led the new state. But the experience gained in the rest of Yugoslavia in the meantime showed the KLA that the Albanians no longer had to resign themselves to a shadowy existence and how they could put an end to it. However, the KLA was also dependent on international support to achieve its goal of secession. Although the immediate history of the Kosovo conflict left no room for doubt that the Germans would steadfastly defend the Kosovo Albanians' right to self-determination, it was preferable not to rely on the Bundeswehr as an instrument that could enforce this right, possibly even single-handedly, against the Yugoslav army. For this reason, the USA had to be interested in the conflict, as its intervention in Bosnia in 1995 proved that it was not out of the question to use it for such a project. Geopolitics vis-a-vis Russia and the assessment of Germany as a partner in leadership, which the US government at the time also supported in its efforts to assert itself as one of, if not the leading European power, formed the strategic background for this possibility. The decisive factor here was the creation of a humanitarian catastrophe. Based on the events in Bosnia, the KLA could count on the fact that the Serbian and Yugoslav armed forces would not be squeamish when it came to defending the province of Kosovo and the Serbs living there. And the KLA did not leave the ethnic cleansing, which had long since become a symbol of horror that aroused world public opinion, to the Serbs alone, nor to chance. When exactly the American government made the decision to intervene in the conflict, and what considerations tipped the scales in favor of siding with the KLA and winning the war for them, will be easy for future historians to deduce from the files then available. After the war, Kosovo was occupied by NATO troops and administered by the United Nations. UN Security Council Resolution 1244, which defines the administration of the province until a final settlement is reached, does include the obligation to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of Serbia, and only demands an undefined substantial autonomy or meaningful self-government for Kosovo. In fact, however, the war and the subsequent occupation achieved exactly the opposite: secession. Resolution 1244 subsequently condemned all acts of terrorism and demanded the demilitarization of the KLA/KLA. In fact, however, the opposite happened again. In order to realize the substantial autonomy or meaningful self-government demanded in the resolution, a police force was required, for example, and KLA soldiers were recruited for it during the war. Like Ramush Haradinaj and the two co-defendants in The Hague for their war crimes, almost all previous KLA commanders belonged to the later leadership cadre of the new, ethnically pure Albanian police force, the Kosovo Protection Corps, KPC, which is therefore sometimes referred to as the legalized KLA by more skeptical journalists. For a long time, the KPC was led by Ajim Siku, a Kosovo Albanian by birth, who served as commander of the Croatian army when it invaded the Krajina in August 1995 on Franjo Tudjman's orders and drove hundreds of thousands of Serbs from there. In 1999, he was one of the leading commanders of the KLA and a close confidant of Hashim Thaçi. After the war, he became the first commander of the KPC and, in 2006, Prime Minister of Kosovo. Now, after the declaration of independence, the KPC is also to be dissolved and replaced by a new, more professional, more democratic and above all multi-ethnic police force. Because the international community does not entirely trust the Kosovo Albanians to implement their plans, they are not only to be given a new name, Kosovo Security Force, KSF, but their numbers and equipment are also to be reduced to a seemingly harmless level. It is to command no more than 2,500 police officers and 800 reservists, and they are not to be allowed to have any heavy weapons. The establishment of this new force under the watchful eye of the EU, UN and NATO is also intended to ensure that not only the old extremists will rejoin its ranks. Whether one day a non-Albanian, or even a Serb, will actually sign up to serve in this multi-ethnic force cannot be ruled out. However, as the CPC has already been installed under the watchful eyes of the EU, UN and NATO, and this was precisely their project, At least in this respect we know what to expect from the new force. After Kosovo's declaration of independence in February, the international community now had two things to clarify. 1. How to justify the secession, which allegedly no one had foreseen or even wanted, especially since it contradicts the spirit and word of Resolution 1244, which was supposed to govern the administration of Kosovo since the end of the war, now and indefinitely. 2. How the Albanian people's democracy that emerged during the war and post-war period could have been transformed overnight into a democratic, secular, and multi-ethnic republic. But before these rather theoretical considerations, there was a practical problem. Before the 1999 war, the Kosovo Albanian ethnic group was a so-called ethnic minority within the Republic of Serbia. After the secession, however, they formed the majority in Kosovo, a majority that adheres to the old popular democratic ideology that the ethnic group will be spared the arduous struggle for the minds of the majority with arguments in a dispute of opinion, which is actually a constitutive element of democracy, if only it succeeds in chasing the foreigners off the clod. The consolidated family, clan, and tribal structures of the Kosovo Albanians, as they were nurtured and cultivated during the decades of autonomy within the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, provided a suitable basis for such an identity. However, the secession created new ethnic minorities within Kosovo. The most numerous of these is, of all things, the Serbs. The Serbs are now turning the tables on the Kosovo Albanians, whereby they can put forward an additional argument against them. After all, they are not only a minority in the new Republic of Kosovo, but at the same time the largest ethnic group in the Republic of Serbia, which is why they reject secession as simple and equal citizens of this republic, as which they see themselves, in full agreement with the democratically elected government in Belgrade. However, the international community has already enforced the secession by force, against the will of the majority of Serbian citizens, and the Albanian people's democracy is protected by 16,000 heavily armed NATO troops. While secession is therefore de facto irreversible, there is still the possibility of a compromise. As the majority of Kosovo Serbs live in a small area between the Albanian-dominated part of the province and the Republic of Serbia, the secession of this area, i.e. its remaining in the Republic of Serbia, would be very easy to achieve in practice. The state border between Kosovo and Serbia would only have to be moved a few kilometers to the south. This would mean adapting the form to reality, as the Albanian and Serbian parts of Kosovo are already completely disintegrated in fact, i.e. economically and politically. In the remaining part, the Albanians would finally be completely among themselves. Their republic would no longer be secular, but 100% Muslim, not multi-ethnic but 100% Albanian, but it would finally be a genuine people's democracy. However, although the Serbs in Kosovo are in the same minority position as the Albanians in Serbia before the war in terms of popular democracy, the international community does not want to concede to them what it has helped them to achieve at great expense. This solution would be the simplest. The logic of secession once adopted would not have to be discarded again, and if the preparation of the Albanian secession had claimed thousands of lives, this time no use of force would be necessary, if the international community had to invest billions of euros for war costs, reconstruction and propaganda to finance its ideologically and economically difficult to justify campaign for the right to self-determination for Kosovo's independence. Now, nothing more than a little courage to be consistent would be required. No new state would have to be invented for the new secession, and no new minority problem would have to be solved, and all ethnic groups and religions could happily find their happiness separately from one another. But now the international community suddenly wants to impose multi-ethnicism. While the most obvious demand to grant the Kosovo Serbs the same right as the Kosovo Albanians, the right to secession, is universally condemned as a Serbian provocation actively supported by Russia, the international community is now plagued by a less topical but apparently even more serious problem. International law experts and heads of state fear that the history of the Albanian People's Republic could be seen as a precedent by other ethnic groups. Because secession is lurking virtually everywhere. Spain, for example, refused to recognize the secession of Kosovo, arguing that it did not want to give the Basques the wrong idea. The Czechs, whose state was already smashed with this weapon exactly 70 years ago, refused to recognize it, even though they are being pressured to do so by the USA. China does not want to set a bad example for the Tibetans. The Hungarians in Slovakia and Romania already feel encouraged by the example of the Kosovo Albanians. Both states refuse to recognize secession, as do Greece and Cyprus. Turkey has recognized it with a wink towards the Cypriot Turks, probably in the confidence that it can deal with the Kurds in its own way. Russia is fighting the secession of the Chechens, but at the same time supports the secession of Abkhazia from Georgia, a NATO ally that broke away from the Soviet Union in the early 1990s, which Stalin once conceived as a multinational empire. The NATO states are of course defending Georgia's sovereignty. It is easy to underestimate the number of ethnic minorities who would rather liberate themselves from an alien sovereign today than tomorrow and who could invoke the Kosovo Albanians in the process. The scenes of potential popular uprisings span the entire globe, from Quebec, Canada, to Transnistria, Moldova, to the Kurds, Turkey, Iraq, and Tamils, Sri Lanka. 2 months after the declaration of independence, only 35 states had recognized the Albanian People's Republic for this reason, among others, and international law experts around the world are tearing their hair out looking for a way to limit the impact of this precedent. An excellent example of the confusion that has prevailed even among the best experts since then is provided by the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, one of the earliest and most loyal friends of the anti-Yugoslavian people's warriors of the 1990s. Still drunk on the fall of the Berlin Wall, the Soccer World Cup and reunification, the Germans' year-long party during which they became one people again, the FAZ invented the battle cry Volkergefängnis, prison of peoples, with which it first cheered on the Slovenes, then the Croats, the Bosnians, and finally the Kosovo Albanians to war against the multinational Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. At that time, the juridification of international relations was not yet as much a focus of German foreign policy as it was 10 years later under Gerhard Schroeder's government, which was one of the biggest supporters of the International Criminal Court. Chancellor Helmut Kohl had pushed through the reunification of Germany not through protracted negotiations, but by quickly creating facts, mass mobilization, and monetary union. And the then Foreign Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher was just as impartial in the Balkans. His legal justification for the breakup of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia was the right of peoples to self-determination, because after all, the Slovenes, Croats, Bosnians, and Kosovo Albanians could not be denied what had just been granted to the German people. After Croatia broke away from Yugoslavia in June 1991 and declared itself an independent state, and the UN, France, and Great Britain warned that recognizing Croatian secession would lead to war, which would soon spread to the other parts of Yugoslavia, Genscher declared that Croatian independence was getting closer with every shot fired. 6 months later, he carried out the recognition single-handedly, followed by another 6 months later, first the declaration of Bosnian independence, and then 3 years of war. In this respect, Kosovo would not be the first precedent that the FAZ would have to rack its brains over. But now that the worst is over and no further war is necessary to bring the Balkans into the EU, there is no need to rant and rave, and we can allow ourselves the leisure to interpret the facts that have been created in the meantime as positively as possible. The FAZ, whose editors and journalists did not seem to be able to do this with their own brainpower, contracted 2 professors who at least did their best, and contradicted each other on almost all points. The first to speak was Professor Dr. George Nolte, who not only holds the chair of public law, international law, and European law at Munich's Ludwig Maximilian University, but also sits on the United Nations International Law Commission, with the following argument. The recognition of a political community as a state is fundamentally permissible under general international law if this community exercises effective power over a specific territory independently of the previous state authority. Insofar as the provisional Kosovar institutions exercise authority, they do so independently of the Serbian state authority. This authority is also effective enough compared to that of some other states to be recognized as state authority. It is therefore not important whether Kosovo has a genuine right to secession in addition to this actual possibility of secession. According to general international law, a genuine right is therefore not important at all. The professor begins his argument as a genuine materialist. But is the power to rule exercised by the Kosovan institutions really effective enough? This may be doubted, as these institutions would not exist at all if they had not been created by NATO, the UN, and the EU, and they would cease to exist if these were to leave. The Albanian People's Republic is also completely dependent politically, economically, and militarily, no longer on the Republic of Serbia, but on the international community. The latter is the sovereign in every respect, but the Albanian people's democracy and its institutions are nothing more than a protectorate, a biotope that would instantly become completely overgrown without the constant and costly care of the international community, i.e., ruled by means of pure power. The effective power of rule here is not much different from that in the areas ruled by the Palestinian Authority or Hamas. However, the politically committed academic is not so much concerned with facts. Rather, he is satisfied with the assertion that the Kosovar institutions, as they are, exercise effective power, because he wants to avoid justifying the recognition of the People's Republic under international law with genuine arguments based on international law. There should be no genuine right to secession, because this would supposedly create the precedent that everyone is afraid of, because a precedent of Kosovo for a genuine right to secession could be interpreted dangerously broadly. He doesn't think that a Kosovo precedent that it is sufficient for a political community to exercise effective power over a certain territory independently of the previous state authority could be interpreted just as dangerously broadly. Or is he concerned with something completely different? Towards the end of his discussion, one gets the impression that the Advisory Council of the Federal Foreign Office only wants to protect the purity of German ideology from being dragged into the mud by everyday politics. Quote, Germany would like to be seen internationally as the guardian of the idea of a world order based on the UN Charter. The credibility of this policy must suffer if Germany leaves the ground of the secure interpretation of UN law without need. It is the political responsibility of Western governments to decide whether they want to base their policy on a legal interpretation of international law that can be disputed with good reason.
End of quote.
Or is the recognition of the secession with reference to a supposedly effective power of rule, but without real justification under international law, merely intended to prevent German foreign policy, which is committed to ideology, from putting itself under pressure without necessity under international law to support any war of secession in the future, even if this does not seem to conform politically? For example, in Georgia, as the professor notes, this is where the second expert consulted by the FAZ comes in to show that such an argument is also suitable for proving the exact opposite. Professor Dr. Dietrich Merswijk, who teaches constitutional and administrative law at the Albert Ludwigs University in Freiburg, also initially appears as a genuine materialist. Quote, Nolte's argumentation approach is correct. But this approach does not fit the situation in Kosovo. In Kosovo, an independent state authority has not yet been effectively, let alone permanently, established. Kosovo has neither an army capable of self-assertion nor a police force capable of performing the basic function of the state, the establishment and maintenance of public security and internal peace. However, if Kosovo is not yet an independent state due to the lack of independent state authority, then it still belongs to Serbia under international law. Recognition therefore violates Serbia's sovereignty and is therefore contrary to international law if there is no right of the Kosovar people to secession.
End quote.
In exact contrast to the previous argument, the People's Republic should now only be recognized if the Kosovo Albanians can demonstrate a genuine right to secession, precisely because they do not exercise effective sovereignty. For if one were to argue as Nolte does and base the recognition of Kosovo solely on the factual secession, then the recognition would not become a precedent for the right of secession, but it would become a precedent for the fact that a part of a territory occupied by foreign troops using military force can be separated from the previous state if the government installed their demands it.
End quote.
But isn't that exactly what happened in Kosovo? Yes, Merswijk continues, but ultimately the Kosovo Albanians had a genuine right to secession and justifies this as follows. One only had to show that without secession, the existence of the Kosovo Albanians as a people, or at least their autonomy, would not be guaranteed. And the previous history could speak for this. If it is true what the NATO states argued in 1999 to justify their military intervention, namely that the Kosovo Albanians were being subjected to violence and ethnic cleansing in violation of human rights by the Serbian side and were threatened with genocide, then the basis of trust essential for effective autonomy was probably destroyed at that time. The genocidal violence of that time thus continues to affect the situation today.
End quote.
If it is true? But even if it were true, this would not solve the previously discussed question of whether an argument based on the fact of military force, whether this force is exercised by the state or by a terrorist organization or by foreign troops, is not suitable for constituting a genuine right to secession without simultaneously setting a precedent. For what if the entire scenario, as was the case in Kosovo, had been staged from the outset? Then the recognition of the People's Republic does not become a precedent for the fact that a part of territory occupied by military force by foreign troops can be separated from the previous state if the government installed their demands it, but it does become a precedent for the fact that an ethnic group only has to provoke the sovereign to resist through an armed uprising of a suitable scale in order to then be rescued by military force by foreign troops and be helped to become its own
state.
According to general international law, one can therefore choose how one wants to justify the recognition of the People's Republic, only with effective sovereignty, or with a genuine right to secession. And indeed, this legal arbitrariness is used extensively in world politics. In Kosovo, Chechnya and Tibet, the West defends the right of peoples to self-determination at the expense of the sovereignty of Serbia, Russia and China, but the sovereignty of Georgia against the secessionist aspirations of the Abkhazians and South Ossetians. In the East, in Russia, people think the other way round and also invoke general international law. However, this merely proves that international law does not exist, and if it does, then only as the law of the strongest, as a justification for global political arbitrariness, as a cover-up for the relations of force between individual states. Following a projection of the attitude of the German air raid shelter Volksgemeinschaft of 1944 into the Serbian nation, the first truly just German war was waged. The commentaries in the FAZ pointed out demonstratively that it was impossible to differentiate between the criminal leadership and the people in Serbia, and that therefore the Serbian people, like the Germans in the past, had to blame themselves for the consequences of the deeds committed in their name. Against this background, how the Serbs could still refer to an injustice done to them collectively apparently aroused the same disgusted astonishment in the German war press as the reactions of the defeated Germans to Padover interviewing them in 1945. Matthias Rubb wrote Pars pro toto in the FAZ, 6. 4. 99 Worse than feared, the NATO air raids on military targets, which have been going on for almost 2 weeks, have sworn the Serbian intellectuals to the nationalist propaganda of the political leadership. Even the staff of independent weekly newspapers that are critical of the government write without hesitation about American aggression, and seriously claim that the inhabitants of Yugoslavia are now being collectively punished for the misdeeds of the political leadership. No one in Serbia is saying what should be clear for all to see. What we are experiencing now in Belgrade and elsewhere is the receipt for the crimes committed in Serbia's name in recent years. Should the man in the presidential palace have known his people better than all the well-meaning people from the West who, despite everything, still stubbornly distinguish between the political ruling clique and the population?
End quote.
Even the most opportunistic section of the German left was unwilling to stand aside in the face of so much anti-nationalism and genuinely German projection. Like the German feuilleton, they also discovered in Serbia that folkish element which, as the core of German socialization, they had previously regarded as an expression of intellectual overconfidence. Obviously convinced that in the case of Serbia they were not dealing with people who were actually nationally socialized, but with a mere intellectual construct, Jungle World indulged in highly critical observations about the Serbian people, while the Sharpings and Fischers deconstructed the Serbian nation in very practical terms. The positive reference to human rights as an antidote to the folkish was binding for almost everyone. Green opponents of the war could think of nothing better than to dispute the competence of the state executors of human rights and offer themselves as more consequent. But even radical leftists did not give human rights a second thought and doggedly piled up evidence that Kosovo was in any case about other interests, even the most abstruse ones. But the commitment to human rights was already in vogue before that. The official anniversary of 50 years of human rights was also celebrated by the left. Campaigns such as "No human being is illegal" demonstrated a willingness to be loyal to one's own sovereign as well as left-wing incomprehension. For in reality, no human being is illegal, but positively or negatively, the subject of state authority, and even those subject to deportation are by no means illegalized, but rather handed over to the sovereign responsible for them. The decisive motive for the war had thus already been anticipated. One could identify with human rights as a demand for international justice, as if it were not already a war program in the domestic sphere. In a way, man is like a commodity. Since he comes into the world neither with a mirror nor as a Fichtean philosopher, I am I, man first reflects himself in another man. Only by relating to the man Paul as his equal does the man Peter relate to himself as a man. In this way, however, Paul is also regarded by him with skin and hair, in his Pauline corporeality, as a manifestation of the human genus, according to Marx in Capital. What appears to be a natural prerequisite for human coexistence, mutual recognition as free and equal, is the result of a historical process. The demand for equality could only arise as a demand of a society that for the first time knew wealth in the form of commodities that were no longer necessary for mere survival and began to produce goods. In this context, equality was a battle slogan against the hierarchy of the estates, which assigned everyone their due and declared divine grace to be the ultimate basis of all law. Feudal law ensured survival and, thanks to the many church holidays and a guaranteed right to existence, made the life of a peasant part of the age that was later celebrated as a happy one and which destroyed bourgeois rule with primitive accumulation. But grace meant both, being allowed to survive and having to vegetate, i.e. remaining on the level of an infantile and powerless relationship to the respective master. In contrast, the bourgeoisie insisted on the one right valid for all against the many particular legal relationships and sought to put an end to dependence on personal rule in favor of recognizing those who were actually economically and socially unequal as equals before the law. Only under the precondition of a surplus of use values could the overshooting moment within bourgeois ideology, which Adorno repeatedly emphasized in opposition to a sociologization of the capital relation, arise. Early bourgeois natural law still contained the claim to personal happiness unhindered by any form of state control. The aim was to get rid of the state and help society to achieve its rights, a paradox that was extremely characteristic of the ideas of the early bourgeoisie. In retrospect, this idea may be dismissed as illusory, as if the demand for rights did not already imply the recognition of their enforcement by force. But it is an illusion without which the greatness of the bourgeois claim cannot be properly understood. The passionate demand for natural rights, against which no one else was ever allowed to do anything, corresponded to the optimistic expectation of an end to domination per se. Natural law turned against the state and yet only meant another. Natural law became positive law, and human rights became a substitute for happiness and ideology. The subject of human rights is the equal, but the question of the possible commonality of human beings is already decided in advance in the equality fixed in human rights. Human rights do not refer to the mutual recognition of each other as special and specifically different and complementary beings. They do not refer to their possible commonality as rational, inventive, and emancipatory creatures, which alone would be the prerequisite for a liberated society. Just as the social existence of the commodity owes itself solely to the abstraction from its specific use value, the subject defined as equal in human rights is also only an abstraction from any individual particularity. The equality fixed in human rights is the result of a reduction of human abilities to a single abstract commonality. In the equation of particular human labor with an abstract, purely quantifiable labor as the substance of value, equality means its reduction to a thing useful only for the production of value. As the right to the undisturbed exploitation of formally equal human labor, human rights are not rights of human beings, but rights to human beings, and mutual recognition as free and equal is only the blind result of a real comparison that takes place without human knowledge and without human will. This is the whole meaning of Marx's famous formulation: men do not, therefore, relate their products of labor to each other as values, because these things are regarded by them as mere factual shells of human labor of the same kind. Conversely, by equating their various products with each other in exchange as values, they equate their various labors with each other as human labor. They do not know this, but they do it. The history of capital can thus be read as the history of a progressive deprivation of human rights, as the forcibly enforced withdrawal of all feudal rights to existence in favor of a single human substrate, the ability to perform work per se. As a division of the subject into an empirical body and a materialist jelly of human labor power that is solely relevant for exchange, this equality is real schizophrenia and the material content of the bourgeois horror vacui. Equality according to equivalence means the literal indifference of all people to the expression of their equality value, so that only the dignity of man remains, i.e. the right and duty to be dependent on no particular person, but on the accidental result of the exchange acts of all people within the framework of a compulsory national association. Socialization under value therefore initially means nothing other than isolation. It does not really depend on the individual, neither negatively as personal dependence nor positively as an immediate reference to another, not mediated by exchange. Every left-wing appeal for more equality, be it for women, the disabled, or gays, is therefore little more than a call for integration and the total rule of law, i.e. an appeal to be made equal to the rest of the bourgeois subjects and to be prepared to be used for the same economic and state purposes. In keeping with the anti-national spirit of the times, which aims to smash foreign states, the left-wing sneers at how anyone could be so stupid as to believe in something like a nation. But the nation is not a question of faith. It is neither a mere error of thought in the sense of a hallucinatory nation nor a civic miscalculation in the sense of the MG, and certainly not a purely discursive construction. The nation still does not have its foundation in a false abstraction that takes place solely in the brains of citizens, but in a real abstraction that takes place in the sphere of free and equal exchange and makes it impossible to differentiate neatly between rational and irrational actions or forms of thought. Contrary to the popular schematic juxtaposition of formal and concrete folkish law, it is precisely the formality of human rights that not only makes its substantive charging possible, but also necessary. The bourgeois subject must be interested in guarantees of its existence for the sheer fear of performing poorly in a real comparison. This assurance demands concreteness vis-a-vis the precondition of its existence, which it experiences as hostile and which, in the accumulation of capital that it itself sets in motion for the purpose of replacing labor power with machines, is in fact nothing other than suicide in installments. It is the real realization of freedom and equality that creates the lack of freedom and inequality of folkish collectives. What creates common ground between the inherently isolated bourgeois subjects is the collective search for a natural insurance against abstraction, because this is the only socially irrevocable insurance. It is only because the bourgeois subject knows empirically of the permanent threat to its existence, without understanding the reason for it, that it has to assure itself of its existence at all through loyalty to a collective presented as natural. Thus, equality carries a contradictory determination from the outset. As a formal one, it practically leads to its natural opposite through the panicked fear of the subject. The question of the subject of equality, which is crucial for empirical existence par excellence, ultimately leads to a great deal of obsessions and projections in the search for the unequal as the actual flaw in the system. If historically and logically only the exchange of equivalents is the prerequisite for the recognition of people as equals in human rights, then conversely the failure of individual reproduction can only be the result of an abuse of equal rights by unauthorized third parties. The abstraction of exchange, which appears natural to the bourgeois subject due to its complete incomprehensibility, is all the more incomprehensible to him in the event of its failure and turns into a fanatical search for the unnatural being responsible for the misery. Collectively, the citizens embark on the search for the unequal and, in the selection of value and unvalue in human nature, allow themselves to be treated like commodities once again. The Jacobin rule of the people is still exemplary of the delusion that there are personal culprits for the misery caused by everyone and that impoverishment is the result of unjust enrichment, not because the Jacobins held human rights in low esteem, but because they took them seriously as the basis of a secure material existence. Convinced of social harmony as the natural result of free and equal exchange, material misery could only be the result of saboteurs and parasites, and the answer to this disruption could only be the guillotining of the unequal. The Jacobins opposed the sober legalistic form of bourgeois rule with the obligation of citizens to the common good and invoked the nation as an expression of higher law in order to liquidate supposed enemies of natural harmony. Marx recognized the precondition and tragedy of the Jacobin terror in the contradiction between the harmony demanded by the bourgeoisie and its real basis in human rights. What a colossal delusion, to have to recognize and sanction modern bourgeois society, the society of industry, of general competition, of private interests freely pursuing their ends, of anarchy, of natural and spiritual individuality alienated from itself, in human rights, and at the same time to annul the expressions of life of this society afterwards on single individuals, and at the same time to want to reproduce the political head of this society in an antique manner. It made sense to speak of a mere deception in the sense of bourgeois society's self-deception about its class character, which could be remedied by enlightenment, as long as this deception was still a recognizable contradiction within bourgeois ideology itself. However, this contradiction presupposes, in order to be able to recognize it as a deception in the first place, a difference between the bourgeois subjects and the state, conceived as the guarantor of social harmony, that is not only present but also conscious. In other words, a definition made by themselves as individuals who are not in need of state control. In contrast, German thinking since 1789 has revolved particularly manically around the same question of how to harmonize the needs of the individual with those of the state by legal means. Instead of abandoning the whole issue as completely misguided and seeing individual happiness in the fundamental disagreement with the state, German ideology is characterized by a particularly dogged insistence on juridification. The change in form of human rights from the right of the individual vis-a-vis his state representative to a right of a folkish collective subject demanding identity with the state can be exemplified by the German model. Not only have Germans always been alien to any emphatic emphasis on human rights as individual and possibly even contrary to state purposes, as is their historical origin. On the contrary, the German model of success is positively characterized by its almost infinite ability to integrate and absorb contradictory interests. The notorious fixation of the individual citizen with the state and the progressive integration of, even oppositional groups up to their total leveling in the umbrella organization of the people's state are therefore just as much a part of the prehistory of the Nazis. Even the Weimar Constitution, unjustly reviled by the Nazis as formalistic, was full of so-called pluralism, i.e. the protection of organizations elevated to the rank of constitutional law at the expense of the protection of individuals from these very organizations. Conceived as the basis of a social compromise, this pluralism was the end of classical liberal law. This juridification meant the reduction of individuals to components of clearly comprehensible social groups, against which it was already almost impossible to assert oneself individually or even to demand state protection at the end of the Weimar Republic, and which found its equivalent in a mentality of rackets that was already adequate to the Nazis. In 1937, Franz Neumann wrote about the development of the group rights enshrined in the Weimar Constitution into fascist rule, the pluralist system, which aims to realize the people's state, i.e. to reduce the role of an independent bureaucracy, the army and the police, and to transfer the handling of state affairs to the consensus of free associations, in truth increases the power of the bureaucracy, pushes back the political and social significance of social organizations, and thus strengthens all tendencies leading to the authoritarian state.
End quote.
The liquidation of the bourgeois subject under fascism as an individual not immediately identical with the claims of its sovereign is the historical result of German fascism and as such was collectively recognized in the core values of the Basic Law after 1945. However, the human right was not liquidated. Now, without its former protective function against state violence, it triumphs in the basic law in accordance with the fascist constitutional lawyer Carl Schmitt, whose folkish delusion was only the flip side of his fanatical will to cement formal human rights in the Constitution. Like all pre-fascist legal theorists, Schmitt had repeatedly asked himself since the 1920s how the superlegal dignity, Schmitt, of human rights could be protected from empirical human beings and how the latter could be legally deprived of individual recourse to the letter of the law. This problem, which is central to bourgeois society, was practically solved under German fascism and legally in the Basic Law, by establishing a folkish collective subject that finds its concrete destiny in the fact that it does not abuse its formal right to abolish it. The contradiction contained in every constitution between the formal right to protection of the individual against state violence and its suspension in individual cases is definitely erased in the construction of the value core of a liberal democratic basic order in favor of a fundamental state reservation. Human rights are so inalienable in the Basic Law that even their individual abolition is legalized for their sake in the event of their abuse, by formalistically insisting troublemakers, and in the so-called right of resistance the state is authorized to liquidate the enemies of freedom and equality. Against this background, Germany's self-stylization as the first advocate of human rights is neither coincidental nor paradoxical. It rightly celebrates itself as a successful model of civil society that is particularly capable of enforcing values, such as human rights thanks to its folkish formation, and recommends the Basic Law as a model for anchoring an ethical essence in international law. The idea is to prevent once and for all, for example, Russia from abusing the right of veto in the UN Security Council or a rogue state like Serbia from abusing international law. The example of Yugoslavia was used to demonstrate that it is no longer those who violate international law but those who invoke state sovereignty against folkish separatists who must now reckon with exclusion from humanity. While the discrimination of gang structures was once the historical justification of the nation-state, as it corresponds to its concept as a guarantor of formal equality, German human rights advocates are turning this provision into a noose and demanding state rights in the name of the clique. But nothing else, and certainly nothing better, can be expected from the new rulers than from the governments of the existing states, which are increasingly open about their folkish roots. The human right to exploitation will also have to be implemented by the new masters in the regionalized and ethnicized administration of misery. All that remains of the promise once associated with bourgeois society is collective vegetation in the name of identity, with no hope of material improvement. Every encouragement to separation means a license for unrestrained war of distribution and the plundering of even the most pitiful remnants of real or merely hallucinated prosperity through murder and robbery. The mixture of fascination and disgust with which the bourgeois world looks at these seemingly archaic goings-on suggests that the use of the law of the fist is the secret ideal of every free citizen. Anyone who talks about the enforcement of human rights today and plays dumb in the face of the real enforcement of human rights is ripe for the NGO. Just like the founder of Doctors Without Borders and former Maoist Bernhard Kouchner as the great humanitarian Manitou of Kosovo, other undogmatic leftists may also make their peace with the tribes. Oliver Tolmine provided the starting signal for an in-depth examination of the question of the modalities of left participation in future wars in Jungle World on June 30, 1999. In the spirit of Habermas, Tolmine found that it was also time for the left to show the red card to the instrumentalization of human rights and welcomed the fact that there is an increasingly strong and at least occasionally influential engagement for which the protection of human rights is a concern in itself, and one that is of greater importance than the protection of state sovereignty.
End of quote.
The chatter about the instrumentalization of human rights and the search for the guardian of human rights per se is a particularly stupid form of civic unhappiness. Dissatisfaction with the abuse of human rights never leads to criticism of the matter, even among leftists, because human happiness, which human rights were invented to secure in the first place, is only conceivable to them as the happiness of citizens, and the utopianism of bourgeois ideology, which has long since become stale, is the highest thing. This notorious dissatisfaction is also incurably German. Disillusioned with real freedom and equality, the ideal is pitted against the incomprehensible reality, and neither moral, legal nor economic objections are allowed to deter us in our search for the lost treasure. The idea that a world that makes people superfluous due to the abundance of goods and therefore turns them into bandits capable of anything must be made to reflect its promising beginning once again in the great final fireworks display, that is German idealism, which is also acceptable for the German left. Becoming a Westerner is not difficult, but being a Wessie is very difficult. In view of the fate of Christine Johansson, profession, software consultant, residence, somewhere in Baden-Württemberg, this variation of a folkdom saying somehow suggests itself. Ms. Johansson faces double discrimination, as she confided to the Tagesspiegel, "I have two handicaps on the job market.
I am a woman and I speak Saxon."
She left the GDR 20 years ago, but has retained the dialect to this day. In the homeland of self-help for those affected, of which the Free State of Saxony has now been a member for almost a decade, there is still hope even in the face of such a fate. Together with a handful of fellow sufferers, the Saxon career woman attends the weekend courses run by Comrade Gunter Misch at the Chemnitz Adult Education Center. Speaking High German can be the start of a second career, promises the program text. And Comrade Misch knows what he is promising his students. A Saxon himself, he was taught High German in the military, and the native of Halle used to perform as a singer and speaker in the GDR Army Ensemble. Today, he uses the strategic knowledge he acquired while serving in the NVA to develop a huge anti-discrimination initiative, give them a few sheets of paper to practice on so that they can recite Tomate Thorax, Tobias in bed every night instead of Doma Dorax Dobius. They can also spend a weekend working on their Saxony trauma.
Z. Forges A. Bond, Tagesspiegel, 28. Oktober 1999.
This is probably the most important result of the course. Other citizens of West Germany and West Berlin, such as Eberhard Deepen, governing mayor of the German capital, who speak High German, sometimes find themselves in Christine Johansson's position. As soon as they open their mouths, one immediately notices their origins. On the occasion of the opening of the 1000th German McDonald's branch in Berlin, undoubtedly a culinary and intellectual highlight in the professional Berliner's career, Deepen addressed the U.S. ambassador, who was also present. According to the New York Times, October 28, 1999, I see that the American ambassador is also here. Maybe he should just open a McDonald's restaurant on Pariserplatz instead of the American embassy.
End quote.
The ambassador was offended, all the more so because Deepen, according to the New York Times, had previously repeatedly accused the US of treating Germany as a banana republic. That was damned uncool of this sleepyhead Deepen. In a Spiegel interview with TV comedian Harold Schmidt, Foreign Minister Joschka Fischer shows how the same thing can be expressed in a cooler, more diplomatic way, as well as in a more human way to the Saxons struggling for recognition in the course of Comrade Misch. According to Spiegel reporter, November 1999, both are not only spokesmen of the Republic, they are also the heroes of the new Republic. Indeed, they are the prototypes of the cool Germans, to which Deepen certainly does not belong. Fischer says, "We could both lay claim to the C. Expelli ID card. And we both grew up in Swabia, by the way. He in Nürtingen, I in Effingen. I think this biographical background is important. It shows that this post-war Germany is the result of a forced, very large immigration movement, with all its consequences. I still vividly remember the clashes in my childhood between refugees, or as it was called in Swabia, Neigeschmeckten, and the natives."
End of quote.
Pride in the provincial character and a claim to global standing are united here. Post-war Germany, as the result of a forced, very large immigration movement, does not appear here as a banana republic, but as an artificial entity, a denunciatory catchphrase with which Fischer, when he was still a small ringleader in the Frankfurt Group revolutionary struggle, denounced the State of Israel and thus wanted to deny it any right to exist. Today it is clear that even in the 1970s, people of Fischer's ilk were expressing their unacknowledged resentment at the global political inadequacy of the FRG, which was still largely controlled by its competing partner states, in their version of left-wing, yet very traditional German anti-Semitism. The projective reversal of one's own ambitions, both historical and current, into the demonically colored image of the freely chosen foreign policy enemy has become a common method after the intrigue of the years 45 to 89. Anyone who remembers the domestic political declarations of the old FRG knows that it did not take much effort, but only a favorable opportunity. Fischer once again in the Spiegel interview quoted above, without wanting to compare Milosevic with Hitler, but everything that determined policy in Belgrade and contributed to Serbia's self-destruction had previously taken place on a larger, more brutal, worse scale in Germany. And it was based on the same ideas of the 20s and 30s.
End quote.
Anyone who, like Fischer, says that the victims of his violent attacks did this violence to themselves is expressing at least two things. On the one hand, the enjoyment of the execution and the consequences of one's own ability to exercise destructive violence. When a German foreign minister talks about the self-destruction of Serbia, after the NATO war of aggression, which he himself played a leading role in preparing and waging, and for which he received a considerable amount of spoils in the form of a German protectorate, he is behaving like a police chief who cynically points out that a person mistreated in the custody of his authority inflicted his own injuries because he infamously threw himself on the ground and into the officers' batons, which were drawn solely for defensive purposes. Such cynical and pleasurable exploitation of one's own power is not necessarily a German specialty. If powerful people consider their actions to be reasonable and morally legitimate, and powerful people usually do, it is only logical to define the damage caused by their actions to the delinquents, be they individuals or groups in domestic political disputes or states in foreign policy ventures, as self-inflicted. On the other hand, the talk of Serbia's self-destruction also expresses something particularly German. The opponent is, as far as the means at his disposal, as in the case of Serbia, do not allow a real comparison at all, in any case willing and able to do something similar to National Socialist Germany. Just as National Socialist Germany, in the face of its defeat in the Second World War, preferred collective downfall instead of unconditional surrender, which it was nevertheless denied, which may have contributed significantly to both Deepgen's and Fischer's quarrel with the German post-war situation, the Serbian enemy, even if it has never been able to assume any kind of serious combatant status since the beginning of the separatist conflicts in 91, must appear as the personified world.
Enemi qua evil will.
Germany's allies in the anti-Serbian campaign are not known to have such an attitude, even if one compares the excesses of NATO propaganda as a whole. And if one thinks of the worst atrocities of Western imperialist warfare after 45, especially those that contributed to the victory of freedom and democracy, as in the Latin American US backyards, these were never justified with an ontological essentialist depravity of the enemy, as in the German propaganda against the Serbs. It was always about the ideologically distorted assertion of interests, be it colonial, like the French in Algeria and in the First Vietnam War, or geostrategic, like the Americans in the Second Vietnam War or in the backyards of the Third World. Even if the propagandistic underpinning of these rational interests in the imperial sense was often equipped with racist accessories, it never found its target in the Algerians, the Vietnamese, the Cubans, etc. Rather, this propaganda attempted to tie in with the assumed interests of these peoples and mobilize them against political enemies. The Germans and their propaganda proceeded differently with the Serbs. The German hatred of the Serbs not only dispenses with any politically mediated justification in the traditional Western sense, it seems to be enmity for its own sake. Serbia, in the consciousness of the Germans, is a perfect mixture of concentration camp and gulag. Milosevic is at one time a fascist dictator, then again the last communist, concrete head, etc. But it is by no means the case that the two attributions are mutually exclusive, that there are conflicting supporters of one definition and the other in the German media. On the contrary, both can occur in one and the same text or speech context without anyone, apart from outsiders who are considered notoriously renitent, considering this to be contradictory. Both the contradictory nature and the unconditional nature of this idiosyncrasy are not coincidentally reminiscent of German anti-Semitism, which also synthesized two contradictory moments in the delusion, the financial capital symbolized by Wall Street and its negation, Bolshevism. Just like the object of anti-Semitism, Serbia has no chance of getting away with it now, nor can it expect to in the future. Example, the pro-Western Serbian opposition. Although the rather meager anti-Milosevic demonstrations are accompanied by a huge media effort, at the same time there are no illusions in this country that the alliance united in this way could be successful in the foreseeable future. To remedy this, a violent solution is increasingly being recommended. For example, the notorious Erich Rathfelder recently speculated in the TASS newspaper about possible ruptures in the Yugoslavian army. Only with military support could the anti-Milosevic alliance be successful. The envisaged means range from a coup to civil war, TASS January 10, 99. In this way, the German projection of a Serbian dictatorship could finally be realized after all. Of course, the opposite would be expected of such a Serbian anti-Serb dictatorship than of dictatorships of the conventional kind. Its task would not be to save the nation from external and internal enemies, but to abolish the statehood that constituted the Serbian nation, thus fulfilling an urgent German wish. Today, however, pressing German desires extend to many parts of the world. On the one hand, there are the traditional objects of German desire in Eastern Europe. Although it is currently possible to buy every political wish from the powers that be there with Western foreign currency, nothing works on the German side without the Nazi analogy. Alongside Milosevic, Belarusian President Lukashenko is right at the top of the hit parade of Hitler's successors. For Germans, with good reason, Lukashenko also represents a decidedly anti-German position with his aspirations, shared by the majority of the Belarusian population, to join the CES. In addition to the unwillingness to become inhabitants of a German European backyard, the Belarusians are plagued by a powerful historical reminiscence. Between 1941 and 1943, some 2,230,000 people were killed by the German Wehrmacht and the SS in Belarus. That was about a quarter of the entire Belarusian population, including almost all the Jews living there. German wishes extend to the former Soviet Union all the more. As if it were a new edition of the Russian policy of the German Empire at the turn of the last century, a populist agitation for the rank and file against Russian tyranny is being organized alongside interstate cooperation. There is no need for communism. Anti-Russian/anti-Slavic resentment seems to be genetically programmed into Germans. It is not only well-known signatories such as Ralph Giordano, Wolf Biermann etc. who are calling for intervention. The PDS, which is tainted with the Saxony stigma, is also calling on the German government to ensure that Russia has to answer for this war and the human rights violations committed in it in the Council of Europe. And not the Islamist quasi-fascists with their vile mass murder attacks on hospitals and poor suburban residential silos. But the need for German action is also unfolding overseas, for example in East Timor.
Tere, To, Senazi-Projektion, Genokid, Skochet Örs, etc.
But there too, for the first time, cost concerns are forcing pragmatic moderation. Pragmatism also prevailed over the reluctance of the Greens to approve the delivery of Leopard tanks to Turkey. The latter ultimately enables sales and thus, possibly, a homage to the fetish of jobs. German mission seems to be at odds with business interests here. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. The business-minded Parvenu Fischer knows that exciting times seem to have dawned. There is no longer any reliance on voter clienteles. The parties, the governments and the powerful will have an uncertain life.
End quote.
And that should fill not only the Saxon High German learners of Comrade Misch and the Berlin failure Deepen with confidence. The Democratic Socialist Party is steadfast. It was the only party represented in the Bundestag to vote unanimously against the deployment of the Bundeswehr in Yugoslavia. It mobilized its supporters for the peace demonstration on Alexanderplatz in Berlin. Gregor Gysi even drove to Slobodan Butcher Milosevic to talk about peace. For this, Gysi had to take a lot of flack from his colleagues in the Bundestag and from the German press. Joseph Fischer called him a whitewasher for a new policy of fascism. One Bild newspaper reader demanded in a letter to the editor, "This former communist should be stripped of our citizenship." However, the PDS's anti-war stance did not bring the belligerent Federal Republic of Germany into greater difficulties. Nothing drives the PDS as much as the longing for peace. That is why it used only one word on its posters for the European elections: peace.
The PDS also knew how to make peace.
Possible, it was written in small print, there is no compromise on one thing: thou shalt not kill. Not only is the PDS more pontifical than the Pope, German Catholics see soldiers as messengers of peace, Bishop Lehmann, but there is no compromise on one thing, but there is on many others. At least for the regional associations that are directly or indirectly involved in coalition governments with the war party SPD, there was no question of withdrawing from cooperation. The state executive of the PDS Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania declared on April 9, the coalition of SPD and PDS in Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania wants a new policy. Supporting or tolerating a war cannot and must not be part of it. However, this had no practical consequences. The state associations of the PDS that are not involved in any governments were even more critical. This is where people talk straight, where resistance is alive and well. The state executive of the PDS Thuringia declared on April 23, "With every bomb that falls on Belgrade, a bomb also falls on our brains in the form of propaganda." War and peace is not only a question that is directed outwards, but in fact also a question that is directed inwards. A continuation of the war supported by Germany and backed by the national leaderships of the SPD and Alliance 90/the Greens, on the other hand, makes cooperation on important domestic issues impossible for the foreseeable future. As Germany is at war, it is not only the federal government that is affected by this fact. Länder as well as cities and municipalities will be at least indirectly affected, especially if the war is feared to expand. PDS Press Service 17/99. A clear analysis, despite the many bombs on our brains. On April 17, the parliamentary directors of the PDS in the East German state parliaments had met in Dresden for consultation and announced the following, not least after the attacks on the PDS in the recent plenary debate of the Bundestag, which were completely inappropriate both in substance and in tone. The continuation of coalitions or toleration models with the SPD must be seriously considered and openly discussed. PDS Press Service 16/99. For Matthias Gartner, deputy chairman of the PDS parliamentary group in the state parliament of Saxony-Anhalt, this reflection has led to a result. On April 16, the ND quoted him as follows, "It was difficult to bear working together with a party that has become a warmongering party for the majority."
Difficult, so difficult.
On May 21, 1999, however, Gartner wrote on the debate page in ND, "It would be wrong to burn all bridges." In his opinion, breaking the cooperation with the SPD would weaken the anti-war forces in the SPD, because it is only because of the clear position of the PDS that such critical debates as we experienced at the Federal Delegates Conference of Bündnis 90/Die Grünen have taken place.
Gärtner Marcus US Ströbele.
As bad as the war is, we are far from giving up our participation in the government's histrionics at state level. After all, we want to work with the SPD to push through a few ABM measures and a few training places for our right-wing youths in Magdeburg and Rostock.
And anyway,
quote, in this respect, the PDS has the function of building bridges, and we must not abandon this responsibility, however difficult it may be for us in some cases.
End quote.
This line then also prevailed at the PDS state party conferences in Saxony, Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, and Berlin. In MechPom, it was up to Helmut Holter to bring the delegates into line. He called the SPD's approval of the war a heavy burden for the Schwerin coalition and called on Harald Ringstorff to speak out clearly against the war. He rejected a withdrawal from the coalition by asking who gave the PDS the right to withdraw from this project in the first place.
Oops.
In the vote, only a small minority was in favor of the break. The ND summarizes, Holter and the entire PDS State Association will have to continue balancing and making compromises. ND May 31, 1999. The Long March of the Greens also began with the term ability to compromise. After the ability to compromise came the ability to form coalitions. After the first coalitions at the state level, the ability to govern at the federal level was striven for, and at the end of the latter today is the ability to wage war. For the Berlin PDS, Harold Wolff and Petra Pau fought for the senatorial seats. Pau spoke on the topic no to war, yes to political change, and admitted that morally we are faced with a difficult decision, but a rejection of red-green would amount to a self-blockade. ND May 31, 1999. Harold Wolff warned against committing to the opposition role and played the realist. Those who confuse an awareness of reality with adaptation want the world to remain as it is. Taz May 31, 1999. Wolff obviously has the same ghostwriter as Joseph Fischer. Torn between a sense of reality and self-blockade, the PDS members finally voted with large majorities in favor of cooperation with the Red Greens. Like the Greens at their party conference, they were almost torn by a sense of responsibility. It is just a pity that the PDS has not yet joined the government at federal level. That would have been an unparalleled orgy of moral discord. Bombs fall, prices rise, PDS election slogan, and coalitions last. The way in which the PDS argues against the war also leaves a bad aftertaste. While Yugoslavia's infrastructure is being destroyed and the Europeans are jointly bombing a European country back decades, the PDS advertises with the slogan, creating Europe without weapons. It puts up a poster with a quote from Bertolt Brecht, which only proves that even this great German poet sometimes put nonsense on paper. Bombs need no courage.
End of quote.
And ground troops? Gregor Gysi regularly crashes during his passionate speeches against the war. He argues above all legally, as we all know, war violates the UN Charter, the 2+4 Treaty, the Basic Law and the Sermon on the Mount. He repeatedly pointed out that this war of aggression was not legitimized by a UN mandate. As if such a mandate would somehow make the war nicer, more pleasant, more comfortable. If Joseph Fischer should soon succeed in obtaining a UN mandate that justifies the war in retrospect, Gysi's legal objections are likely to have a hard time in the Bundestag. Actually unbelievable, F.J. Degenhardt, is also his attempt to argue against the war on a general, almost metaphysical level, as he did in his Bundestag speech on April 15. And it is also a paradox to assume that war leads to peace or to the realization of human rights. This has never happened in history. At least at this point, despite his demagogic intention, one has to agree with the heckler Gernot Erler from the SPD, not in the Second World War either.
End of quote.
Obviously only PDS posters with the words peace on them help against the evil war. But don't forget, peace is only ever after the war, it can't happen at the same time. In the same Bundestag speech, Gysi did not shirk from joining in the general equation of Yugoslavia with the Third Reich, very dialectically and very German, by the way. He firmly rejected the equation Kosovo-Auschwitz, but only to then present his own patriotic equation. Expulsions, you know this very well, were also decided by the victorious powers in relation to Hitler, namely the USA, France, Great Britain and the Soviet Union with regard to the Germans in the Eastern Territories. That was bad enough. That's why expulsions by the fascists were not a one-off event. Unfortunately, the victorious powers also decided on expulsions at that time, ND April 16, 1999. The PDS and the right to a homeland. The Sudeten Germans will have been pleased, they already compare themselves with the Kosovars anyway. In any case, It was very bad what the victorious powers did back then, and today the Americans are once again the root of all evil. At the demonstration on May 8, 1999 in Berlin under the slogan Help Instead of Bombs, Jai expressed the view that the red-green government had allowed itself to be ripped off by the Americans. Wolfgang Gerke, the foreign policy spokesman of the PDS parliamentary group, is of the opinion, the attitude of NATO and behind it the attitude of the USA are the main problem of crisis management. If diplomacy fails, he demanded, if the attempt to do so fails, Europe or Germany must withdraw alone.
End of quote.
Why German and British warmongers should be better than American warmongers is something only a democratic socialist would understand. In the PDS's Newspaper Against War, May 1999 issue, which should actually be called Newspaper for Peace, two Americans, Noam Chomsky and Abu Jamal, were used to support the PDS's anti-American argumentation. Abu Jamal wrote from death row, "The bombing of Yugoslavia is nothing but a global demonstration of the ruthlessness of the US empire."
For Chomsky, the USA acts like a mafia boss.
If two popular leftists from the USA see their country as the main cause of the war, then this is a welcome opportunity for the PDS to remain silent about its role in the war. Chomsky's text provides practical side effects when he points out that the later Allies were not entirely innocent in Hitler's rise to power. Quote, "The governments in the USA and Great Britain had considerable sympathy for Hitler. They downright admired Mussolini. That was until the end of the 1930s. It was only when Hitler himself attacked these countries that it developed into war."
End quote.
For Chomsky, the claim that the war was waged to stop Milosevic is therefore simply implausible. Chomsky thus makes a generally correct, albeit in its generality also quite banal statement. What is necessarily part of the standard left-wing repertoire in the USA against the historical myths of their own nation is gratefully received in German discourse by a clientele that prefers to remember the bombed-out Dresden than the many other European cities that fared no differently under the German hail of bombs. Even the area bombings in the Second World War did not lead to more resistance against the Nazi regime. These mainly affected the civilian population, writes the PDS in the Newspaper Against the War. Some are waging war because of Auschwitz, others are against it because of Dresden. History becomes a general store from which everyone can help themselves at will. This can go so far that German participation in the war is seen as a second capitulation to the Americans. At least that was the situation for the writer Gerhard Zweerens, who sat for the PDS in the last Bundestag. His article in the ND of May 20, 1999 is entitled "Cowboy Shoots from the Hip" and "Bombs Instead of Politics: The German Capitulation to American Warfare." His reproach to Schroeder, Fischer and Scharping reads, "Without even the faintest hint of an idea of what March 24 meant with bombs on Yugoland, they brainlessly identified themselves with the American conduct of the war, whose level of intelligence never went beyond cowboy shoots from the hip." It will be the task of future research to identify the originator of the myth that the German government did not know what it was getting itself into. Zweerens, in any case, swaps the German government with the victims of American history by quickly declaring them to be slaves of the USA. The USA, as the world's sheriff with shots from the saddle, is making its mark on the 21st century. But our political cowards are babbling about Western values.
End quote.
The German government speaks a slave language with the USA, it only has to obey the rough-hewn supremacy. Who was this war actually waged against? Obviously against Germany, the slave nation that capitulated to the Americans. Only Horst Mahler puts it so sharply. The German national connotation of the PDS's peace rhetoric cannot be ignored. For example, in the concern for German soldiers. "Leave the soldiers in the barracks," demanded the International Politics Working Group of the Parliamentary Group and the Peace and International Politics Working Group of the Party Executive, Press Service 14/99. They were concerned about the victims of German warfare, but also about the German soldiers. German soldiers will lose their lives in a place where they have no business being. In a place where they have something to look for, it would probably be okay. The inevitable soldiers' mothers also had their say in the Newspaper Against the War. Their representative Alona Roth made an appeal to the dear German mothers whose sons are now in or near the crisis area.
End quote.
It's a cross with the German mother. The most absurd peace action to date took place on May 23, the day of the German presidential election, in front of the Brandenburg Gate. PDS politicians and cultural figures from the East had called for a human chain, including Heinrich Fink, Uwe Jens Heuer, Erich Nutsch, Hans Madrow, Jutta Renke Heinemann, and Elmar Schmaling. The appeal read, "Do you also support people from East and West forming a chain along the former state border in Berlin at the Brandenburg Gate and ask, was this border lifted so that we could go to war together against other peoples?" The positive reference to reunification is nothing but embarrassing. The desire to integrate further into this society was obviously not dampened by the fact that this society was at war. The idea was probably too tempting. Germans from east and west come to the human chain at the Brandenburg Gate in protest against the war and celebrate a second reunification. All German symbols under one roof. Only this time, stupidly, the Wesses stayed at home. Even though the PDS was the only parliamentary group to speak out against the war, caution is still required. With its countless references to the lack of legal legitimacy of the war of aggression, the PDS has, almost unnoticed, pushed open a door that the Greens have been arguing about for a few years. The PDS will have no objections to German blue helmets in the future. Wolfgang Gerke already hinted at this in an interview with Jungle World, May 5, 1999. Asked about an internal discussion paper by leading state and federal politicians, in which a new accentuation of the foreign and security policy of the PDS was demanded, Gerke admitted that in the civil war in Rwanda he would have liked an intervention, as the attack is now called, by a UN standby force, and, I think it is also worth discussing in Germany to take part in such UN missions. Courageous PDS, trumpeting a no to war from the opposition during the war, but hinting behind the scenes that they would face up to their responsibility in the event of government participation. As Adorno once so aptly put it, a German is a person who cannot utter a lie without believing it himself. While Hitler's image of America was ambivalent, on the one hand filled with disgust at the Jew as the ruler of the stock market forces of the American Union, on the other hand fascinated by the unheard of inner power of the state, from which he saw a new mistress of the world rising, anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism seem to have become completely congruent today, as pure resentment. Particularly in Germany, where anti-Semitism was forced into latency under the double pressure of occupation and guilt complex, anti-Americanism functioned as an outlet, especially for the generation that came after. In America, the inherited hatred of bigwigs and speculators could be articulated as a generational conflict. The secret reconciliation with the old could take place via the detour of rebellion against their new, self-imposed attitude to life, the American way of life. Thus it was precisely the protest of the young against what their parents had reluctantly settled into, the economic miracle and consumer society, that concealed the solidarity of the generations and at the same time reinforced it under this cover. As early as 1967, Max Horkheimer had noticed how much old and young, despite all their mutual hostility, could feel connected on a point that only superficially divided them. Even earlier, however, in the 1950s, America was a good topic of conversation, a topic that, instead of turning people against each other, united them. America was foreign and yet related enough to be talked about. In power and wealth it had caught up with Europe, even surpassed it. In technology, science and literature, not to mention industry, it had proven itself to be ingenious and had gained far-reaching authority in an increasingly complex, threatening world. What a welcome object for every kind of resentment in countries of older culture to project the malaise in the slowly deteriorating economy, the inexorable disillusionment, to denounce social change in one's own environment by pointing to the more advanced stages on the other side of the Atlantic.
End quote.
To this extent, anti-Americanism seemed to subjectively obey a similar mechanism to the anti-Semitism of pathic projection, only the projection surface, the object, seemed to have been exchanged in keeping with the times. What differentiated the generations from one another, however, was their own life experience. Those who had experienced the defeat of Germany in the total war as a reminder turned away from political engagement, disillusioned and disappointed, and established apolitical complacency and adaptation to the new regime as the highest principle of life. However, their sons and daughters, whom they also wanted to teach to keep quiet without explaining why, did not want to play along. When the children realized what their parents had done, they had to reject any form of adaptation if they did not want to repeat the old people's lie that they knew nothing and could do nothing. By concentrating their revulsion on this supposedly passive complicity, however, they reproduced the self-portrayal of the generation of perpetrators, who declared themselves to be passive victims of a tragic fate in order to conceal their active participation in the extermination of the Jews. This mutual repression and distortion was the only way to keep the family together. Just as the perpetrators became victims, the powerless, so the defeat was transformed into an injustice done to the Germans that had to be avenged on mighty America. This gave rise to a German identity that has never been fulfilled and which to this day clings to the oppressed peoples of foreign continents, onto whose war against American imperialism it projects precisely the violence that its impotent desire for revenge demands. In the post-1967 solidarity with Palestine, anti-Americanism finally turned into anti-Semitism. Referring to his own biography, Joseph Fischer recently sought an explanation for this in an interview with the Frankfurter Rundschau, people were unable to come to terms with their German heritage and believed that they could leave German history behind them by joining a universal left that no longer clung to the nation. I asked myself this question very early on, without being clear about the answer. Why were Israel and the Palestinians so strongly synonymous with evil and good? It was the mechanism. The victims become the perpetrators, and thus the descendants of the perpetrators have the opportunity to exonerate themselves.
End quote.
Fisher's apparent lack of clarity is explained by the fact that the exoneration he cites was the unconscious desire for reconciliation with the parents, which had to be repressed in the rebellion against them, because too much closeness to them would have been a communing with the monstrous crimes over which the silence was spread. The urgent and yet repressed desire for reconciliation with them could therefore only really gain acceptance via three detours: via the denial of the intention of extermination inherent in anti-Semitism, the invocation of a shared victim myth, and finally the rage of the powerless against the superior power as the reconciler, which urged violence. In concrete terms, this means the denial of Palestinian anti-Semitism, the idealization of the Palestinian people as compassionate victims of Jewish lust for revenge, and finally the alliance with the Islamist terror of the present. Fisher himself embodies the generational conflict of that time. As a former leftist and a protagonist of Palestine solidarity, he now defends the Palestinians' right to self-determination as foreign minister, who is committed to the old principle of reality, as were those parliamentarians who decided with Adenauer, against their inner convictions and against their left-wing opponents, to pay reparations to Israel. In the meantime, thanks not least to the engagement of Fisher and company, the center of society no longer makes a secret of its anti-Zionist and anti-American sentiments, so that the former protester can now even bring himself into play as a thoughtful and moderating force. Frankfurter Rundschau says, but shouldn't we put more pressure on the Americans so that they make more committed use of their opportunities? Fisher says, how does the Frankfurter Rundschau imagine that the Europeans could put pressure on the Americans? Frankfurter Rundschau says, at least through clearer public words. Fisher says, clearer words do not put anyone under pressure. At most, they would put a strain on the climate of discussion. If the German language makes sense and we are talking about pressure, I don't see how the Europeans could put pressure on the Americans. That would be a complete misjudgment of the realities.
End quote.
Frankfurter Rundschau says, but the path to peace that you yourself are proposing will only work if the USA joins in. Fisher says, slowly. The most important pressure factor is the development of the situation. The dangerous nature of the crisis forces us to find a solution. This is the aim of the German Ideas paper you are referring to. The crisis will force its solution or escalate, that is the alternative.
End of quote.
This is what Franz Neumann meant when he wrote in 1942 that the right of peoples to self-determination was nothing but a weapon in the hands of German foreign policy. Every conflict will play into the hands of Germany, the new self-appointed global guardian of honor, freedom, and equality.
End quote.
However, Fisher is as oblivious to the fact that the circumstances do not allow a takeoff as he is to America's power. The escalation potential of crises, which the Germans have helped to bring about on the one hand and the American war on terror on the other, currently mark the scope and playing field of German foreign policy. Like Tudjman, Izetbegovic and Thesai in the Balkans before them, Arafat is now the joker from Berlin's perspective, bringing the Germans into play in the Persian Gulf and embarrassing America. Anti-Americanism and anti-Semitism together play the role of mediator not only between generations and parties, but also between the realities of power politics and real power politics. Anti-Americanism and anti-Semitism are thus at the center of German self-assertion. Where the suicide appears as a mass murderer, real destruction threatens to become an everyday reality. America's vulnerability to acts of terrorism, which the destruction of the World Trade Center was intended to demonstrate, is the pivotal point of a new anti-Americanism that feels strong when it merely lashes out unrestrainedly in the expectation of encountering no resistance. The more the international community takes sides and rallies against Israel, the more desperately the heavily armed Israeli army fights against this literally selfless and nihilistic destructiveness. America's superiority, on the other hand, no longer means the threat to reasonably stable and bearable living conditions, which it actually still was for Serbia as the air force of the KLA, but is a precondition for the liberation of the people, as it was in Afghanistan. Once again, the defense of America and its global supremacy must be countered with a critique of capitalism, which, as an anti-Semitic delusion of destruction, only puts an end to life itself instead of the bad life. This initially purely negative solidarity with America is nevertheless just as unconditional as the anti-Semitic and anti-American attackers' intention of annihilation. Solidarity only achieved positivity, i.e. humanity, through solidary criticism of the American campaign against terror, and that where it does not do justice to the anti-fascist content that alone justifies it. For it is the emptiness of content of bourgeois thinking in general and its irrational rationality that always relegates American foreign policy to the confines of tactical sham maneuvers and allows it to fall into geostrategic traps. The pathetic figures that America initially led into the field against communism eventually became its most dangerous opponents. On the Eurasian chessboard, the fronts had suddenly become completely reversed. Through the same weapon that had been sharpened and directed 3 decades earlier against the Soviet Union, the competing world power, the Islamist Intifada, America had finally lost the towers that symbolized its own power. Has the danger now really been recognized in Washington? Is America's change of front permanent? Will America keep the promise it made after September 11, 2001, and wage a consequent and comprehensive fight to defend civilization? The question sounds quite paradoxical. Can a state whose global superiority is based on the fact that it represents an advanced form of capitalism, i.e., the power center of the global spread of the principle of production for production's sake, can such a state be the arbiter between civilization and barbarism at all? Didn't America demonstrate the opposite in history after the Second World War through the primacy of anti-communism, which culminated in the promotion of Islamism in Afghanistan after the Vietnam War? Nevertheless, America, together with the Stalinist Soviet Union, did indeed fight the decisive battles against National Socialism. And once again, it is not moral considerations, but the limits of bourgeois logic in itself that are driving America deeper and deeper into the confrontation with your anti-Semitism, where it turns into anti-Americanism, an anti-Semitism that already sees America as the great devil alongside the little devil Israel. America's war against the tenor is not an anti-fascist act, but national self-defense, just like Israel's war against Palestinian fascism. That is its weakness and starting point for criticism. Even in Yugoslavia, America sided with the fascists where it seemed safe and of strategic benefit. Clinton and Albright were still talking helplessly on television and in the newspapers against the Focus principle when the American Air Force at their command was already bombing the last remnants of the formerly multinational Yugoslavia. Supporting the reunification of Germany, which was geopolitically directed against the Soviet Union, was the fall from grace of the New World Order after 1989. Geopolitically, this is taking its revenge. The bourgeois academic world is well aware of this without realizing it. In its idealism, which has atrophied into platitudinous pragmatism, it spins the following: Europe is America's natural ally. It shares the same values and, essentially, the same religious heritage. It is committed to democratic principles and is the original home of the vast majority of Americans.
End quote.
A few lines further on, however, the political advisor's affectionate enthusiasm is reduced to the fact that Europe is America's indispensable geopolitical bridgehead on the Eurasian continent, i.e., to the dispassionate cost-benefit calculation that remains the ultima ratio of every civic relationship. But such pragmatism is deceptive in that every actor must project his own purpose onto his counterpart with whom he enters into a relationship, while the latter wants to use the relationship for his own opposing purposes. In this way, one's own hoped-for purpose suddenly turns into one's own disadvantage. In this reversal of intention and result lies the irrationality of bourgeois rationality from the outset. Quote, in the current state of American-European relations, since the allied European nations are still heavily dependent on the security shield of the United States, the direct sphere of influence of the United States automatically expands with every extension of the European sphere of influence.
End quote.
This expresses the expectation that with every expansion of the direct sphere of influence of the United States, the European sphere of influence automatically expands as well. As the leading power in the bombing of Serbia, America made Germany the leading nation in Macedonia, thus consolidating the Focus principle that ultimately threatens its most important ally in the Middle East and America itself. But if one day the allied European states are no longer dependent on the American security shield, this will create a problem for America and even more so for Israel. Academia is nobly keeping quiet about this, while preparations are already being made for Day X at the political commanding heights and new alliances are already being worked on in critical dialogue with the murderers, in the name of a peace order that is nothing other than the graveyard piece of a devastated world. The Focus and Islamist potential for destruction is more than a weapon. The delusion has long since taken hold of those who wield it in order to consolidate their rule. Where no single concrete interest can be discerned, only constellations of power, rule itself is irrational, geopolitics its baseless rationalization. The transatlantic community of interests is an illusion because it is only conceivable under American supremacy and thus contradicts its own ideal of equality and partnership. Europe, as the embodiment of German self-assertion, can in and of itself be nothing other than an attempt to overthrow America's supremacy. Asking who would have what interest in this would be completely anachronistic, just like asking who would have an interest in German reunification, the Battle of the Nations in Yugoslavia, a Palestinian state, or the extermination of Jews and Americans. The grasp for world power tolerates no content other than the lack of content itself, absolute power. It is only in this complete abstraction of any concrete purpose that the alliance of European and Arab anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism is formed. It is the alliance of those who transform their powerlessness into omnipotence and, in the resulting infantile rage, must destroy everything that could still give them hope. The urge to complete destruction with self-destruction, a tendency that links Islamist holy warriors and European rampage killers, is an expression of this hopeless destructive rage.
No common interest, only the common enemy brings the hostile together.
Not because they have nothing more to lose, but because they want nothing more, they go to war, for nothing, for God or as revenge for Auschwitz. The classical Enlightenment considered ideology to be the work of lying priests. These manipulated their flocks so that they would put their immediate interests aside and instead allow the caste of these liars to remain in power, thus safeguarding the interests of at least the liars. The fact that the form of ideology itself ex negativo expresses the truth about people's powerlessness in the face of the self-acting mechanism of their reproduction, the functioning of their society, was as alien to the classical Enlightenment philosopher as it was to his descendants in spirit, the materialist war analysts. With a flick of the wrist, he sweeps the lies of the modern priests off the table in order to uncover the true interests behind this illusion, i.e., those aimed at enrichment. It obviously doesn't matter that interests of this type are nowhere to be found, certainly not in the Balkans, let alone in Kosovo. A thought that those materialist intelligence officers would have to come up with themselves if they spent just a fraction of the energy they spend eavesdropping on the geostrategic table talks of American foreign ministers on checking the plausibility of their oh-so-explosive findings. In the last issue of this magazine, Hannes Hofbauer, for example, succeeds pars pro toto in reading out of Article 1, Paragraph 4a of the Rambouillet Agreement, which stipulates the market economy for a future Kosovo order, a colonization interest of the West, which has been pushing for war for 10 years under the cover name eastward expansion of the EU and NATO. Hofbauer confidently ignores the fact that the former CMEA area has nothing to offer according to the usual economic criteria of the world market, the costs of which would not make any future hopes of profit absurd. The announcement of tying up a bunch of such hopeless redevelopment areas does not come from the realm of economic calculation, but from the realm of comforting propaganda promises. Eastern enlargement is not being imposed on Eastern Europe, which is craving it like a man dying of thirst for an oasis. For the majority, it will remain a mirage. Hofbauer also ignores the fact that the world market no longer has to be enforced against any integrated economic areas that have been withdrawn from it, because it has been since 1989 at the very latest. There is nothing to conquer that the post-socialist regimes, including Yugoslavia and Russia, which are thirsting for foreign currency, be it euros or dollars, would not also carry extremely cheaply and voluntarily to the aggressor's doorsteps in the Kosovo War. The fact that the mute compulsion of circumstances, Marx, provides much cheaper access to the necessary raw materials than any colonialism escaped Hofbauer's attention. Nothing but the mere will of the analyst to discover a direct connection between material and monetary wealth can fantasize about a new edition of colonialism. For if there is a direct connection, then only between the secular decline in commodity prices and the equally secular decolonization. Whoever controls territories in which gas, oil, etc. can be extracted will be forced to deliver it to the world market in order to at least be able to pay for the necessary infrastructure of his rule, even if it is only that of his army. Whether these supplicants of the world market will be Russian provincial princes or their crueler form of regression, Islamic tribal princes, is of secondary importance.
Now Hofbauer and Co.
would argue that the Kosovo War could also have been a trial run for the unlikely event that the power struggle between the former and the latter would actually bring Western oil supplies to a standstill. But not even such a far-fetched argument can save the talk of hardcore geostrategic economic interests behind the human rights talk, for in the case imagined here, the aim would be to establish a functioning rule and not, as in Yugoslavia, to destroy it. A Milosevic can still be blackmailed with airstrikes. Those who come after the Milosevic's, the clan and gang leaders, can hardly be reached in this way. Completely unimpressed by the actual state of the world in the post-colonial age, the geomaterialist refers to sources of officially appointed geostrategists and those who want to become such, which confirm his assumptions. The geomaterialist does not get the idea that the absurdity and cloudy nature of these insider experts ranting about areas of influence and zones of interest is connected with the fact that such areas and zones are meaningless according to the usual economic criteria of the world market. Nor does it occur to him that he resembles the type of experts who, like him, consider the capital relationship to be a useful thing, a cake to be divided by political knife cuts, and in which there is no difference between material and abstract wealth, between oil and money. The fact that the anti-imperialist materialist has nothing to do with Marx, but all the more to do with Keynes, should give him food for thought. Like the latter, he proclaims that money is, so to speak, the same thing as green cheese, whereby green cheese is to be understood here as a synonym for natural resources. And so he applies the standards that apply to the production of green cheese for simple needs in the equally simple exchange of goods to the production of exchange value from exchange value, the money that is used to hedge money in the form of credit and investment funds. The fact that the material form of the commodity, the green cheese, is only a transit station of its self-acting, subject-less and substance-less movement that is completely indifferent to value, that it sets or rejects the so-called economic attractiveness of a thing, that the ownership of coal fields could be profitable 100 years ago, but no longer has to be today, all this has passed the materialist by. The declining profit margins of the raw materials and primary industries, which can only be rationalized to a limited extent, were no longer competitive with the interest profits possible on the free capital markets even in the late days of the CMEA. It is not that finance capital is to blame for the decline of productive capital. The fall in the price of the geological and human raw materials of capital is the result of the increase in the productivity of labor power thanks to the ever-growing organic composition of capital, not of all empirical capital, but of the global average. The third industrial revolution has created conditions that turn fixed capital invested in heavy and basic industries into a supplicant of fluid investment capital. The latter always prefers to flow into the sectors with the highest composition, because these realize the surplus due to the productivity advantage. The immediate ownership of basic industries thus increasingly becomes a risk, even a burden, rather than a secure source of profit, regardless of whether oil or lignite are useful commodities or not. Just as the mute compulsion of circumstances, the perfect market, makes the owners of labor power not only voluntarily go to work, but also undercut each other in the delivery of their increasingly worthless goods, so it is with the owners of geological raw materials. The less capital has to pay for the immediate maintenance of one or the extraction of another, the better.
The wars of conscience are not vaget for the sake of the object, the enemy.
The ideology of disinterestedness, which the Western aggressors still proudly pin to their chests, must therefore be taken very seriously. Just like the new labor talk of personal responsibility, it has to do with a global decline in the value of labor. The so-called dawn of dictatorship is linked to the geological and factual decline in value. The fact that we think we have to overthrow one or other of these dictators, if they are dictators at all, is not so much due to economics in Hofbauer's sense, but to the collective mental economy of those who execute freedom and democracy. It is precisely the indifference of the rest of the world to the reproduction and accumulation of abstract wealth that revitalizes the same urban bourgeois fears among the so-called elites of the Western world that a beggar or refugee evokes in the citizen of the welfare state. The fear of the mirror in which the individual looks at his potential superfluousness. The fear of the mirror in which the end of welfare state misery administration looms. However, just as the murder of one of the hated foreigners does not actually banish one's own superfluousness, neither does it succeed in proving that anything like development instead of decay can be achieved through free and equal exchange in the post-socialist collapse economies. Just as the individual subject projects, so does the collective subject. Just as sinister powers withhold the fruits of one's own willingness to work and civic loyalty from the one, the rich parasite and the poor refugee merge into one according to the well-known anti-Semitic pattern, so for the other the rogue state thwarts the development of a region. Or it is precisely that corrupt dictator who drives the country into misery. It must never be the basis of human rights, property and exchange. Itself that causes the misery. The impossibility of creating free and peaceful playing fields according to Western rules necessitates the invention of the troublemaker, after whose elimination everything should be as it can never be. The perception of the Balkans oscillates between the two. The fact that Milosevic has nothing to do with the Bosnian subsidy hole is uninteresting, because the world, and thus the Balkans, still consist solely of will and imagination, which no consideration, however obvious, can destroy. The establishment of protectorates such as Bosnia and Kosovo naturally also served the so-called repatriation of refugees. However, this does not explain their existence, because if Yugoslavia had not been parceled out or the local beneficiaries of a separate state had not been encouraged and militarily and logistically enabled to establish one, refugee problems such as in the Bosnian case would not have arisen at all. The war in Yugoslavia is part of an endless, never to be won war of the defenders of the market economy against its very own crisis character, one of the clientele of capital against its own mode of operation. As a materially aimless war, it is waged out of an unsatisfiable instinct for self-preservation, which is waged on almost any object of projection and can therefore never be won and can therefore never stop. It remains aimless, even if the Western powers compete with each other, because it is a competition without an object. The pursuit of power and influence with any desperado gangs has no immediate economic effect. All the more reason to hope for an indirect effect, which would be to give investors and funds the illusion of investment security by demonstrating one's own military strength, which has nothing to do with the ability of the other to drop bombs or stir up folkish bandits. The same context that has forged interest and projection together from the outset also reigns here, as if the crisis that makes fear so constitutive for the investor, as for any subject dependent on exchange, would be banished by military strength and the ability to intervene worldwide. However, it may already be heralding the potlatch, the collapse of the world market already anticipated in delusion, which would only bring the economy of conquest and destruction back onto the scene. For the time being, however, the criteria of global exchange still apply, which makes conquests of all kinds a dead cost of the competitive struggle for investors on the market. Whether and when imperial powers will then strike out at each other on behalf of their currencies or think they have to put Russia in its place, in which it already finds itself, cannot be predicted at all, and this is precisely because classical imperialist arguments are now only put forward for the superficial rationalization of action against enemies of free trade and democracy that are being spied on. At least on the part of the Americans, Germany's pure idealism rejects interest, even
merkantile Interest.
It is not classical imperialism that disguises itself ethically, but the imperialist varnish over pure ethics has become thin. This lack of interest in the locations and aims of war operations, which the aggressors in the most recent Yugoslavian war also boasted about, was clearly demonstrated by the Somalia operation. As quickly as the humanitarian interventionists were on the ground, they are indifferent to the area today. This material indifference applies first and foremost to all NATO powers involved in this and the current absurd expedition. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the New World Order, there was a constellation in the choice of enemies in which the role of Germany on the one hand and that of the Western Allies on the other seemed to be as evenly divided as ever. In 1991, the USA protected not least Israel in the Gulf War, while Germany set about the ethnic parcelling out of southeastern Europe, with the same allies against the same enemy. At the same time as President Bush was praising Milosevic as the Lincoln of the Balkans, Mock and Genscher were hoisting his opponent, the Ustasha chieftain Tudjman, onto the diplomatic stage. What is astonishing here is not so much the fact that the USA, following the pattern of re-Arcay's competition described above, in which military strength must be shown precisely because there is nothing to be gained from it anywhere in the world, is endeavoring to wrest its newly created allies away from Germany, as happened with the ethnic cleansing of Krajina and the defense of the results of the Izetbegovic coup. Much more in need of explanation is the quasi-instinctive collective declaration of Serbia as an enemy by Germany, which had just regained full sovereignty. The grotesque contradiction between reality and projection makes it easy to demonstrate that the Serbia projected by Germany was the sole reason for bombing the real Serbia. The other successor state of the SRFJ that is worth mentioning in terms of size was better suited to the role of Nazi Germany in the 1990s than the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. The accusation that Serbia is an ethnically cleansing nation of chauvinists backing an unscrupulous dictator is less true here than in Croatia, for example, and although Germany leaves no stone unturned to make the real Yugoslavia look like a projection, with a monthly per capita income of $75, Yugoslavia is now the poorest country in Europe, even behind Albania. Šešelj is still not president there, and the Chetnik ideology is not the national founding myth. How different, on the other hand, is pro-Western Croatia with its Ustasha flag, its Jasenovac lie and the anti-Semitic Great Croat Tudjman at the helm. The greater German Serbophobia has survived not only any economic reason for its existence, but also any more or less plausible historical justification. Today, Serbia is not presented as a partisan stronghold, but rather as a mixture of concentration camp and gulag with consummate infamy. The enmity against the Serbs is enmity for its own sake. It is no coincidence that both the inner contradictions and the unconditional nature of this German and Austrian idiosyncrasy are reminiscent of anti-Semitism, which also synthesized two starkly different moments in the delusion, Wall Street and Bolshevism. The function that the rogue state of Yugoslavia, and even more so, the anti-people of Serbia play in German and Austrian projections is by no means identical in essence, but related in the way it functions. If the Jew was once to be blamed for the fact that the authoritarian people state was unable to tame the crisis, it is Serbia whose abysmal wickedness is to blame for the fact that the Balkan springtime of nations resulted in a horror scenario of decay and no blossoming landscapes. It is not the world market that must ruin the world, but a power that refuses to obey its laws must be projected. In this, Serbia represents the hated socialism on the one hand, on the other, it atones for the Germans' love for the Nazi people's state, which has become impossible. By anti-Semitic means, Germany thus gets rid of historical National Socialism in order to remain faithful to it precisely in the fact that projecting delusion and reason of state cannot be separated from each other. The fact that the newly won German sovereignty sought out the same friends and the same enemy as 50 years ago with astonishing, somnambulistic certainty has nothing to do with Germany wanting to repeat the actual Second World War, but with the fact that the enemy against which Germany waged this war, the abstract, crisis-ridden character of accumulation, which combines self-preservation and self-destruction, is stronger than ever. Just as this crisis remains permanent by trying to postpone its cyclical outbreak, the subjective compulsion to project is just as non-transient. Only this non-transience of the delusions that guide our actions explains why the past does not fade away, but resurrects zombiesque in the form of hatred of the Serbs, this time without trying to rationalize the urge with the oil wells of Ploesti or the people without space. The last World War is the prototype of the current post-national wars of conscience. Just as it was fought to free one's own capitalist reproduction from its necessary crisis character, through the eradication of the Jewish principle, the war of conscience against the respective current rogue state is in reality also a war against the repressed coercive context of exchange and misery, of which one knows that its destructive dynamic will not be confined to the Second and Third World. This mechanism of repression is no longer only a concern for Germany, although it is a concern for Germany like no other country in the First World. It is the most convinced representative of the war of conscience, simply because its legal predecessor was not only the first to bring it upon the world, but also led it as the boundless and unbounded excess that it is by definition. The fact that a former victim, Serbia, of this war of conscience is once again the villain on whom Germany's persecuting innocence is allowed to run riot is what makes it so irresistible as a German projection surface. But Germany is no longer the only representative of the projective hysterical first strike against the dysfunctionality of its own form of socialization of the market, which is defended against opponents whose misfortune lies in the fact that this dysfunctionality is so clearly visible in their political and social misery, such as Somalia, for example. And after Germany's active assistance had succeeded in turning the SFRY's economic crisis into civil war, creating Somali conditions, so to speak, the conditions were also in place for a different turnaround, that of the former Western Allies' initial reluctance to participate in the Yugoslavian war into Tony Blair's hysterical war howls. Those who want and have to wage these wars admit more clearly than ever that they are pure wars of projection, wars which logically not only cannot be won, but which must always be fought anew. But instead of noticing that the terrible thing is precisely the absence of material interests proudly proclaimed by the aggressors, precisely the compulsive moral rigorism that no longer cares about the consequences of its actions, the left-wing critic of all people closes his eyes to this. As if, for some inexplicable reason, he had tied his salvation to the proof of the usefulness of the exchange of equivalents, he tries to feed the substance-less and subject-less capital, which openly flaunts its indifference to substances and subjects like hardly ever before, with labor and raw materials. No matter how much he begs capital to please be concrete and not abstract, to please be useful instead of indifferent, to please function instead of collapse, it will disappoint him bitterly.
Civil Society Friends of the War, Suches den Diener, Jürgen Habermas and Daniel Goldhagen. Wanze Kosovo war to be understood as Germany's complete integration into the Western Alliance.
But the question is, who is integrating whom? The works of Jürgen Elsasser and Matthias Kunzel on the path to this war provide evidence and arguments that Germany is asserting its old national interests on a new international basis. The difficulty, however, is that in the case of Germany, these interests are not so easy to define. They are like value as understood by Marx. It is not written on their foreheads what they are. Rather, they transform every political action into a social hieroglyph. And anyone who participates in this politics will not be able to decipher the meaning of the hieroglyph, but will only ever rationalize it. Jürgen Elsasser sees the folkish consciousness as the special feature of German politics. According to him, Germany has been organizing the uprising of the tribes against the nations in Yugoslavia since the beginning of the 1990s and is continuing on a new basis what the Nazis failed to do. The triumph of the anti-Hitler coalition was a victory of the nationalists over the folkish. Now this result seems to be reversed. The recourse to the folkish is taking place in a situation in which the economic conditions for nations are undergoing serious change. In this context, blood and tribal thinking suddenly no longer appears as the ideology of the eternalists, but as the avant-garde. According to Elsasser, the plundering economy run by tribes and clans in Somalia, Sub-Saharan Africa and the Balkans is the result of the collapse of the respective national economies and reflects the end of peaceful exchange relations. Quote, in the economic desert, people no longer trade and barter, but murder and rob. While in prospering capitalism individuals are released from traditional ties and are only loosely connected to each other as citizens and consumers, in collapsing capitalism the individual can only survive as a member of a gang or tribe that creates advantages for itself in the competitive struggle through its high degree of violence and willingness to make sacrifices.
End of Quote.
But in folkish ideologies, the term tribe can only ever be used in quotation marks. The individual inevitably remains a consumer, even if he wants to gain advantages as a member of a tribe. The individuals continue to be mediated as citizens and consumers by the state and capital, even if they are at the same time conspiring with each other as a gang. The exchange relationships, which were never as peaceful as they seem, continue to exist to the same extent as robbery and murder are added. Since robbery can only fall back on what has been exchanged and utilized, produced for
Exchange and Utilisation.
Unlike originally tribal social structures and earlier economies based on robbery, the economic deserts of the present remain at the mercy of the totality of the world market, and what appears to be a return to robbery and murder is in fact set in motion and fueled by the socialization of value. Strangely enough, the dialecticians of the Enlightenment were already struggling with this problem. In the early 1940s, Horkheimer and Adorno diagnosed that modern society was now in the upswing phase of so-called Fordism, immediately revealing itself as gangster rule. Organized robbery was taking the place of regulated exchange, rackets were taking the place of classes. This actually denied that Marx's analysis of the value form still had any significance for the analysis of contemporary society. It would therefore only be a theory for the past of capitalism. Although the dialectic of enlightenment materialistically founds the currently prevailing reason and Occidental civilization in the principle of exchange, for the present it simultaneously asserts its end, the abolition of the law of value, and states the transition to gangster rule. The society of exchange appears only as a certain period of history that is now coming to an end. Indeed, the pursuit of profit is no longer understood as the consequence and function of an automatic subject, but as a historically transient variant of the pursuit of power. If Marx analyzed the profit motive as a mere function of the exploitation of value, it is at the same time ontologized in the dialectic of enlightenment, insofar as it is derived from a concept of power that is still undefined and probably also indeterminable. Critical theory therefore often vacillated between a concept of exchange and capital based on Marx and an understanding of power that is derived, with some necessity, from Nietzsche. This tendency to ontologize power is not simply a break with Marx's theory, but has to do with the real changes in the relationship between the state and capital in the 1930s, with the formation of what Heinz Langerhans called the state subject of capital in 1934. It is no pleasure to move on this shaky theoretical foundation. And with his juxtaposition of nations and tribes, Jürgen Elsasser makes something of an attempt to stabilize this foundation. The juxtaposition, which is determined by the need to side with the good, civilized nations against the bad, regressive tribes, becomes a kind of Manichaeism of the national, insofar as the dialectical insight is lost that the civilization of the nations and the regressiveness of the tribes are mutually dependent. The almost insoluble task, however, is to remain aware of this connection of the whole as the untrue, despite all partiality for the lesser evil, as evidenced by Horkheimer and Adorno's ambivalent engagement with the United States after the beginning of the Second World War. In the case of Hannah Arendt, however, from whom Jürgen Elsasser obviously borrows, this negative dialectical connection is completely absent. When she describes the rise of the folkish movement in her book On the Elements and Origins of Total Rule, she is not least trying to outline her ideas of a successful national emancipation and a human state. However impressively and materially richly this rise is rolled up as the prehistory of National Socialism, Hannah Arendt fails to recognize its driving forces insofar as she seeks to define the folkish as an anti-national and anti-state movement, perceiving in folkish solidarity only the bad substitute for the good national emancipation, and not its inner context. The description of the African tribes in the chapters on imperialism corresponds to this subliminally. In the spirit of the invention of the concept of race in the early modern period, she describes these tribes quite unreflectively as races, which lack all their own historical memories and all deeds worthy of remembrance. What also made them physically frightening and repulsive was their catastrophic inferiority or affiliation to nature, which they could not counter with the human world. And it even gives the impression that the worldlessness of the racial tribes actually provoked imperialism and thus also contributed to the totalitarian process. Quote, "The unreal lies in the fact that they are human beings and yet completely lack the reality proper to human beings. It is this unreality of the indigenous tribes, given their worldlessness, that has led to the terrible murderous exterminations and to the complete lawlessness in Africa."
End quote.
With such a colonialist concept of tribe, it is impossible to understand what happened in Africa or what is happening in Yugoslavia. The Kosovo Albanians are not a tribe in the original sense. The association of blood is something essentially different in the context of a tribal society than in the context of a society from which SS brigades were once recruited and which now relies on the Deutschmark. The totality of the valorization process permeates the consciousness and unconsciousness of all actors. The individuals in Africa or southeastern Europe no longer think, act and feel with a magical consciousness of a tribal culture that has remained untouched, magical in the sense of some so-called natural religion, but with that of the magic that prevails generally and everywhere. These tribal members worship the same fetish as the stock market players in New York, Tokyo or Frankfurt. They are integrated into the same context of delusion that is formed by commodities, money, and capital. But this fetish can certainly be worshipped in different ways, and this is where the specific nature of the German delusion begins. Quoting Hannah Arendt, Matthias Kunzel notes that the folkish tribal consciousness of Germans and Albanians basically measures everything by the fictitious standards of blood, while Western nationalism is still concerned with the world and its tangible realities. Leaving aside the question of whether the military operation in Somalia, for example, was still a matter of tangible realities, the question must be asked, are the standards of blood simply fabricated, i.e. freely invented, lies and manipulation? How do they relate to the fetish of commodities and capital? Anyone who has observed the German public sphere before and during the war as closely as Matthias Kunzel has, comes across standards everywhere that are not simply fictitious, but almost compulsively hallucinated, that do not serve as a means to an end of manipulation, but manipulate themselves, as it were, with somnambulistic certainty. Kunzel sees journalists and politicians everywhere reproducing the hallucinatory attribution of certain ethnic characters, be it the enemy Serbs or the related Albanians, the opposite race or the auxiliary people. The intrigue, the planned action and the deliberately deployed propaganda correspond constantly and everywhere to an inner compulsion, an unconscious displacement and pathological projection. When Foreign Minister Fischer and War Minister Scharping, in unison with the press and television, continuously equated the Serbian Special Police with the SS, Milosevic with Hitler and the expulsion of the Albanians with the Holocaust during the war, conscious argumentation strategy and obsessive projection, pure propaganda and compulsive transmission merge into one another. The anti-American opponents of the war, most of whom incidentally have an aversion to psychoanalysis, naturally do not want to know anything about such spooky events, since in their eyes the only bad thing about the Germans is that they are following the USA. Even by equating Hitler and Milosevic, Nazis and Serbs etc., the Germans would only have adopted a propaganda lie casually spread by Clinton. Yet the compulsive nature of believing this lie, the constant pressure to come to terms with the past on the other object, could not be clearer than in Scharping's remark that we Germans see the grimace of our own past in Serbia. This almost unsurpassable potential that the Germans bring with them, this psyche that is functional down to the last detail of war preparation and propaganda, stems, like almost everything that is productive and state-sponsored in Germany, from the extermination policy of National Socialism. Its Volksgemeinschaft was a community of projection. It was a reaction to the crisis of capital in this country. As little as the perpetrators and spectators were ever called to account for this projection realized as mass murder, as little was the projection itself ever brought up and brought to consciousness. Instead, the tabooing of the post-war era led to various forms of reaction formation, which were invoked as mourning and coming to terms with the past and resulted in gestures of reparation and philo-Semitism. It is precisely these that now serve to rearm old projections. If the situation of the Albanians is identified with the situation of the Jews in the Third Reich, then something forbidden is allowed through at the same time. The old policy against the Serbs can be taken up without breaking any taboos and the former alliance with the Albanians can be renewed.
But to what end should this be done?
Can projection even be a means to an end? The entire development in Yugoslavia from the beginning of the 1990s to the Kosovo War can be seen as a deliberate strategy to help Germany and the principles of its power to dominate. The somnambulistic certainty with which this strategy is implemented, however, makes the goal of the strategy itself seem ghostly. When Matthias Kunzel, for example, tries to explain what Germany is actually up to with its Yugoslavia policy, he too can only say that this country wants to create zones of influence as a strategic basis for a new German self-confidence, not only within the European Union, but also in relation to Washington and Moscow. Self-confidence appears to be an end in itself for politics. The recognition policy towards Croatia and Slovenia already amounted to this logic of power politics. The logic remains extremely abstract. Hardly any classical imperialist goals and purposes are cited, which other books on war go to great lengths to discover. No sources of raw materials and sales markets, but power for its own sake, self-confidence in itself. Even the introduction of the Deutschmark seems to fulfill the same function as the resumption of Lili Marleen, the old Nazi hit, as a daily program on a German soldier's radio station on Yugoslavian soil.
Uli Krug goes one step further.
He sees in German politics an unleashing of projection wars abstracted from all interests, purposes and goals, which to a certain extent only serve to overcome the fear and horror of the global crisis on the other object. From this perspective, The reference to sources of raw materials and sales markets appears to be an attempt to rationalize the delusional need, because everything that can be conquered by force with zones of influence can now be bought much more cheaply on the world market by peaceful means. It is clearer than ever that those who want and have to wage these wars admit that they are pure wars of projection, wars that not only cannot logically be won, but that must always be fought anew. This is precisely where the horror lies, in the absence of material interests, in the compulsive moral rigorism, that no longer cares about the consequences of its actions. Projective delusion and belligerent reason of state can no longer be separated. The reason, however, seems to be the naked delusion of being able to ignore the crisis. Quote, "It is not the world market that must ruin the world, but a power that refuses to obey its laws must be projected." In this, Serbia represents the hated socialism on the one hand. On the other, it atones for the Germans' love for the Nazi people's state, which has become impossible. The fact that the newly won German sovereignty sought the same friends and the same enemy as 50 years ago with astonishing somnambulistic certainty has nothing to do with the fact that Germany wants to repeat the actual Second World War, but with the fact that the enemy against which Germany waged this war, the abstract, crisis-like character of accumulation, which combines self-preservation and self-destruction, is stronger than ever. The last World War is the prototype of the current post-national wars of conscience. The fact that a former victim, Serbia, of this war of conscience is once again the villain on whom Germany's persecuting innocence is allowed to run riot makes it so irresistible as a German projection surface.
End of quote.
However, this argument contains a contradiction that points to a fundamental problem with the concept of projection. Why is Serbia irresistible as a projection surface when it is only a projection surface? Enmity against the Serbs is enmity for its own sake, writes Krug. If it really were, then it would have to be pure coincidence that it is the Serbs and not the Croats or Slovenes who are targeted, and Uli Krug himself speaks of almost arbitrary objects of projection, on which the defenders of the market economy make their examples in order to wage war against their very own crisis character. Based on this arbitrariness, hatred of the Serbs can also be equated with anti-Semitism. In this case, however, Krug emphasizes that it is not a matter of similarity of essence, but of affinity without, however, explaining the difference, which is not even possible from the idea of enmity for its own sake. In the delusional consciousness of the Germans, the Serbs will hardly ever embody finance capital. Milosevic will certainly not be associated with Wall Street in the near future. Such an association, as was at least granted to Stalin, at least presupposes fiercer competition between Germany and the USA. So if the Serbs personify the crisis character of capitalized society for this consciousness, then obviously in a different way than the Jews, then they stand for a different dimension of this crisis, and in this there is certainly a historical continuity. What is abstracted from in the reduction of wars to projection wars are the prerequisites for projection mechanisms to function at all. Social totality escapes the concept of projection. With the global crisis, Uli Krug attempts to conjure it up, as it were. This problem, which highlights the difficulties of using psychoanalytical categories as immediate social categories, also goes back to the dialectic of enlightenment, in which Freud's concept of projection was developed for anti-Semitism. On the one hand, Adorno and Horkheimer see the victims of projection here as interchangeable, as it were, since all traits are only attributed to the Jews. On the other hand, however, they expose certain preconditions of the projection mechanism that are responsible for the fact that anti-Semitic resentment has chosen the Jews in particular. Analyzing such preconditions, however, has nothing to do with granting the anti-Semitic or anti-Serbian projection itself a moment of truth, unless it is that it belongs to the political reality of Germany like the fetish belongs to the capital relation. It itself, according to its concept, only ever says something about the one who projects, but not about the one who is projected onto. But and here the horizon of the concept of projection ends. It was no coincidence that the Jews, and not the Sinti and Roma or the enslaved blacks, were chosen by the delusional consciousness of capitalized society to personify the abstract side of commodity production and interest-bearing capital. And it is just as little a coincidence that the Serbs served the reunified Germany as an enemy image in order to accumulate political and military power, to create zones of influence for their
self-confidence.
What has made the Serbs the object of projection is a certain resistance that they put up to German policy. Whatever one may think about this resistance, and however much it may be nationalistically and racially motivated, as a precondition appearing in the projection this is in the logic of the concept, to be regarded merely as the Kantian thing in itself. I do not know whether there is a causality between the fact that the Milosevic government behaved insubordinately towards the World Bank or the World Monetary Fund and the willingness of the USA to take a leading role in the Kosovo War. I know, however, that this insubordinate behavior evokes completely different projections in Germany and Austria than in the United States. The German transport trains rolling to the front in 1914 read, "The Serbs are all criminals, / your country is a filthy hole." As if by reflex, the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft took up the projection, when the Yugoslav government refused to submit politically to the German war machine at the beginning of April 1941, the old enemy image of the Serbs as assassins, conspirators, putschists and world arsonists was revived in the German public. 19. And the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft took up the projection.
End quote.
And the National Socialist occupation policy drew the well-known consequences from this. In contrast to the Albanians, no separate SS unit was recruited from the Serbian population. The hatred of the Serbs probably goes back as far historically as the hatred of the Jews, but it originates in a different social location, not in the center, but on the periphery of the wealth that is accumulated in Europe, on the border between the Occident and the Orient, Christianity and Islam, capitalized society and Turkish rule. Because Serbian nationalism drew different consequences from this position on the periphery than other nationalisms in a similar position, because it did not see itself as an extension of the nearest center, the German and German-Austrian metropolis, but instead repeatedly raised its arm against it, it was predestined to become the projection surface of German nationalism, the thing in itself of the delusional German cognitive faculty, but in a very specific situation, in the situation where there was no longer an Ottoman Empire and no socialism in a country yet, i.e. no political power, however constituted, that could evade the capitalization of society or oppose it with external borders and act contrary to the fragmentation into nation-states. It was precisely in such a constellation that the Serbs rose to become the number one enemy. In the propaganda and hate tirades of the First World War, they were named first, usually ahead of the Russians, with the French and British following at some distance, "Serbia must die and every Russian a shot," with whom one sensed Serbian influence and above all, saw the alliance with Serbia. Every Frenchman, however, was only a push and every Brit a kick. German racism was always very differentiated. This constellation shifted with the revolution in Russia, the defeat of Germany and the collapse of the Habsburg monarchy, which offered different conditions for the delusional consciousness and folkish frenzy of the Germans and German Austrians. The projection of a Jewish world conspiracy as an alliance between Wall Street finance capital and Moscow Bolshevism, which utilized this constellation ideologically and formed the basis of the Second World War, naturally did not abolish the anti-Serbian enemy image, but integrated it. If this projection of the enemy took second place, this does not mean that it was depotentiated at regional level. Here, the enemy image not only retained its old significance, but was itself intensified. The world conspiracy imagination also intensified the hatred of the Serbs and led to a policy towards the Serbs that was considerably more severe than during the First World War. With the end of the Soviet Union, an ideological constellation that was characteristic after the end of the Ottoman Empire returned to a certain extent. The Serbs once again became the number one enemy. As far as I know, the transport vehicles heading for southeastern Europe today are no longer labeled with the same slogans as in the First World War, and today's UK cannot be equated with the former SS division of the Albanians. But it is clear that the Serbs and Milosevic are seen in Germany and Austria as the personification of a state-organized crime in order to make invisible that every state is an organized crime and that this crime must be organized in a new way so that the wealth it has brought and continues to bring in is not lost. In certain respects, the military operation against Yugoslavia is a war of the social democratic and green elites in Germany. As representatives of the ecologically cushioned welfare state, they have for some time been faced with a task that threatens their identity and is dictated to them by the financial markets and competition between locations. They must sacrifice the ecological and welfare state regulation that constitutes their identity to a neoliberal course, because their suitability for government depends on it. The paradoxical situation in which they find themselves is dealt with morally. The active war effort against every form of totalitarianism is the most extreme expression of the fact that they are willing to act as the executive body of the crisis, while leaving the longing for the old regulatory regime to the state communists and right-wing radicals as totalitarian behavior. However, the German necessity to wage war in Yugoslavia is connected to the crisis in a broader sense. And this perhaps explains why the war policy of the left-wing elites, which arose from a very specific paradox, was so well suited to the common denominator of the nation, formed from tacit acceptance as well as anti-Serbian euphoria. Klaus Thorner has reminded us that since the 19th century, German foreign policy has regarded the whole of southeastern Europe as Germany's hinterland, as Friedrich List put it as early as 1842. And certain imperialist interests can still be named for this view. Raw materials, agricultural products and, as required, cheap labor were to be supplied to the German Reich from the southeastern European supplementary areas. In line with these interests, it was only rational not to tolerate a powerful state in the hinterland, but to promote fragmentation. From this point of view, Heinrich Himmler also expressed himself quite rationally when he said, "In the treatment of foreign peoples in the East, we must see to it that we recognize individual peoples as much as possible. I mean to say that not only do we have the greatest interest in not uniting the population of the East, but on the contrary in dividing it into as many parts and splinters as possible."
End quote.
And Matthias Kunzel has pointed to very similar recent strategic assessments in Germany, specifically by experts in the Federal Foreign Office, according to which chaos and crisis are the appropriate forms and structures for changing and overcoming Soviet structures. This is a simple logic of power, which at least remains transparent as long as one does not ask oneself what power actually consists of. The creation of chaos allows a powerful state to emerge as a factor of order. The difference that constitutes Germany, however, lies in the fact that here the means constitute the identity, that to use Adorno's words, the lie is believed, that the fragmentation of others into ethnic groups is justified by one's own ethnic homogeneity. In a certain way, this difference can perhaps really only be grasped with psychoanalytical categories. However, Horkheimer and Adorno speak of pathic projection in order to distinguish the anti-Semitic delusion from projections in general, without which, in their view, an individual cannot exist at all. Pathic projection, however, is characterized by the fact that it no longer allows for experience, that it cannot be reflected upon. What is pathic about anti-Semitism is not the projective behavior as such, but the failure to reflect upon it.
End of quote.
However, a further definition should be added here. In contrast to the individual pathological case of projection, the social pathology spoken of here is essentially system-conform. While the dignity of a mentally ill person can be seen precisely in not being socially functional, the pathological projection of a national and anti-Semitic nature is profoundly functional madness. It fully conforms to the irrational whole. Its functionality for the state and capital lies precisely in unconsciously taking care of the business of the crisis. This means, however, that we are dealing with a functionality without an actual purpose. No matter how much those obsessed with pathological projection may dream and talk about their goals, be it the domination of the Aryan race or the prevention of a second Auschwitz, they are doing the work of the crisis, in which a purpose as a consciously desired and projected result can exist as little as for the whole, for that which is untrue, which only knows the utilization of value. Nothing other than forcibly enforcing the identity of this whole is what Marx understands as crisis. The Soviet Union and Yugoslavia can be seen as attempts, however helpless, failed in the course of time or corrupted from the outset, to evade the totality of the capital relation. Germany, on the other hand, with a key date of 1989, is once again reconsidering the need to violently assert the identity of the whole in the face of such attempts. It is therefore part of the continuity of German politics that it becomes active in a crisis situation like no other. But Germany not only becomes active when a crisis is brewing in Southeast Europe, for example, it matures in these crises itself. Therein lies the German necessity to wage war in Yugoslavia. Anti-Zionism has become obsolete as a fundamental characteristic of a left-wing movement. With reunification, the anti-Semitism of the stupid guys, Isaac Deutscher, previously a prerogative of the left, has become part of Germany's political self-image. Until then, the state-prescribed philo-Semitism applied, in which of course the whispering as well as the rumor Adorno about the Jews never fell silent, but was always present. Anyone who wanted to make openly anti-Semitic statements and remain decent, at the same time had to join the left, which lived out its anti-Semitic projections unabashedly through anti-Zionism. Quote, "The Israeli oppressor who tramples on peaceful Palestinian land." Anti-Israelism, anti-Zionism in purest harmony with the anti-Semitism of yesteryear, how the images finally resemble each other. But what is indeed new is the establishment of anti-Israelism as anti-Semitism on the left. The moment has come for a revision and a new intellectual self-assertion of the left, for it is the left that gives back to anti-Semitism an honorless dialectical respectability.
End of quote.
Since the German government was recruited from the above-mentioned left, not only has the right of peoples to self-determination and inseparably linked to this, the anti-Semitic impulse Adorno, which is directed against U.S. imperialism, been elevated to official foreign policy as an act of mere popular liberation, but also explicitly anti-Zionism. This complements the anti-Semitism of the Germans, which is being articulated ever more bluntly and openly in the process of normalization of the reunited nation. The still cultivated secret pride in the longest shadow in history does not stand in the way of the unstoppable purification of a completely normal nation, on the contrary. In an attempt to distance themselves from official anti-Zionism, the anti-imperialists can only define themselves through the feeling of permanent siege, the omnipresent threat and the constant need for self-defense. With the beginning of the so-called Al-Aqsa Intifada, Both the bourgeois media and the movement left were overwhelmed in unison by projection and paranoia. While the former were able to conform to the ideas of the nation, the latter had to take the detour of placing themselves in formal opposition to the political class and to power in order to express their real unity with the state as such. In unison with the bourgeois media, a UN mission, naturally with German participation, is being propagated. In the spirit of persecuting innocents, Krauss, remnant leftists, wherever they have the opportunity, raise the question of why the Israeli army only acts unilaterally against the oppressed Palestinians and not ultimately consequent against the settlers. In plain language, why the permanent pressure on Israeli society does not finally lead to the desired divisions and why Jews may shoot at Jews. If this did not happen, UN intervention would be necessary. In contrast, the foreign policy coordinator of the Green Parliamentary Group in the Bundestag and board member of the German-Israeli Working Group for Peace in the Middle East e.V., Christian Sturzing, calls for intervention by blue helmets because of Germany's special responsibility, naturally with German participation in the Middle East region. In view of a previous mediator whose proximity to Israeli negotiating positions is undisputed, Germany must advocate a more active role for the EU in the region than before and, according to Sturzing, the EU should no longer shine through political absence in this conflict, as this is the only way to achieve long-term peace. Apparently, the anti-imperialist left, which sees itself as defamed by society as a whole in the gesture of the eternally persecuted, has no content to offer apart from an invocation of diffuse human rights. The desire to throw oneself into the melting pot of the collective ego gives birth to projections and paranoia, of the worst kind, as was demonstrated in a broadcast by the Hamburg Free Broadcasting Combine at the end of October last year. Under the title On the Current Situation in the Palestinian Territories and Israel, a Palestinian comrade, that was probably enough to know that he was on the good side, listed the victims in the war for independence. In doing so, he distinguished between Palestinians, i.e. probably really genuine, pure, and Palestinians who have Israeli passports. The latter therefore appear to be rather fake, in line with the blood and soil ideology. Dead Israelis, he continued, are not considered victims because we cannot equate the attackers and the victims here. Whereupon he painted the horror picture of every left-wing German on the wall. Palestine was so torn apart by the Israelis that only a Palestinian entity existed, not a real state. Israel is not a state either, but an American military base with nuclear weapons and a few people on it. In the same breath, Arafat and the Palestinian Autonomous Authorities are once again declared to be the extended arm of the Israelis. The Arab states are exposed as puppets of America, and the social revolutionary phrase is not missing either. The left has always said that the Oslo Agreement is not a peace between people, but a peace of capital. Obviously, there is nothing to defend about the uprising of the Intifada other than the fact that it is a people's movement for the sake of a people's movement. Not even the desire for modernization appears, but only the pure violence and the pure uprising, as well as the righteous anger of the people. As early as 1991, the PLO functionary Sharif stated that the national liberation struggle was something other than the struggle for emancipatory structures. Stripped of all ambition, all that remains are political tactics and solidarity. After the obligatory question as to why there has still been no UN intervention in Israel, it was agreed in the broadcast that we should simply trust in the forces of the Palestinian people and the Arab masses. In order to help them to victory, it was necessary for Germany to stop its support for Israel, this unbelievable support. But that's not all. The Palestinian then went on to demonstrate, in a ludicrous game of arithmetic that defied all mathematical rules, that money always seems to multiply beyond belief with the Israelis. Quote, only as reparations 100 billion DM have been paid to Israel so far, 100 billion DM for 5 million Israelis, and if we add all generations of Israelis who have been in Palestine since 48, then we come to a maximum of 20 million Israelis.
Tats, per capita, U 10,000 Millionen.
Israel has received 10,000 million per capita from Germany alone as compensation.
End of Quote.
This miraculous increase in money did not seem strange to the co-hosting German comrade. Obviously imbued with knowledge about the power of the Jews, he also allowed himself to be overwhelmed by his reflexive association with fascism directed at Israel. If I can make one more comment on this, and that is that during these negotiations on the so-called reparations, which after all do not benefit the victims of the Shoah, but rather the Israeli state and serve it to expand its military apparatus, the oppression there, among others, the well-known Globk, who was involved in the Nuremberg race laws, was also involved in these negotiations in 1948. So that is perhaps also a very interesting point in this context.
End quote.
After the likewise probably unimaginable sentence had fallen, after 50 years of massacres, expulsion, we have experienced everything that the Jews experienced at that time: concentration camps, expulsion, 100 million refugees, various massacres. We have experienced everything. One came to the actual topic, as was emphasized afterwards: the probably overpowering anti-German censorship, which is conformistically directed against the anti-Zionists as a sting of society. Left-wing radical newspapers such as Concret and Bahamas had made it their mission to finally destroy the remnants of a still existing anti-imperialist left.
End quote.
In doing so, they would not shy away from openly defending imperialist aggression policies and also unsettling the last left-wing newspapers such as Interim. In an interview, the two editors responsible, who had already been suspended at the time, once again emphasized where they saw the enemy. Quote, "The anti-national faction is mainly concerned with proving to other leftists that the Shoah has been relativized. This exclusive view of history suppresses a position on the political situation of the present."
End of quote.
With the manslaughter argument anti-Semitism, for which proof has so far been lacking, an attempt is being made to force anti-capitalist positions out of the radio in order to silence political opponents. After the two presenters were banned from broadcasting by an internal council of radio delegates, the latent suffering of a section of the Hamburg scene increased further. The innocence of those who stood up for the victims of the victims, i.e. Palestinians and Germans, was collectively emphasized. Numerous flyers, signature lists and events were used to denounce the evil power clique, which undemocratically wielded the censorship club by means of straw men who did not shy away from embezzling student funds. However, this identity-forming suffering is by no means the prerogative of the left, but rather the basic consensus of the collective German we. This was recently demonstrated not only in a Spiegel survey on the occasion of Norman Finkelstein's trip to Germany, in which 2/3 of all respondents stated that they were convinced that Jewish organizations were enriching themselves at our expense, but also by the demand that we can no longer stand idly by and watch Israel continue to evade all criticism. Moreover, the anti-imperialists add, Israel's racism is worse than that of the National Socialists. The bourgeois media disseminate similar statements by reproducing corresponding statements by various Arab heads of state without comment. Today, there is no longer any need for left-wing radicals in order to turn anti-Semitic resentment against Israel and Zionism. The following quotes show that the bourgeois media can do this all by themselves. Equating Israel with the apartheid system of South Africa and being outraged about the Bantu status of the Palestinians, for example, is not an original quote from the Junge Welt, but an assessment by the FR. It is a matter of course to want to make it clear to the Israelis that peace costs something, SC. Also, Barak only offered an ambiguous back-and-forth FAZ, and acted out of power interests, Spiegel, while the butcher Sharon Mopo HH triggered the Al-Aqsa uprising as a clumsy animal 1W, even though it had been planned since Arafat's return from Camp David, as the Palestinian Authority's Minister for Communications, Imad Al-Faluji, made clear in a speech. In the Al-Aqsa Intifada, popular anti-Israeli nationalism is once again finding itself, as the currently most popular Egyptian pop song shows. The refrain of this solidarity song for the Intifada FR is, "I hate Israel.
Ilaf AMR Musso."
The uprising is generally regarded as innocent and completely justified, as having been initiated by a people that has not yet found itself, and should therefore not be measured by the same standards as Israel. In contrast, Israel had unlawfully appropriated this territory, and thus committed the original sin against the Palestinians in 1948, FR-SC. In this state, whose most inhabitants draw their right to live from the Old Testament, Stuttgarter Zeitung, there would never have been any problems if the Zionists had not emerged, because they were the only ones who caused problems from the beginning. The consensus is to deny the modernity of state constituting Zionism, in addition to the now indispensable assurance that Israel's right to exist is not in question. Zionism is declared to be the problem of Palestine on behalf of the Jews. Either it is seen as an outdated religious movement, FR-SC, or the last upright fighters deny that the necessity of its existence can be derived from anti-Semitism and from the Shoah. But the bourgeois media still have to take a small detour. Israel's right to exist is generously derived from the Shoah, but since the end of the par-religious reappraisal, Jaeger FAZ of the Holocaust is generally being proclaimed, the basis for its self-defined right to exist is withdrawn in the same breath. Quote, "And when the harsh grim reaper comes and takes me for the very last ride, I'll look at the world again and arm myself in my own way.
Il take the guitar of the wall and let go of morning, and move to a faraveland unknown to me." End quote.
With these words, German suicide bombers were sent off on their last flight from April 16 to 19, 1945. They were to make one last attempt to attack 32 Oder bridges, which were in the hands of the long-advanced Soviet army, by self-sacrifice. Viewed as a whole, this action is a footnote in German warfare, but the extreme is, as always, the truth about the normal case, thus shedding light on what the essence of total war was: the unconditional self-sacrifice of the individual for the collective. In the consciousness of post-war society, however, your existentialism of selflessly sacrificing one's own life for the Volksgemeinschaft became an objective existential, the sacrifice itself, which was imposed on the Germans, which they suffered but did not pursue. Instead of senseless acts of kamikaze with criminal intent, there is talk of quite normal young men who could still be tending their allotment gardens today as pensioners if they had not become seduced out of misunderstood heroism and therefore become lamentable victims of overpowering circumstances like so many millions of others in those terrible, fanatical years. The suffering inflicted on the Germans by the Nazis thus appears as a prerequisite for their subsequent democratic purification. The fact that the suffering of the Germans can finally be presented, whether on the run or in the cold of Stalin's Grad, in air raid shelters or Soviet captivity, is, as is well known, a side effect of what is called normalization. Undoubtedly, the Nazi would also have liked to stay alive instead of moving to a faraway land unknown to me, and it was not only his wife who was frightened when the Antifa with their Lancaster bombers threatened not only the Nazi Empire, but also the persevering woman in the air raid shelter. But normalization means far more than simply stating the banal fact that the Germans did not emerge completely unscathed from the crimes they committed. Basically, normalization means the resumption of a plan initiated by Paul Tillich in the U.S. emigration at the end of 1943 to commit all leading intellectuals to a council for a democratic Germany. Thomas Mann, the only one to argue against this, knew what to make of it: to distinguish between the German people and Nazism in such a way that Germany is presented as the first victim of Hitler, the first of the peoples raped by National Socialism, I consider not only absurd, but also unworthy.
End quote.
More than 50 years later, not only all intellectuals, but the whole nation stands behind Paul Tillich's counsel, and with Tillich, they would say about eternalists like Thomas Mann that he pronounced the death sentence on Germany. Today, people are so free and unworthy as to attribute to the people's comrades of the war generation, because they had suffered and thus atoned, the dignity that trims the master race to humane greatness. Thus the fact that German lives were also destroyed became the ferment of reparation. If you look at the Nazi soaps by Guido Knopp, which deal with all aspects of German suffering in the Second World War and from which no evening program has been safe for a long time. In the meantime, a recent Nobel Prize winner himself is committed to coming to terms with the past in literature. As equally traumatized, German victims are placed on an equal footing with the victims of the Germans. Although this has the disadvantage that the Germans lose their victim privilege. If everyone is a victim, their victim status is no longer special, at least they have retained the we and can see themselves as victims, and that counts. However, this allows the modernized form of persecution mania, in which the collective is hallucinated as a victim of pollutants and environmental toxins, to be frank and free about its origins, of course, completely ideology-free and sober. Without provoking any significant contradiction, the SZ, in its search for the reasons for Germany's health awareness and high standards in the fight against cancer, paid tribute to the fathers of these achievements. The Nazis were the first not only to ban smoking in public buildings, but also to pass the law in 1938 requiring non-smoking compartments on all German trains. A letter written by Heinrich Himmler to SS Dr. Ernst Grawitz in late February or early March 1945, in which he suggested investigating why there were no cases of cancer in German concentration camps, shows how seriously the Nazi leadership took the fight against cancer even in the final days of the war.
End of quote.
Apart from the cynicism with which the cancer prevention in German concentration camps is honored, where a prisoner had no time to die of cancer in view of the death by extermination or labor that was planned for him, it could have been noticed that the National Socialist fight against cancer comes very close to a completely different extermination campaign in terms of the enemy's declaration. Cancer is a disease that one is accustomed to describe as insidious and unpredictable, which gradually spreads a destructive network over the entire affected body by means of spreading and nodules and finally consumes it. These are characteristics which, as is well known, were also attributed to the Jews, who were not coincidentally warned against as the cancer in the body of the people. However, where people talk and write about us Germans, who suffered a common fate, there can be no distance from the Nazis' health mania, but rather an unbroken link to their ideology. When people talk about our crimes more and more frequently today, this is not an admission of guilt, but a display of pride. The mass extermination had already been incorporated in this way by acknowledging its singularity, instead of keeping quiet about it, which only meant, Auschwitz remains German, Ike Geisel, top-class extermination made in Germany. In view of this, Thomas Mann would have seen himself confirmed in rejecting any separation between Nazis and Germans. Quote, If there is collective responsibility at all, if there is the nation, the people as a mythical personality, then National Socialism is nothing other than the form into which a country, Germany, has brought itself in order to make the most daring attempt at world subjugation, set in motion with the most comprehensive means, of which history knows, an attempt that would have succeeded by a hair's breadth.
End quote.
This German Nobel Prize winner, unlike his unworthy descendant, had already justified the sinking of the Wilhelm Gusseloff before the deed was done, just as he had justified the Beneš decrees even before they were issued. I can assure you that I will make no bones about any measure which the statesmen of the world will consider necessary to prevent Germany from repeating its game in any foreseeable future.
End quote.
So where Thomas Mann had good reason to put forward a collective guilt thesis and affirm painful consequences for the Germans without further ado, the new cronyism with the murderers means something completely different. The new we, which includes the perpetrators in the community, is no longer the collective of the guilty, but that of the victims. The Nazis, they are the others, marginalized criminals as in the past or boot Nazis as today. Many on the left were torn between a condemnation of their grandfathers that was perceived as arrogant and a need for solidarity with their victims. In the meantime, they have elegantly resolved the dilemma. They simply place themselves in the tradition of both victims and perpetrators. This is all the easier because they accept the fact that it was not the Führer but the Germans who committed the crimes, only that they turned this realization into a confession. When, for example, anti-Germans are attacked with unheard of passion by leftists for holding up the slogan "Bomber Harris did the right thing," it is not so much because these leftists deny the considerable complicity of ordinary Dresdeners in Nazi Germany's crimes, but because they deny the simple logical connection between collective action and collective responsibility, which Thomas Mann again formulated quite straightforwardly. Did Germany believe that it would never have to pay for the misdeeds that its head start in barbarism allowed it to commit? It has hardly begun to pay.
End quote.
Instead of recognizing this quite ordinary anti-fascist thought, German leftists accuse anti-Germans of inhumanity and come up with the groundbreaking insight that, for example, small children could never be perpetrators, but only victims, as if the Germans, through their selfless support of the Nazi regime, had not knowingly taken their children with them on the journey to a faraway land unknown to me. Calling someone a victim says more about those who bestow the title than about the title holders themselves. In 1938, for example, the world almost became a victim of Czechoslovakia. At that time, Edvard Beneš hesitated to agree to the Munich Dictate, which would have labeled him as a hazardeur and a threat to peace in the eyes of the world, because Hitler would have had to defeat Czechoslovakia militarily first. Peace would then have become a victim of the Czech Republic's intransigent policy. And the fact that the Czechs are always intransigent is demonstrated by the resolution passed by the entire Czech parliament in April of this year, according to which the legal consequences of the Beneš decrees are inviolable, whereby the European community of values desired by Germany, according to which every expulsion is to be outlawed as an injustice in principle, seems to have become the victim of these steadfast bullies. The German left, which has always been part of the German victims movement in search of objects of empathy, is also busy reproducing the domestic equalization of victims on an international scale. In the name of a general humanity that is not committed to anything, victims are lamented and mourned and unambiguous positions are rejected as fundamentalist. And similar to the persevering Germans of Dresden, the simplest logic is mocked, such as the simple connection between statehood and armed defense. The formula, repeated ad nauseum, that Israel as the state of the victims naturally has a right to exist, is then regularly followed by indignation that this existence is being defended by armed means, and then the position advocated in Bahamas that support for Israel must be unconditional. The objection to this is that, after all, there are innocent victims of this policy who must not be neglected. But what else is a right to exist that should not be relativized but unconditional? What condition would they like? No slogan is currently more in vogue than that of opposing the omnipresent anti-Semitism cudgel, which hinders the work of the left. Criticism of Israel's policies is not anti-Semitism after all. This is what the left is shouting up and down the country, and this is how it echoes back from all the commentaries in the bourgeois press. Only one thing can be said with certainty. It cannot be said that criticism of Israel's policies is not anti-Semitic, but it can be said that anyone who says it is seeking approval from anti-Semites. But that is precisely what the respectable left does. It is only able to reject false victimizations if it can identify even more sophisticated victims against the background of German history. It criticizes the equalization of the victims, but reduces it to a purely domestic phenomenon so that it does not shed any light on the Middle East. The equalization of the victims in the general humanity dusk also loosens the tongue of some pale and almost forgotten contemporaries. Thus it burst out unfiltered and spontaneously from the Sacred Heart Marxist Norbert Blum when, filled with holy rage, he barked that Israel was waging an unrestrained war of extermination, SE April 4, 02, not coincidentally picking up on the word that has been attracting attention in Germany for years, war of extermination. Blum's generous transfer of the war of extermination accusation to the Israeli army, which was not objected to by any historical commission, or Molleman's pithy defense of suicidal terror against Jews were gratefully and critically taken up. One can distance oneself from them, and yet they are still part of the recognized spectrum of discussion. Nobody takes their hat off because of this or even gets into trouble, like Strobeli did with his accusations of Israel's guilt during the Gulf War. People now know how it is done. Here Palestinian victims, they're Jewish victims, to whom all our indivisible compassion is directed because any one-sidedness on behalf of one party is now out of the question. After all, both sides are both the aggressor and the attacked. We must be wary of inappropriate condemnations of Israel's military actions, which of course should not be confused with diplomatic attempts to gradually override Israeli sovereignty. Fischer and also Schäuble appeared as the most prominent moderator. Schäuble, for example, advised with tactical reason against apportioning blame. Instead, the Europeans should keep an eye on more concrete steps such as UN intervention. You can only participate in such a force if you don't take sides beforehand, SE April 4, 02. In this way, foreign policy is productively cushioned by what is suitable for a profitable political dispute at home. In any case, the FDP, whose close alliance with the German Arab Society, which was one of the organizers of the largest anti-Semitic demonstration in Germany since 1945 on April 13 in Berlin, is well known, inherited the DVU with 13% in the Saxony-Anhalt state elections. The fools are once again the Greens. Some Greens ask why the FDP politician Mollemann or the former CDU federal minister of Labor Blum are allowed to publicly criticize Israel and receive so little protest. Concerns are expressed that harsh words against Israel remained unchallenged because they met with broad popular approval, FAZ April 18, 02. Instead of using their party's own warhorse for peace and against Israel to try to buy some of the cutting edge from the Mollemans, the Greens recently voted the veteran and publicity-seeking anti-Zionist Christian Strobeli off a promising list position for the Bundestag elections. In their own way, the Greens are currently serving a mood among the population that wants tough words against Israel much more effectively. In line with Schäuble, Foreign Minister Fischer has presented a 7-point paper on the Middle East, which is intended to show the way according to the well-known principle of land versus security. One element of his proposal is to provide an international guarantee for Israel's security in return for Israeli advance payments. However, in 1967 the UN had already shown that its so-called peacekeeping force, which was supposed to guarantee security, particularly on the border with Egypt, did not act as a neutral power. At the behest of Nasser and under Israeli protest, the UN troops withdrew, leaving Israel to deal with a war coordinated between Egypt, Jordan, and Syria. Fischer now proposes that those countries that continue to support terrorism or harbor its organizations or members should be comprehensively isolated, politically and economically. For Germany, this would mean giving up the critical dialogue with Iran and helping to isolate Lebanon. Conversely, this means admitting that cooperation with those countries supports the fight against Israel. The Fischer plan thus states relatively openly that anti-Israeli trump cards are being played. Standing up for a peace solution means bringing the peace power called Germany into play. It is assumed that the longer the battle for Israel continues, the weaker Israel's offensive power will become, thus increasing the chances for the plan and the blackmail it contains. The FAZ, June 4, 02, for example, wrote what the EU sees as its chance. Despite the bleak situation in the Middle East from a European perspective, most EU foreign ministers also see a few good sides to their latest initiative. They all agreed that Sharon had no concept for the time after. Presumably the whole region would then plunge into chaos with the Arab countries becoming increasingly belligerent. Will this perhaps be the hour of the Europeans?
End of Quote.
The hour of the Europeans. That would also be the hour of the European value system committed to human rights, which already became material force in the form of bomber fleets during the destruction of Yugoslavia and is now being deployed diplomatically against the Czech Republic. As is well known, European values are supposed to be different from American values. This is emphasized all the more emphatically since the EU has been striving for a common foreign policy. Protection of minorities, respect for peoples, respect for the collective right to self-determination. This is supposed to justify Europe's moral surplus value compared to the USA. Since the internationalization of Holocaust remembrance and its integration into the international culture of victimhood, bowing to the victims has become an essential part of the self-image of Western morality, so that today even a fascist has to participate if he wants to be socially acceptable. The Americans, on the other hand, behaved quite uncouthly as early as the First World War, when, after entering the war against Germany, they advocated an international war crimes tribunal, from which they expected what they recorded in an encouraging slogan: "We are going to hang the Kaiser under the linden trees." NZZ 20/21.4.02. To this day, it has remained true that at least moral superiority is at home in Europe. Gunter Gauss knows he is part of a large consensus when he writes in Freitag, March 29/02, the European security concept must be justified by the insight that not all US interests and not all US behavior belong to the Occidental canon of values to which Europe is committed. Henrik Broder, Tagesspiegel, 28/29.3.02, reported from the Philosophical Quartet in Dresden, where Peter Sloterdijk met the director of the Berliner Ensemble, Klaus Peymann, on how Occidental values are spelled by German intellectuals. Peymann fantasized on television about how this cowboy comes and stands there with his hand in his pocket. Not even Hitler dared to do that, he said. The formula, well, Bush didn't even stick to it. At the time, Peymann had probably taken the reports about the patriotic games from the SZ, November 2/02, which believed to have caught the Americans plagiarizing German achievements unfairly. An overdose of patriotism, as history shows, has always led to excesses.
End of quote.
As a prominent representative of the new German cultural nation, Director Peymann attempts to turn Lessing's Nathan into a didactic play that systematically warns the Jews in Israel and their American allies not to provoke a world war, which would not only reinforce the Norbert Blum-Osama bin Laden axis in German theater, but would also definitively draw the lessons of Auschwitz. I thought this is a play where a Holocaust, where a terrible story that happened, is responded to this Nathan. Precisely not with revenge but with forgiveness, not with retribution but with forgiveness, and that would be a more appropriate response to me than now leading the world to the brink of a third or fourth war. This is the quintessence of German madness. The actual victims should forgive, and if they don't, they are vengeful perpetrators and the Germans are the victims, and quite wrongly so, when they are doing morning work domestically and acting as disinterested peacemakers in foreign policy, in complete contrast to the USA and Israel. In view of the difficulties the Europeans are having in making a real impact in the Middle East, the capital city newspaper Der Tagesspiegel sees the Federal Republic as already playing the role of the USA in at least one area, March 30/02. It quotes the opinion of William Pace of the Coalition for an International Criminal Court. Germany will take on the role of the USA. It is the superpower here at the International Criminal Court, which is due to start work in The Hague in summer 2003. Germany has persistently contributed to the success of the court for 7 years and, as the main contributor, will also provide a correspondingly large number of staff, approximate
20%, for the court.
Here, Germany is gaining influence over an institutional successor to the Nuremberg Tribunal, which makes political decisions on the question of who is a victim and who is a perpetrator. But the victims, as is already clear today, are in any case the indigenous peoples. As is well known, this credo already marked the solidarity between the Europeans, above all Germany, and the Tricont countries against Israel and the USA in Durban. The anti-globalization movement, which also had its focus anti-racist coming out there, is the activist part of the peoples who do not see themselves adequately represented by their governments in the face of political and economic foreign domination. Whether it is a question of national borders, national economy, culture or binding values, everything is being eroded, undermined and devalued. And in the face of the threat, which is as incomprehensible as it is omnipresent, the demoralized masses are coming together internationally as a victim movement, united not by the prospect of wealth or emancipation, but only by sheer resentment. The German equalization of perpetrator and victim finds its international continuation when the mass extermination of the Jews, in its culturally softened version as the Holocaust, is used as an existentialist cipher for incomprehensible suffering and nameless extermination to express the uprooting and cultural alienation of peoples. Arundhati Roy, the most prominent advocate of the disenfranchised shaken by globalization, puts it bluntly, quoted from Die Welt of February 3, 2002, the millions of forcibly resettled people no longer exist. They are not killed or sent to gas chambers, but their accommodation is worse than in the concentration camps of the Third Reich. Presumably they are allowed to continue consuming carcinogenic cigarettes, unlike the Nazi concentration camps, which were harmless to their health. With international criminal jurisdiction, an appellate body is installed to decide what is to be regarded as resistance and what is terror. And only the status of being a victim qualifies as resistance. And this much is certain: the parties before this court are the peoples and not the individuals. Even if individuals are indicted in The Hague, the decisive criterion as to who should actually be indicted is their classification as part of a collective. And there are qualitative differences, such as those already found in classical anti-imperialism with its dichotomy between the peoples fighting for liberation and their opponents, the states trampling on collective human rights. Thus, the Serbs, as defenders of state cohesion in a so-called multi-ethnic state, make up by far the largest number of defendants compared to the separatist peoples in the respective federal states or provinces of Yugoslavia. As the denationalization of social guarantees and the substitution of state provision by private services progresses and the established states disintegrate into poverty zones and winning regions, movements are forming everywhere that organize local or regional self-administration as a way of overcoming the crisis and define membership of the self-administration collective according to culturalist and ethnic
criteria.
The subaltern and those disconnected from the production process join together to self-manage their own oppression, to participate equally in misery, without any prospect of wealth or improvement of their situation. The anti-globalization movement expresses this voluntary self-organization of the subaltern as much as it moderates and promotes it. In its claim to shape globalization, it represents a desire for self-determination that aspires to communitarian self-government. It is no coincidence that the polyscarf has once again become a popular expression of collective sentiment through this movement, as it is a cipher for the hostility determined to the utmost against the foreign body in the regionally ancestral people. The duration and terrorist consequence of the Palestinian struggle from the perspective of inferiority and self-sacrifice give new strength to folkish confidence. The Palestinians are seen as allies and as a fighting avant-garde, for a self-determination that can mean nothing other than collectively organized self-abnegation. Attack, currently the fastest-growing organization, is using this offensively to recruit members. For example, an attack representative at the closing rally of the Solidarity with Palestine demonstration in Munich on Saturday, April 12, 2002, Israel's policy is identified with a predominance of economic interests over the needs of the people. Against this resistance is stirring. I quote from the Porto Alegre Declaration of the Social Movements: "The situation of the war in Afghanistan has now destabilized the Middle East and created the pretext for renewed repression against the Palestinian people. In view of the brutal occupation of Palestine by Israel, an urgent task of our movement critical of globalization is to mobilize solidarity with the Palestinian people and to support their struggle for self-determination." Thus, the globalization critic Jose Bove and the Munich attack member Sophia Deeg found themselves alongside international peace activists in Palestine.
End quote.
Or an attack speech at the start of the Easter March in Munich on March 30, 2002, the mullahs of global market fundamentalism were already proclaiming the end of history and the glorious victory of the religion of capital. But they had not reckoned with the slaves of neoliberal ideology. The brutal claim to power of Western market fundamentalism over the states of the world, with its ignorance of the cultural and religious values of its victims, had provoked a backlash whose brutal energy and penetrating power took the West by great surprise. We therefore demand a just and solidary world economic order and a recognition of foreign cultures and values beyond the flat and flattening religion of total mammon. The pursuit of maximizing profit is not a basis for justice. Money is not a value, and money does not create values.
End of quote.
Horst Mahler could not have put it more beautifully. Put them down, all of them. No one in bourgeois society who has been able to maintain a minimum of mental health and moral integrity, who has not yet dreamed of firing a machine gun blindly into a department store, the Dreisam Stadium, or even the Reichstag. There are more than enough reasons for this, and it is therefore unnecessary to mention more than just this one. You just have to look these guys in the face, these Westerwelles, Biskis and Merkels, these Fischers, Stoibers and Schroders, who have the pride of being German written all over their faces, these character masks of domination and exploitation that are as brazen as they are mostly cowardly, to wish plague and cholera on them. These are people who praise the monopoly on the use of force, i.e. the centralization of terror, which was the condition for the possibility of Nazi fascism and mass extermination. These are people who rave about culture and civilization, and yet they have made Germany dictionary free. These are people who haggle with the survivors and the forced laborers for every mark and look like Schleyer, Lambsdorff and Olaf Henkel. These are people who trumpet themselves as the legal successors of the Third Reich, and who are actually the proud executors of Nazi fascism. They are the ones who mourn the brokers of the World Trade Center, not the elevator operators and buffet mammals, not the secretaries, not the jobbers and Gehördes whose lives were taken by the Islamist massacre, whose miserable pleasures consisted of a little jogging and biking, but it was their only one. No hall in Stuttgart will be named Martin Schleyer after them. When Germany's ruling class, the political elite, as it is euphemistically called, demonstratively mourns the death of American citizens, then something must be wrong. After all, it is the job and the nature of the politician to play the wolf in sheep's clothing and to wait lamb-like for the best opportunity to go for the enemy's throat. Politicians, especially German politicians, are actors acting for reasons of state. They demonstrate shock as well as dismay by profession, an insight that is neither new nor cynical, but comes from the Handbook of Applied Political Science, i.e. Niccolò Machiavelli. They have never given a damn about the dead in massacres. What Hutus, what Tutsis? The species means to capital and its state only the human material and the labor container. At worst, they themselves have provided the slaughter with their Wehrmacht. At best, they have used the massacres as a welcome pretext to further strengthen their strong state and their defensive democracy, to trim the German armed forces for intervention and to plan a state of emergency. So the massacre in New York is just a good opportunity for the Frankfurter Allgemeine to lament that the state is burning out in the decadent luxury of an omnipresent local health insurance fund. In truth, it is not the dead who are dead, but the state that is the victim. Those who truly mourn have to strengthen the German state. And so it is the policy of unconditional promotion of sovereignty, a German sovereignty that is directed against the United States in perspective, that the nation's political public is keen to draw as a lesson and consequence of the massacre. Politics divides, the crisis unites, as the ARD stock market idiot knows. Thus, in a deliberate allusion to August 4, 1914, the truce is proclaimed and it is decreed, when the enemy is at the gates, all disputes within the walls must cease, FAZ, September 28. But who is the enemy of the Germans? Who has always been, because they can't help it? The enemy is our own question as a figure, said the Nazi jurist and discreet father of the Basic Law, Carl Schmitt, as late as 1963 in his Theory of the Partisan, and it goes without saying, both logically and historically, that when Germans ask themselves about their nature, there can only ever be anti-Semitic answers. The enemy may have many names, but ultimately the German question finds its antagonist in the form of the Jew. And in its political form, Israel. This is why the transatlantic solidarity that Germany vows to the United States in the fight against the fascist faction of Islam is sly and half-hearted, for on the one hand, the state of affairs is that Germany will still have to work for some time on its domination of the Central European Economic Area, that the smashing of Yugoslavia in the name of the famous right to national self-determination is only the first and cheap down payment on the dreams of German capital and its state. That they are still forced to maneuver in the slipstream of American hegemony for the time being. The state of the nation is not enough for their ambitions. On the other hand, however, they want to keep all options open for the future. The perspective must not be blocked. It consists of not jeopardizing Germany's historical alliance with the despots of the Middle East, which was already cultivated by the Kaiser and then also by the Führer, but rather bringing it back to life. Israel only stands in the way of this political perspective. When the jihad against Israel began with the Al-Aqsa Intifada and since October 2000, the mosques in Gaza have been preaching to the faithful, wherever you meet them, kill them. Wherever you are, kill Jews and Americans. Since then, German politicians have tried to act as honest brokers, but de facto as a cross-party policy statement by the Bundestag on the cornerstones of a new German Middle East policy announced in August, to play its role as midwife and godfather of the future Palestinian state, FAZ, August 21. Anyone who remembers the movie The Godfather knows what is meant. It is Nazi fascism that empowers Germany to have the boldest hopes. It is precisely the experience of the last stand, of the Volkssturm and Werewolf, that enables the Godfather to empathize with the Islamist suicide squads. It is indeed the case, as the foreign minister dictated to the Taz. It is an achievement of the red-green government that Germany has been able to turn the burden of its history into productive policy in the Middle East. Taz, 29.9.
An achievement, to be sure.
Nothing but malice and schadenfreude can therefore be heard in the addresses of solidarity from left to right, regardless of whether the Social Democrat Gunter Gauss warns America in the rather left-wing Freitag that, in its reaction to the massacre, this time the Old Testament is triumphing unreservedly over the New, or whether the right-wing Frankfurter Allgemeine calls on states to renounce an Old Testament policy of revenge. As if by itself, nothing but anti-Semitism drips from a rhetoric of concern that is as German nationalist as it is pacifist, which has always identified the USA as the agency of the Old Testament God of vengeance, and Mammon is its prophet. The states are in the pay of Yahweh, not at the service of Christ, and ergo, Wall Street is not honestly profiting, but perfidiously speculating. The Jewish God of vengeance who never gives rest, but wants to atone for collective guilt to the last link he is not, says the perpetual peace movement of the Germans, concerned with reconciliation, but with an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and therefore with the equivalence of retribution. The German nation is so far removed from Horst Mahler, from Dorothy Sohl, from the Islam fascists and the US right that it can understand very well that the US government is called a Zionist-occupied government. Actually, so one thinks and so one feels, the USA deserves it no other way, since the towers of the World Trade Center were more hybrid than any Tower of Babel. But it is the nation's misfortune to be allowed to express its malice and schadenfreude only through the flower, in the warning of revenge and retaliation, as it did 10 years ago in the No Blood for Oil campaign and 20 years ago in the fight against the nuclear holocaust. This is why the German government tolerates Islamo-fascist associations such as the Caliphate State, which has a very pro-German program, "O you Muslims! Put an end to the rule of a handful of stinking and fearful Jews." And it is by no means doing this out of liberalism or engagement for a multicultural society. Rather, it tolerates this as its own reserve of power, as an option for the German future. For these are the allies of tomorrow who, like Aziz Assad or Saddam Hussein, accuse the USA of its diabolical alliance with Zionism, FAZ 19.9. Who, like the Basque ETA and other peoples who want liberation, accuse the USA of poisoning Palestine, FAZ 17.9. Or who, like the Iranian mullahs, like to speak of the racist Zionist regime in Jerusalem and chant death to the USA, death to Israel, on the streets of Tehran. These are the allies of tomorrow, to whom one may not yet commit oneself unreservedly today out of pragmatic consideration, partners to be who, like Osama bin Laden, have already built up a structure that pleases the Godfather. Bin Laden has also built up close ties to the UK. UK fighters were trained in camps in Afghanistan. In addition, Bin Laden and the UK worked together in the drug business.
The Frankfurter Allgemeine, Knos Alsis.
These are the allies of tomorrow, because they are the allies of yesterday. Yesterday's allies were the Muslim Brotherhood and Islamic fascists who found their leader in Amin el-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, in the 1930s, who opted for the alliance of the Palestinians with the Nazis, against the Jews and against the British. In November 1943, the Mufti declared in a speech published by the Islamische Zentralinstitut zu Berlin e.V., Arabs and Mohammedans. What draws the Germans closer to us and brings us to their side is the fact that Germany has not invaded any Arab or Islamic country and that its policy has always been known for its friendship towards the Mohammedans. Germany is also fighting against the common enemy that oppressed the Arabs and Mohammedans in their various countries. It has accurately recognized the Jews and determined to find a final solution to the Jewish danger which will put an end to their mischief in the world.
End quote.
These are the allies of yesterday, and if the alliance is to be formally renewed tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, then the anti-imperialists and other left-wing loonies who once delighted in the Khomeini revolution with Joseph Fischer and Thomas Schmidt in autonomy, and who today, like the sad Trotskyists of Germany's Spartacist Workers' Party, hammer headlines that would delight the Mufti, Zionist butchers escalate war against the Palestinian people, may also run along. At the bottom of its soul, United Germany wishes doom on the United States. It is reflected in the actions of the jihadists and recognizes itself as the collective called to the barbaric deconstruction of capital relations. It maintains a relationship of unconscious delegation with the assassins, because so far it only has the dream of its cause. But one thing, as Freytag wrote, is already crystal clear: the urbanistically completely disproportionate towers were never anything other than a demonstration of Babylonian megalomania.
End of quote.
And one would like to add that Albert Speer would certainly not have built his Germania with such gigantomania. The Godfathers, on the other hand, know how high you can stack people. For the time being, forced into the slipstream of imperial power, they wish the USA downfall for reasons of neighborhood culture and ecological urban development, but do not dare to say so openly, as the Führer did after Pearl Harbor. And they don't just wish America doom in order to take revenge for Omaha Beach. For isn't it true, as Saddam Hussein proclaimed, that the United States has brought death and destruction to the whole world across the Atlantic? They are also doing everything they can, as the Frankfurter Allgemeine wrote, to put a just end to the German renunciation of responsible power politics in the national interest. The pleasure with which they feign mourning gives the exact index of their clandestine joy. How nice it would be if television repeated the impact on Christmas Eve. The comparison with the majestic collapse of the Frauenkirche in Dresden FAZ is just a cover reminder, but one that has it all. The deceitful grief that tactical dismay imposes on the Godfathers indicates the exact degree of their unbridled admiration for the Islamic fascists of Osama bin Laden, their avant-garde. They are the partisans, the solitary forest goers and the werewolves who, in a world of enemies, follow the order that the Führer gave us in the bunker in Berlin and fight through to the bitter end. Our honor is called loyalty. But in the end, even the SS betrayed the Führer. This is really what the inability to mourn feeds on. It is the fascist Muslims from whom we would like to take a leaf out of our book, and yet we are far from daring to do so. They are the ones who make the German dream of immediacy come true, and their concept of truth is the one Martin Heidegger taught us from a black forest that, once viewed in purely human terms, still looks like the desert with a Ballenhut. All being is being to death. They are the epitome of authenticity and genuineness. By sacrificing their lives for their delusion, they provide the practice for the German theory of truth. By making the bodies of God's warriors a pledge of the truth of their madness, they become prime examples of the very truth that is supposed to grow out of the fact that people in Germany are proud to be German. According to German logic, those who are liable with their lives for their lies must tell the truth. Marx, on the other hand, had his way with the housekeeper, so communism is no good. Hitler committed suicide, so there must be something to Nazi fascism. This, and nothing else, is the rhyme of the collective social unconscious, which pushes toward self-awareness, politics, and sovereignty. Thus one ponders and puzzles over the cold-blooded will to mass murder, over the fanaticism to suicide FAZ 12.9. And yet one would only have to understand oneself to unravel the mystery, that is, to make the Volksgemeinschaft comprehensible to oneself as practiced reconciliation, which the smooth functioning of our entire economic system, FAZ 13.9, has brought to us, the in truth chosen people. The fascist Muslim is the concrete utopia of the Germans. The Quran, as the Bahamas editorial team happily defined it, presents itself to them as a kind of Heidegger for illiterates, while Jacques Derrida, a Heidegger for left-wing academics, is awarded the Theodore W. Adorno Prize and the critics are denounced as anti-German Philistines.
Jungle World, 26. September.
There is hardly anyone among this mongrel who can resist the joy that the massacre in New York is the answer to globalization, the revenge for Seattle and Genoa. The dream logic of the German unconscious, i.e. the ideology as it rises to the top, understands and approves of the massacre as a kind of breaking of the bondage of interest by unorthodox means, as an assassination attempt on the world domination of money, Horst Mahler, i.e. as an action for the world domination of productively creative, German capital. They are all fans of the bad barbaric sublation of capital and its political sovereignty. The penetrating warning to the United States not to practice Old Testament cruelty, Mahler, and retaliation reveals how unwilling they are in Germany to understand the equivalence principle of exchange, and thus the capitalist society of which it is an expression, how unwilling they are to understand the United States as the historically purest form of what they themselves indulge in. They agitate against the principle of equivalence simply because they suspect how the impossible retribution for Auschwitz would turn out. The society of Rhineland capitalism must strictly reject the American way of life because the German national cultural critique, which places being to death above having life, sees nothing but the Antichrist in everybody's right to pursue his happiness, nothing but the attack on the Volksgemeinschaft and the degradation of people into egoistic social atoms, Mahler. The motivation for the fundamentally false barbaric criticism of capitalism lies precisely in the fact that one does not want to understand anything about the Enlightenment and its unfortunately negative dialectic, that one crosses out the opportunity for the individual, which has a place in the subject despite its banishment into exchange, and that one rather wants to tear out the juridical moment of the person and of freedom, insofar as it is contained therein, Marx, at the root. That is why one understands the jihadists and the amok runners so suspiciously well, while demonizing emancipatory violence. That is why one can empathize with Osama bin Laden magnificently, because he who sows the wind will reap the whirlwind, declares the DKP, but in no way with the psychopaths of the Red Army faction. In the midst of this perfect system of madness, the act of Werner Brauner, who beat the director of the employment office in Verden and der Aller to death in February, actually seems to be an island of reason.
No one understands him. No one understood Marinus van der Lubbe.
No one in Germany has a chance of understanding and solidarity, or simply of sympathy, who wouldn't be a man who ran amok, even if, as a surrealist for example, he did so with a clear mind. We only have charity for the werewolf and for the jihad.